Check. Hello. Hello.
Check. Hello.
Amen. There it goes. See?
Hello.
That's why you got to check. Day.
Amen.
Amen. You got to check. Okay, so now we got the sound. See, I forgot to turn this on. That's why I'm glad I kept that habit of checking. Hi. It's me, Just Kaya. Real Talk Daily. All right, you guys, I'm so glad to be here. Once again, no one's here right now, so I will lotion up these arms, get these arms together until some people come in. You know, as black folks, we can get those elbows to be ashy. And we can't have any of that. Uh-oh, looks like I got Wally Man's in the house. Hey, Wally. How are you, my brother? My young brother in the house. How are you doing today? I hope you had a great day. Enjoyed yourself. Let's see. What are you saying? Oh, look who's on time. Oh, you got jokes. Okay, you got jokes. I see it. I see it. My wrench is taken. Let me look. I don't know what's going on. Am I getting stalked? Am I getting stalked in this place? Okay, let me see. Oh, it is. Okay, wait. I wonder, can I do it from my phone? There we go. Okay, check now. I know y'all was doing too much lying on me yesterday. Okay, check now, Wally, and let me know. Let's see. Let me know. I don't know. Who is that? Miss My Two Cents. Hers kept getting taken away. Yes, I don't know. I don't get that. Maybe because I don't know. We'll get it together. We'll get it together, right? Let me know if you got it back. Wally's in the house. What do you think about what we're going to be talking about today, Wally? Hi. Oh, you got it now. Okay, perfect. So glad to hear it. Okay, knowledge and relationship. Hi, M3. I'm so glad that you're here. Thank you. You know, yesterday, is it loud? Because I wasn't able to check my sound. Is it too loud with the mic? Please let me know. Yesterday, M3, when I was wrapping up finally, it was asked of me what was the most memorable part of the live stream. And I must say, it was something that you said to me. If you remember in the beginning of the stream, we were talking about loyalty. Thank you. I appreciate that. The sound is good. We were talking about loyalty and you were answering the question and, you said a few things. And then I remember you saying at any given point or something, you were saying, your loyalty can block a blessing. I don't know if you remember that. You could be loyal, you could have this loyalty here and be blocking a blessing because of your loyalty. You said that to me yesterday, and that stuck with me. And that was something that I had mentioned yesterday in the stream. Anyway, hi everybody. Oh, you do remember. Great. Yes, I tell you, when I talk and get advice and have conversation, I do consider myself like an active listener. I am truly, if I'm asking you a question, I want to get your whoever perspective. But I really do listen to it. Yes, I love it. Oh, should we get coffee? Oh, hunky down for another 10 hours too. I'm not going 10 hours. But bonjour. Bonjour. I wanted to, I didn't have enough time, but I know yesterday you put in the live, you put like 2 or 3 words in there, and I wanted to look it up and see how it's pronounced, but I didn't get around to it. But bonjour. I got that much. Bonjour. So glad that you're here. Thank you for coming over and showing your support. I appreciate that. And I don't know if Miss Ty, I'm trying to be better with names, Miss Ty, Red Lipstick Vibe will be over. But what I did do, yes, she got the bonjour. Bonjour. Look, bonjour. Bonjour. Different little vibes with it. Got to work with that bonjour. Bonjour. Today I did get up a little early because there were some things I wanted to do. But first, it's me. Just Kaya. Real Talk Daily. JUSSKYIA. Jesus unveils scripture simply. Love it. I love it so much. I really do. Oh, now she's playing. Yes, I'm now, girl. Always. I play too much sometimes, I think. Sometimes I'd be like, girl, you need to just settle down and stop playing so much. But yes, I love laughing. I don't know if you was here for the laughing spree. She stole my thunder. We had Uncle Stu. I see I'm about to say Ocean Wave, Trash Can Wave, and OG Patrice and Miss Ty. We was just laughing. It was just a laughing. About a good hour, my side started hurting. At the end, I started getting a headache from laughing so much and probably needed to eat too, but neither here nor there. I thank you guys. I'm so glad that you guys are here with me. I appreciate you. The most there for most. Oh, I was there for most of that part. Yeah, it got like to the point, I think we were as delirious. I know I couldn't stop laughing. I didn't even hear everything that they were saying, but it was all funny to me, of course. And then we got the laughing spree up again later, but it was such a good live stream. My son did keep his word. So the first live stream that I did, he has clipped it off for me, and he has sent me all those videos to my computer, so I will be uploading them, and that way you can kind of pick and choose what you want to listen to. And yeah, this is an amazing trip right now. I'm loving it. I'm loving it all. I continue to look forward to every day coming here and being with you guys. I have tea today. My son keeps it so cold in here, and I know I have a tank top on, a tank dress on or whatever. But we live in California, and it's never cold. But my son, the heat bothers him, so whatever. Not whatever, but I'm a little cold. So today. For one, I'm going to be bringing up Black demographic statistics about poverty. I thought this was quite interesting, and I'm sure most people already know about this, but I just wanted to read over this and have a little conversation about it. Be sure to, I don't have an intro and an outro yet. I know. I need to work. It's funny you say that she stole my thunder, because when I was on knowledge and relationship platform, I think his name is DJ. I have to go back and look at his name, but I think if I heard him correctly, he was offering to do the intro and outro videos, but I'm gonna have to get in contact with him. But I know I really don't even have an idea what I would want, that to look like right now. I'm not the most creative person. So I would love if, I think he was saying he would come up with something like, look at your platform. So my platform. So I'm hoping that that's an option for me, but I know I really do need that intro and outro, especially when you're doing the clips. I totally agree. And thank you. Yes. And even like today, I was only about, I don't know, maybe a minute too. And it would be nice to have not really a countdown, because I don't like when you say a time and then it's like 10, 15 minutes before you get here. No, just tell me that time, but maybe like a 0 to 3 minute or something, just to get me and make sure the camera's right once I sit down. But yeah, I will. I'm working on that. Absolutely. Girl, if you have a few dollars, get yourself an intro made. But see, that's the thing. Yeah, because I got a couple of things made from there, but I don't have an idea of what I really want right now. And so, yeah, I don't really know what I want. And girl, I ain't got no money either. I ain't got no money. My kids, not even my kids, it's just like downsizing and just the flow. I probably could, but yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna look into it. But the main thing is, to be honest, I'm lying. I'm not lying, but the main thing, if I had an idea, I probably would go over there and check it out. But I don't even have an idea what I would want that to look like. And I'm kind of very particular, but thank you. I feel you. I know. I'm gonna do it. Hi, Mrs. Two Cents. It seemed like we was just here. It don't even seem like anything ended. Only thing that changed is my wig. It got shorter and a little blonder or blonde. But it felt like we was just here. And amen, we back again. And back here to have some fun, to hang out and enjoy each other. And yeah, so it's great. I hear you, right? All right. This is who. Hey, girl. I just got off your channel, Miss Ty, Red Lipstick Vibes. I got some notes I wanted to talk about. I really, really enjoyed your channel. And what I watched was, I thought I wrote the title down. The blueprint for men or something. I could have sworn I wrote the title down. Oh, here it is. Blueprint of a Man's Thought. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it so much. I just have a couple of notes, like I thought, as we're waiting for more people and as the show go on, I just wanted to talk about a couple of things. I really didn't want to do a reaction video because, of course, I wanted to get your permission first. And I just really got off your channel like not even 15, 20 minutes ago. So but I did take some notes, and I kind of wanted to, pose a couple of questions out there and a couple of things that the guy said. I really enjoyed Harris Tribe. Wait, let's see. Harris Tribe Media Group. I really enjoy what he had to say for the most part. And Mass Creator. Some of the things he said, I was a little shocked, but I was glad that everybody wasn't had the same opinion. But Mass Creator, yes, I would like to talk about a couple of things he said. And one more thing I want to share. I hope if you come up today, you will take that avatar away. You are absolutely beautiful. What the you hide behind that avatar? Your smile, your little tight eyes when you smile and laugh. You're absolutely beautiful. Please show that beautiful face and that beautiful smile if you decide to come up today and each and every day. I really enjoy your vibe and your personality coming through more so. But do you for sure. But I just want to say you are a beautiful young lady, and I appreciate. I enjoyed it. I will be catching. Oh, and your intro and outro and all that stuff, it is well done. I really, really like that. It is well done. So I appreciate it. Oh, I got to jump to the bottom because I see Big Bad Bull is in the house. Hi. How is that son of yours? How is his recovery going? I trust and believe he's doing good. For one, you're here. For another, of course, we put it over in prayer and into the Lord's hands. But I'm so glad to see you here, Big Bad Bull. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I really do. What did he say? OG, is she here? I know she was here early. I'm not sure if she's still here. And yes, absolutely. Salute. Oh, okay. Her again. I want my name up there twice. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so let me go back up. I just want to make sure I seen what was going on in the beginning. But yes, and before I go further, please, I would like to encourage everyone for Red Lipstick Vibes. That I'm looking forward to part 2. I know you say you're going to ask the ladies who are going to ask men questions, and I think you said you're going to bring up the ladies. I'm really looking forward to that because, like I said, I really enjoyed. I got my camera. I got to move this pole. It's like right there. You know, you keep adjusting things, but I don't want to be like this. But it's better than what it was. That's for sure. And I already talked. Did Knowledge say something else? I did that. Oh, here we go. Okay, so Red Lipstick, laugh out loud. Okay, thanks. Yes, beautiful, please. Part 2 tomorrow. That's right, Wednesday. So over at Red Lipstick Vibes, there will be a part 2 to the blueprint of a man's thought where there, and if I'm wrong, please, you're welcome. I'll put the link in right now. You're welcome to come up and share where men will be answering women's questions. I saw part 1 today. It was absolutely amazing. I just love the variety of the men's for one, and their perspective. It was a little bit of everything. Everybody wasn't just saying the same thing. And we're going to be talking about, and I want to hear some male's perspective on Mass Creator. He's a male on Miss Ty Red Lipstick Vibes panel. And she got a good panel. It's just her with men's. I love that panel. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 or 6 men's on there, and just you. That's the way to do it. Sure, go ahead. You can use it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. And then we got here, knowledge and relationship. This morning, you had me laughing. Soon as I woke up and saw you continue your stream as if sleep never exists for you. Towards the end, I was like, ooh, I'm tired. And then Mike was on. Mike is a talker. He want to take you every which way with all his. I said, Mike, I can't do it today. I can't. But it was absolutely fun. It really was. I enjoyed that. That was one of my favorites, actually. All of them are my favorites. Don't get me wrong. But that was my favorite, I must say. Okay. Ocean's in the house. I'm not going to start. Trash Can Waves is in the house. Hi. I hope he has taken the opportunity and this time to repent. This brother needs to repent. And he know what I'm talking about. It's time, Trash Can. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, I think that's it. Oh wait. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. We got some more. Okay, I do. What? 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 Okay, Miss Lipstick. I do all my graphics. I have my own video You see what I mean? This what I'm talking about. When you have friends in in your immediate community, you got to get to know people and you attract the right type of people to you. I ain't got no money though. I mean, me, I got a little bit. But let's talk. For sure, for sure. Let's talk. Yes, amen. God is so good. See, ask and you shall receive. Thank you. She stole my thunder for calling me out on it in the first place. Kaya, you need an intro and an outro. So true. We will be talking if you don't mind, please. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Clue. Couple of people been asking about you. I got a couple of comments saying when you cammed up the time with you and OG Patrice, people think you're kind of funny. I don't know. It's debatable with me. But anyway, I just wanted to let you know I did get a couple of comments stating that some people feel you're very funny, which I do too, to be honest. Yeah. And it's very good to see you this evening. Thank you for, coming over to check a sister out again. Appreciate you. Oh, and I appreciate you for stop trolling me, but I guess you're not supposed to troll me on my own platform because I'll kick your butt out, right? Is that why? I don't know. We'll see, but I'm just kidding. Thank you so much for coming over and hanging out with me. I appreciate you. At Big Bad Bull, hope the son gets back to great health. Absolutely. Absolutely. We kept Big Bad Bull son in our prayers and we continue to do so. He is in recovery. I presume and have faith and hope that he's doing perfectly fine. She stole my thunder. Hello, Big Bad Bull, to you and your son. Absolutely. Absolutely. I can't even imagine having a child. The only thing I can imagine, you would be lying there. I mean, you'll be standing there or sitting there just wishing you can take the place of your child for any discomfort that they might experience, or I'm sure that would be the only thing I would be thinking if I could be there. But all is good. God is good. God got us, and and I'm sure everything is fine. Wally at the Clue Channel. Hey, I seen you sub to me. This is my general account. If you can, sub to my channel. Oh, so I'm not subscribed to you either. I have to do the same. Wealth Talk Production. Okay, everybody. I don't even think, have you even promoted your channel, Wally? There we go. If this is the type of thing that you guys are interested in, at least go subscribe, even if you don't go back, I guess. But I like to say, if you're going to subscribe, please support, please, be involved and be an active listener. But yes, for Wally, Wealth Talk Production. Also, it's, is it the WTP? Is that not a factor here? I'm not sure, but Wealth Talk Production. Wally, I don't know why, but you can put your, what is it? Your link. You put your link, put it in there, my brother. Let's do it. We're family. I'm doing all this together, right? Right? Hi. Hi, Patrice. How are you? Did I wear you out last night? Did we all wear you out? You slipped on out on us. But I appreciate you for being here, and I appreciate you for coming back right now. I really, really do. Thank you. And my son clipped up the video for me. So the first videos, I already have them in there. I just got to put a thumbnail to them and put them up. It's of you and Vaughn when you guys first came up with me and talking about faith and spirituality and things like that. So I'm excited about putting that up. Big Bad Bull. Yes. Okay, here we go. Yes, he's doing well. Thank you. And everyone that prayed for him so much. It was a long day, but everything went as planned. He's home and resting. Well, he's home resting now. Amen. God is good. Amen. Glad to hear it. Thank you for the update. We really appreciate you. Yes, Ocean's in the house. Ocean's in the house. Well, maybe he repent. Miss Ty, we gonna hope that he repent, and as long as he did that, we'll go back to calling him, what's his name, trash can. As long as he repent for all his lies. Mrs. Two Cents. Hi, girl. Thank you for rocking with me. I appreciate you coming up or coming up on a platform and with your nice, soft, I feel like I'm just screaming when you're up, of course. But I appreciate your input. It very valuable and sharing about your marriage and promoting marriage. That's what I'm all about over here, promoting marriage and union, especially Black marriages. And thank you. I appreciate your input, and please continue to share the valuable insight that you have. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Oh, gee, glad your son is doing well. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, here goes. See, he come right on in and doing this. And then, yes, let me see on here. So you guys, I wonder, wait, there's more. Wait, there's more, guys. I don't know if you guys be knowing these movies I'm imitating, but there's more. Oh, okay. Amen. I will. DM you on what? Oh, on IG. A little slow sometimes. A little slow. Just poquito, muy poquito slow sometimes. Okay, so my 2 cents, just kind of talk. Check your email when you get a chance. I absolutely will. Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, yes, that is Clue. Well, he didn't put no angel, no halo, so that's good. He just got the ears and the smile. I don't see no halo nowhere. That's for sure. Yes, we are sending love and light to your son and family. 100%, absolutely. All the love and light that we can. Amen. I agree. Dad plus father. Salute. Well, I think he's talking about himself. Maybe that's Miss. See, I got to look there first. Mrs. 2 Cents says to Big Bad Bull. Salute, brother, dad, father, love. What is those? Trophies. Okay. Number one. I love to see that. Even when I'm out and about, I really, I do love seeing, not that I want to see single dads, but I like seeing when there's just a dad and a son, or even a dad and a mom, but just that relationship and, just hanging out and about. I really like seeing that when it's just the two or three, but just the dad without the mom. I'm not promoting that, but I'm just saying I like to see it, the interaction, especially when it's a baby and they're like struggling a little bit. I like seeing that. Okay, no more trolling for me. Oh, hallelujah. 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 You was pissing me off. You really was pissing me off. I'm like, what the hell I do to him? I'm like, I'm up here living my best life, and he got all these little rude things. And then I started thinking back to elementary. I'm like, this little mother sucker like me, because that's the only reason why he teasing me and have all this nonsense to say. He going back to his elementary days. I couldn't believe you were saying it. I was like, okay, I know he must be short. You know, he got to be short because he's insecure. Okay, I'm going to leave it there. I'm done. I'm done. You're a friend of the cartel now. Who's the cartel? And a friend of? No, I got to be the leader of our my man and then me. But yes, it's all good, Clue. It really is all good. Thank you. You know, no more high school games, right? Or no, that was elementary. And then, you know what? Even mention my age. Do you know how proud I am of my age? Do you know that with my age come all this wisdom, this knowledge, and life experience? It really isn't an insult, but the way you said, okay, I'm going to let it go. Let it go. You know, let it go. It's all good. No more trolling. Okay. Mm-hmm. No doubt. Okay, so Big Bad Bull Lipstick, did you go live today? I did not get a notification. I don't see it on your page. I don't know if you were talking about what I seen, but she goes live tomorrow at 8:30. She might have already told you. I'm probably far behind, but I still will announce it. She goes, Red Lipstick Vibes will be streaming tomorrow at 8:30. And if I'm incorrect, please correct me. And Wally, if you can, I don't know how you do it, but if you could put her link in the chat, I would greatly appreciate that. And she will be discussing, she will have her nice, fine, married, for the most part, Black men on her panel, answering women's questions. And like I said earlier, I was on her channel earlier today, and I did watch her stream about Blueprint of a Man's Thoughts. It was quite interesting. And like I was saying earlier, I really, really enjoyed it. The men, it was a variety of perspectives in their answers. Everybody wasn't just, saying the same thing. They had individual answers or ideas what their answer was, and shared whether they were married or not. It was very enjoyable. I really, really did. And I'm interested in seeing when I share about Maz Creator, and maybe we can get our lovely lady, Red Lipstick Vibes, to come up and cam up. She is absolutely beautiful. She has a gorgeous smile and those eyes when she smiles. So I'm just saying, but I don't mind the avatar or cam up, but just absolutely beautiful. You need to share that beautiful face with us. All the time. Kaya, Lapeef is back. I did see that. I did see the whole network thing is back up. I watched them yesterday with I Am Courtney. The whole gang was on there, and I watched a little bit on it, but I did see that, and I was very happy for them. I did send them a little comment, I'm glad to see everything is back up and running. And I will suspect, Layla, stop. I would suspect, I would just think it would be some changes as far as, like I had shared yesterday, when I was working as a nurse, I always felt like at any moment, they could just take it away from me for whatever reason, whether I did something or I didn't. And I didn't like that feeling. I really didn't. But neither here nor there. I'm very glad that they got their platform back. I do quite enjoy most of it. And yeah, it would, the only thing, and I'm just going to be honest with most, and what I hope I don't fall into, No, I just don't like the same thing over and over, just a different, and I'm not talking about Lapeef. I'm just saying in general, like they saying the same thing. Not them, but men. I'm going to leave it alone. I'm done. I'm through. No more of that talk. Okay, so this is Wealth Talk Production. That's Wally's channel. Please go over and subscribe to him. When you come up next time, Wally, please tell us, are you actually talking about money? Okay, let us know. You so quiet. You got to speak up. You see how loud I am. You got to speak up around here. Neither did I. I had to put an alert on my, I don't know. Sometimes I don't get alerts, but someone had told me, especially if they're new and you have other alerts, that it will prioritize the other ones until you start going to that channel more often. That was something that someone told me. Not sure if it's true or not, but I just thought I would share that with you. OG Patrice, y'all had me crying in the background while Uncle Stu came. That wasn't that funny. And I was so serious. My side was hurting. I was getting a headache from laughing so much. And you guys know I love to laugh, and it was so much fun. It really was, just being silly, just having fun and enjoying each other's company. It's almost like, how you see kids just giggling and laughing. We need to do that more often. I believe so. I can literally do it every day. But it was enjoyable, and it was all at my expense, but that's okay. I can take it. I can take it. It's all good. They lucky I don't have a what is that called? When you get someone back, it's a word for it. Oh, dang, I know what I wanted. Oh, it'll come to me. When you get someone back and you plan it and I'm going to get them. What is that called? It won't come to me. Watch, it's going to come to me later. It's going to come, but yes. Vaughn is in the house. Vaughn is in the house. Hi, my brother. I'm doing this right. Just the call one is the only one. Yes, for sure. Okay. Hashtag. Still a sinner. I'm sure. I know you ain't repent, Ocean. Ocean in the house. Not Billy Ocean, but Ocean. Hey, Auntie Pat. The one is on instruction. Who's Pat? Oh, Patrice. You're right. The one who needs no introduction. I've never seen the Pat part. Okay, Auntie. Well, no, Patrice for me. We're in the same, Patrice. Love you, my sister. Not Auntie. Love you, my sister. My sister. We've been through some things. I should have been an actress, huh? Oh my gosh, no. I know. Okay, I think we're almost at the end. Yeah. So you guys, today, what I want to do, I think first, I don't know which one I should do. I pulled up the Black demographic, and I wanted to have a discussion. Oh, it's up here. Poverty. And I'm sure most people know about this, and it's not updated. It's to 2018. So that's 4 years. So I guess, how often do they do it? Like every 5? No, every 10. I think they do it every 10 years, right? However, so I wanted to, I was going to read this report off, and I just kind of wanted to have a discussion. So maybe we'll do that first, start the conversation, and then I want to also talk about Red Lipstick Vibe, her channel, where the blueprint of a man's thought. It was really good. I encourage you guys to go over and see it. So, how about if I put the link in? I don't know if Vaughn can just do it, but I'll do it. And I am going to be, I'm going to read the report. It's not that long at all. And yeah, if you want to come up and let's have a discussion about it. It was one thing, which you guys might already know, that was kind of surprising to me at the end. I won't ruin. I'm just trying to make sure. Did I miss anything? Oh, you're back. Okay. 84, are you still here? How long ago was this? Okay. So Ocean, 84. Oh, I'll be on in 30 minutes. Okay. Hey, Patrice. Patrice is, oh, what did I do? Okay. Patrice is in the house. Okay, so hey, girl.
And Oscar goes to Kaya.
Girl, right. I would like to thank me for being me. I would like to thank me for all my talents. Thank you, girl. Right. A clown.
Yes.
I know it.
I said
Okay,
she is
so-
too funny.
Too funny, girl.
How you
84.
doing? Did you get any sleep, girl?
You know what I did after I got off, and I got me something to eat real quick, just a little, real quick, little protein or whatever. And then I went to sleep, and I said, I'm not going to set an alarm because, I don't know what it is. Just the fact of an alarm, I'm just miserable. And I said, okay, Lord, I'm just going to trust you. I won't sleep like 12 hours or whatever. And my son came in to get something, and I popped right up, and I was wide awake. I think I got up at like 4. Yeah, I think it was like right before 4. So yeah, shower, that wakes you up. And then I started.
Girl, you all went pretty late. I mean, till it's considered early, but late.
What time did we? I don't even know what time. I think it was 9 o'clock. I don't even know.
I started work at 7 and y'all was still on. That's why I got down from the thing. I was like, I got to start work. But y'all is still going. I saw big time drum up there. I'm like, oh my God.
Well, I'm glad you got a little sleep because who was it? My 2 cents. I said, no, I think she sleep. Don't call her name.
I might have nodded on y'all though, for real. I might have nodded
a little bit, but you was there. You was there in spirit, and we didn't hear no snoring or nothing. So
yeah, because I had the doggone mic. The mic was off. If I had the mic on, oh, y'all might have heard.
Right, but it was really fun. I really enjoyed doing that. I enjoyed the whole time, especially when Uncle Stu came up, and it was just nice, just laughing together and hanging out. I'm gonna get Layla. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, you gotta love Uncle Stu. He funny as all get out. Him and
Right,
Trash away crazy self.
It was really nice. Yeah,
I
but
was
84
in the background while I was working. Shout out to the chat. What's up, chat?
Yeah, 84. Real quick, I'm telling you, I was praying that you was coming back last night. I don't even know if he's still here, but I was praying you was gonna come back last night because Ocean, a trash can, he just lied on me, and he just kind of took your whole theory that you shared with me down the drain. And I want you to get him tonight. I want you to get him. Yes. I want you to come in and protect your sister. Look, I'm claiming it. I'm your sister. You need to come in and protect me because he was not nice. So he's here. He's here. He gonna come up. I don't know when, but he is. Okay, so I'm not gonna read any more in the chat. Say it again.
Him and Uncle Stu. I said between him and Uncle Stu, they was going at y'all. And I saw Miss Two
Trash.
Cent came up, and
Yeah. Oh, so
Miss Red,
sweet.
yeah. They thought they was tag teaming on y'all.
They got me. Everybody left me. And then Miss Ty, her father in the background listening, he heard the whole thing and
Really?
turned on me. He ended up turning on me. That's according to Miss Ty, and I'm gonna believe her. But I'm like, he heard it wasn't me. Why is he telling me? Yeah, that's not right, Kaya. I didn't do it. It wasn't even my
turncoats
thing.
do. Turncoats turn on people. That's why they call turncoats.
Right. And then at one point, I'm like, I'm not the one who, did I say it? I said, I know good well I ain't said this. This was 84, which, don't get me wrong, I agree with everything he said. And that's what I'm going to be looking for. You know, that's what I want. You was there. You was there. Right?
When?
Patrice?
When?
Don't play. Okay.
No,
When
there when.
When 84
Oh yeah, when he said what he said,
to
Trump
look
lady.
for.
Yes, absolutely, I was there. Yes,
because nobody else will admit that they was there and heard this.
I was there, and Uncle Stu and Trash Can tried to debunk it.
Thank you. They tried, right? You know, it was. I loved everything he was saying, but I'm like, these guys up here.
Kaya. Wait a minute. I love Mark and Uncle Stu. He get up here go, Trash Can, wait. See what we ain't gonna do. Well, we ain't gonna do that today, Trash Can. See, I be cracking up at Uncle Stu. I was dying.
It was so, I didn't know, and it was enjoyable that he came in right, and you know the vibe we was in, and laughing and being silly, and he came right on in and found his spot and just rode with us. It was fun. It really was.
I was laughing at y'all all while I was working. I couldn't chime in, but I was cracking up.
How do you work? Because I'm assuming you're like, I don't know, typing or, you know, conveying thoughts and stuff. Like, how do you do that and listen or have like noise? Or I can't even have noise on.
It wasn't a lot of noise, you know, and then I'm in my office that I built up out of one of my rooms here, and I work from home, so it's easy. I just put the phone down and listen to y'all while I'm working. It's fun. It's like soothing. I laugh, you know, when y'all being crazy up on the panel. So yeah, it was really nice. I enjoyed y'all.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah,
Thank you for hanging in there. And yeah, towards the end, did you see Mike trying? I was like, I can't do you right now, Mike. I don't have the energy.
Mike will wear you out. I love my big drum will wear you out.
That's what I said. I don't have time for I said, Mike, I don't even have the energy to go down that hole with you at all. What is Big Bad Bull?
I didn't see what all he was talking about, but I saw him on there though.
Yeah, I kept derailing him. I'm like, wait, hold up, Mike, nothing. Wait, let me finish. I wasn't letting him get on the roll. And then I had to leave to go to the bathroom, and I come back. Everybody left. I'm like, Mike, you ran everybody off. They was gone.
Mike, Big Time Mike is like 8 hours, I think, ahead of us over there in England where he is. So
yeah.
What the hell was it? Yeah, it must have been like in the early afternoon or something when he came up with you. It was this morning.
Yeah. And so do you remember the ending? I forgot to share this. Did you see the part right before we went off with the young man, Jay Takaski?
I did not.
Oh, a fine young man, 30 years old, and just living his life. Yeah. He came up, 30 years old, sharing how he's living his life intentional, how his grandparents and his parents has been very influential in his life, that he's modeling himself off of his grandparents and parents as far as a wife and how he is preparing himself, you know, for life and different things like that. he shared. Oh, and he intentionally in 5 years, what he shared with us last night, but Mike got a hold of him, that in 5 years he wants to go to Japan to find his future wife, and he said that is intentional for him to do that. I don't remember all his thoughts, but he said that, because I asked him a question, I said, you don't think you can find it here? He's like, yes, I'm sure there's someone here in the United States, but it would be so, in my words, how he said, it'd be so hard to find that special person that in researching and getting involved in that culture, he feels like that's where he wants his wife from. And each of his brothers are married and they have wife from other countries. But one of his brothers, I think he said, I know is from another country, but of melon, black. Did he say Ethiopia? No, he didn't say Ethiopia. I don't know which one. But yeah, he was so intelligent. I enjoyed his conversation, and he had mentioned that he wanted to start doing live. So I went over to his channel, and he was doing a live. He said he was going to get into it, and all that good stuff. And you know who was up on his panel?
Who?
Big Time Mike.
Was on his panel?
Yeah, they were up there talking about the culture. Michael is over there taking over.
Okay, look, big time drum. He travels fast.
Yeah, big time drum, Mike. Yeah, so no, but it was
Mike
good.
Mike is his name, but yeah, he travels fast.
Yeah.
So
he was over there. They was talking about Japan and Japanese wives, and then he was sharing about the culture and different things like that. It was interesting. It was different, but it was very interesting. He had young guys on there talking about Japan and the experience there. And his mentor also was on there, older gentleman, looks very young though, who's married to a Japanese woman. And he lived over there. I think he said 14 years. I could be mistaken, but yeah, and they were, hitting around talking in Japanese, it's Japanese, and then what was so cool, it was Jay who came on the panel. It was his friends, who one was Mexican, the other one was Japanese, and my point being it was a variety, and it was nice. And then he had Mike up there, and it was different, but it was interesting. Absolutely.
Okay.
One moment.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh no, my daughter was talking to me. I'm like, what? No, why are you taking? My daughter, she thought I needed her to take Layla out. I told her I just did. Yeah, but it was really, interesting, and I enjoyed talking to him yesterday. It'd be nice. I'm gonna clip that up, of course. And he said, yeah, he followed me over because I asked him. I'm like, well, what made you come over here? He's like, well, I seen you with Kevin Samuels, and then I seen you on the other platforms, and he said he liked what I had to say. I said, amen, young brother. Amen.
That's nice. I mean, and it's nice to know that a young man, in his 30s is pretty much know what he wants, and like kind of like being very diligent and disciplined in what he's saying he wants. And as long as he's, stay on the straight and narrow, I say go for it, to each his own.
I do too. I told him
do what you gotta do.
Right. That was a mistake, Vaughn. I applaud him, and I told him, I look forward to seeing more young Black men, with this type of direction and focus and sharing. The fact that he came up talking, articulating himself well and well focused and directed and all this good stuff. Right. So, You ready to get into this Black demographic? I don't know how, did you already know about the statistics of this, the Black family and poverty?
Yeah, somewhat I do, yeah.
Well, okay.
But
So
yeah, go ahead and read us this little article, what it says here, girl.
I'm gonna read it right. I already got it kind of set up. I'm getting a little more better. I'm getting bam. Oh, I didn't know it was gonna do it that quick. You can see it?
I can.
Amen.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, that was quick. I thought I seen Black. Oh, it's on my screen. I wanted you on my show tonight. You should have told me. You got to tell me, but I would have loved to come over there. Are you talking to me, right? I assume you're talking to me, Black man. I would have, for sure, I would have came over there if you would have told me. No problem. I'm sorry. Next time, just let me know. I love going on there. You have me cracking up. Absolutely. Okay, so I was thinking about what I wanted us to talk about today, and I thought that this would be interesting. Well, in like I shared yesterday, this show and this platform, you guys are here mainly for me, to teach me, to educate me, and help a sister grow. So this was interesting to me when I came across it today, and I thought that this would be good for us to talk about. So I'm going to read the article real quick, and I hope you guys can see it well. Okay, good. All righty. So Black families in poverty. This is 2005 to 2018, from Bush to Obama to Trump. And it says, the Great Recession of 2008 caused an increase of the poverty rate among African American families from its lowest point in 2008. Let me see, am I on the camera? 2008 up to over 24% in just 4 years. Black family poverty rate improved, lowered after 2012 during the Obama administration, and continued to improve during the beginning of the Trump administration. And you can see there on this what is this graph, how I think this is where Trumper was trying to take credit. I remember some news about that, but it was already in progression from Obama, is what I understand from there. And that's just to look at that graph, that curve. It's it's amazing to see. Okay, so to continue on, according to the U.S. Census Bureau ACS study, see the chart below, 23% of all African American men, women, and children live below the poverty line, compared to just 13% of all Americans. That's like half. That's half. Wow. An even higher percentage, 33% of Black children live in poverty, compared to 18% of 18% of all children in America. So Black children is 33% in poverty and 18% for all other children. That's like every race. That's like everybody else.
And it's almost double for Black children.
Yes. For children, and it's almost was 10%. You might as well say double for Black American in general, basically, compared to 18% of children. The poverty rate of working age African American is just under 20% age. 20% age between 18 and 64 years old. Wow. Patrice, I don't know, can you see?
Yeah, I can see it. I'm watching it on my TV. So
no,
I'm watching
it
on the big screen.
I have Chaotic Truth in my live, and I just want Is that the right? Is that the person? Just say yes or no. Patrice? Patrice?
I'm sorry. Were you talking to me? I'm sorry.
Yes, I have Chaotic Truth live, and I just want to make sure that's the person, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're not comfortable with him up on the panel, correct? I just want to make sure I have the right person and we're on the same page.
I just choose to not be on the panel with him.
Okay.
So if you bring him up, I'll step down and then I'll step back up.
Nope. So, Chaotic Truth Live, I appreciate you I see you there, but I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but it has come to my attention that, you wasn't the most respectful at all. So I thank you, and you're more than welcome to stay in the chat if you like, and to continue to support if you would like to. If not, I'm sorry. I'm going to decline you coming up at this time. Thank you, though. I appreciate you. I really do. Okay, so let's continue on. Kick from studio. Okay, so let's continue on. So where was 64? Okay, so between the age between 18 and 64, the whole general working age is 20% in poverty. If we're back on track. Okay. Poverty rates for Black families vary based on the family type. While just under 19% of all Black families live below the poverty line level, only 7% of Black married coupled families live in poverty, which is considerably lower than the 31% of Black families headed by single women who live below the poverty line. So we're going from, for married couple is 7%. And then for Black single women is 31%. Crazy. The highest poverty rate, 39%, are for Black family with children, which are headed by single Black women. This is significant considering more than half, 55% of all Black families with children are headed by single mothers. So out of the Black population, considering these census, they're saying overall 55%, no matter what, is Black families with children with the woman as single head of household.
Yeah, that's pretty steep, huh?
It is actually. It is. In me reading it and understanding, yeah, that. But I wonder, I don't want to read too much in it, but when they're saying single, I know I can remember on other panels that just means unmarried, but not necessarily that there's not a man, in the house.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah. So I wonder that's probably like the same thing here. So it might be, some men involved and not necessarily single, solo, alone. Okay, we're not going to read too much into that.
Yeah, because it's according to the census, and if they're not married, they have to put, single, and they still could be with a man though.
Right. Okay. So we see the graph or the comparison there. We'll come back to that if necessary. Okay, history of poverty in Black American family. The U.S. Census Bureau recorded historical poverty data among American families using its current population survey and annual social and economic supplements chart. One moment. Tara. Oh, no, it won't let me go to you. There's something wrong with that. It's grayed out. Wait, let's see. Oh, no, there. Why is it gray? You be nervous now to bring people up? Oh, there it is. Hi, Tara. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, I am going to go. I'm going to step down because I
No,
think
you're not.
that's his wife. I'm not going to deal in no foolery tonight.
No. They're gone. No. You stay right here. That's it. You're done. Okay, they're gone. That is no problem. That's a quick clickety click. Okay, so they're playing games now. If we're going, I will say this. Let me say this real quick. So you guys, let me switch it up.
And Kaya, please don't think I'm telling you who to bring up on your
No,
panel.
you didn't even ask me to do this. You did not. I'll make it clear. I'll make it clear right now. Let's make it clear. New channel over here. Okay. Grown ass woman right here. But anyway, so I do not tolerate disrespect to anyone, anywhere. If people see me over on Lapeef or Anton, I speak up against it. That's one thing I will not tolerate. And it came to my attention that, there was some disrespect going on and some talk that's just not appropriate. So at this time, I have made the decision. No one has asked me to ban or not have anything. No one has said anything. This is my decision, and I will not have any type of disrespect. I want people that I rock with that come here to be comfortable, and that's that. So this is my decision, and I don't want to play any games or anything like that. And I will speak quite candid. I'm talking about Chaotic Truth Live. It has come to my attention that he has disrespected someone that I know. And then I see right there, he says, Kaya, can you verify this? Well, not personally, but I will tell you this, Chaotic. You were on, and it was just, you was on Daryl Long's platform, something about, or you was on I Am Courtney. No, you was on I Am Courtney Michelle's platform. And I didn't even listen to the whole thing, but by your own admission, I heard you on there. By your own admission, you said, I have been kicked off multiple panels. You said that yourself. And you were trying to describe something about Star Wars and, and how, I don't even know. But I saw you, and from your own admission, you said you have been kicked off multiple panels. So even if I didn't hear that, it's enough for me, from who I got the information I got it from, to where, like I said, as long as you're respectful, I don't mind if you stay in the chat. But if you become disrespectful in the chat, I will remove you, ask you to be removed. And I don't want to play games over here. So please, if Tara is your wife, don't play no games. We ain't got time, brother. I ain't even making no money, and I ain't got time for no games. I ain't even making no money. So come on now, okay? And I said what I said, and that's what it is, and let's go on. You ready, Patrice? Did you leave me, Patrice?
I'm here. I'm ready.
Amen. Okay, let's continue on. Let the sister get her glasses. Okay, and Vaughn, whatever you deem necessary, we in this together, my brother, and I appreciate you and I value your opinion and observation on according to what I just said. And yeah, amen. Okay. And I forgot where I was. Did I even start? Okay, we'll just start. The U.S. Census Bureau record historically poverty data among American families using its current population survey and annual social and economic supplement chart below. In 1967, about 1/3 of all Black families live below the poverty level, compared to only 11% of all families in America. Ain't that a bitch? Wow. That's Okay. By 1990, the disparity gap between the two remained virtually the same, despite a slight decrease in the overall poverty rate for both population groups. During the decades of the 1990s, while the nation was experiencing an economic boom, the poverty rate of Black families dropped from 29% in 1990 to 19% in 2000, virtually cutting the disparity in half. The economic downturn in the decade from 2000 to 2010 caused the increase of Black families' poverty rate to 24%. Okay. Yeah, I'm about halfway. Yeah, oh, yep, halfway back up. Since 2010, the Black family poverty rate began to decrease slightly, reaching 23% in 2014. However, the disparity has remained relatively unchanged since 2000.
God, that's like 21 years of remaining the same.
Is it 20?
Yeah.
Isn't it longer? It's like 30. Is okay. 1967.
I thought you
Seven.
said I thought you
Oh
said
yeah,
to
almost
2000.
20. Yeah, to 2000. So what? 23 years.
Yeah.
Crazy. That is just, and even given all the other factors of Black people seeming to do, or families seeming to do better. Okay, we're almost done. 2 more paragraphs. In 1967, more than half, 56% of Black families headed by single women lived below the national poverty level, compared to 33% of all families in America headed by single women. During the decades of the I tell you, nobody else could go through what we've been through. They wouldn't have been able to survive.
Yeah, I mean those numbers are really high. Even though if the woman was
Yeah.
still with the man and single, the man, for whatever reason, the man wasn't marrying her, whether it had to do with, she was collecting like government assistance
Oh, we get into that.
or not. Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, we get into that right next after this. We're getting to that. And this is going to be it was a shocker for me. Okay, so 33% of all families in America headed by single women. Okay. During the decade of the 1990s, the poverty rate of families headed by Black single mothers dropped from 48% in 1990 to its lowest point, 34% in 2000. The economic downturn in the decades from 2000 to 2010 increased the Black family poverty rate to 39% by 2010. It's just back and forth. Since 2010, the Black family poverty rate decreased slightly to 37%, which is still higher than the previous lowest point. By 2014, although the actual disparity between Black single mothers, families, single mother family, and single mother family, in all single mother family, has always been lower than that between all families type. The adjustment, increase, decrease in disparity over the decades had been fairly similar. Okay, so this chart here, it actually, I was trying to like read and depict this chart, but maybe us as a group, maybe I'm not that too smart enough, but I kind of get it, but I don't. But we'll discuss that later or bring it up later if necessary. Okay, as the chart below shows, men shows when considering Black families with and without children who live below the national poverty line, the vast majority, 74% or 1.4 million, are headed by single women, and just 16% are headed by a married coupled family. Only 10% are headed by a single father. and then
And
we'll
what
bring.
year is this as of? What year is that
This
as of?
is this is. It says the census from 2013 to 2017.
Okay.
So,
Oh, that's within
so
the
the
last
census
4
is
years.
every 5 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. When considering Black families who live above the national poverty line and more poverty line, the more than half, 53% or 3.7 million are head by married couples, and just 37%, 2.6 million, are head by single women. Only 10% of Black families are head by single men. So this one is stating that the ones that are above, it seemed like it's relatively, oh no, well, it's only like 20% difference. 3.7 million. So there's more living above, than below. Just saying. Just saying. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
here's the public assistance part. And this is the last part.
Okay.
Okay. So here, the amount of African American who receive public assistance varies greatly depending on the type of assistance. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, 14.5% of African American receive housing assistance, including government housing or Section 8 housing, while 2.5 receive TANF cash assistant, formerly referred to as welfare checks. All of these statistics include those who receive benefits or those covered under the allotment of someone else's benefit, which does not always include everyone who lives in the household. The largest benefit received by African American include 29% receiving Medicare health insurance, or 30% of the African American who receive SNAP benefits, food stamps. About 42% of African American, largely children, receive the same sort of public assistance. After I finish reading, I want to go back to this chart first. And then in conclusion, it says, despite running stereotypes that associate African American as being the primary consumer of the SNAP program, formerly known as and commonly referred to as the food stamp program, white Americans are actually the primary benefactor of this program. In 2018, there were 3.7 million African American households participating in the SNAP/food stamps, 24%, compared to 6.2 million white households who make up 42% of the total household using SNAP/food stamps. However, when adjusted for population, Black households do use SNAP food stamp at a higher rate. This also means that, contrary to similar stereotype narrative, the majority of Black households do not use SNAP/food stamps. And then they have a graph down here about that.
Yeah, there's this myth about, African Americans
Right.
on the government assistance, but obviously, I mean, it's been our white counterparts for a while now, and I think that programs like what is it called? Oh gosh, I can't think of the name of it. It was really created actually for the white women. Certain programs.
Yes.
So
I
when you
thought that was
look,
welfare. That's what they were saying on the platform, that welfare was
yes,
created for white women for when their husband were away at war. But I thought Black men was away too.
Well, yeah, they were away as well. So yeah, but I mean, but it was really creative for our white counterparts. Actually, starting off like maybe in the 40s or 50s or something. When
Mm-hmm.
and that in the 50s is when like the poverty line level really like kind of plummeted during that time, and
Yeah.
with very little to no government assistance. And then in the 60s when what's that, President Johnson, Lyndon Baines Johnson, yeah, when he got in office in the 60s and saw how, the poverty disparities was, he went on this thing called a poverty tour all around the United States and created these safety programs, which is like your social security for the elderly,
Mm.
your stamp programs and things of that nature, and the welfare program. All came out of his that what he called like a poverty tour that he did over the United States. But when you look overall at the United States being a one if not the richest country
Right.
in America, there is just still no reason why that America is the poverty is at an all-time high still, and that that there's poor people in America. There's just absolutely no reason. When you look at some of other countries like France, Britain, Australia, and even
Yeah.
Canada that have similar programs, they've offered way more money, meaning their government offered way more money for their population to climb out of poverty, and they at their rates are a lot lower when it comes to poverty than in the United States, and we're wealthier than they are. So I don't
And
know
don't they
that,
get
but
free? They get free medical insurance, don't they?
yeah,
They get.
Canada, I know Canada does. Yeah, they get
I think
free
it's
free
somewhere
health
in
care.
Europe. And I was watching this show to where what is that? The doctors and stuff, they all get they don't get, I don't know how to get that out of there.
You got a bot?
I mean,
Is
it's
it a
like a
bot?
lot, but maybe, am I the only one seeing it? Uh,
I know
I don't
bots
know
been
if
invading
Vaughn
the
could
chat
do
room.
it. It won't show me the three dots to get rid of it. You
Yeah,
guys don't see it in the chat, huh?
tell one of the mods because bots the bots been invading the chats a lot lately.
I think Vaughn, Vaughn said he got it. He said, I got it. Okay. So, yeah, they were saying, so I was watching this doc series on, Netflix, and they were saying about how, oh, that's Trash Can saying moderators have to take them down. Okay. Was saying how the doctors, like how doctors get paid so much here, like, $250,000 on up. Over there, I think it's like London is Europe, right? Like over there, the doctors get like regular pay. They don't get this like high amount of pay. They live a modest lifestyle, and that's just what it is. And it's better, they said, for the community. The doctors are not complaining. They're working under safe and not overworked type of conditions and stuff, and live a quite modest lifestyle. So yeah, yeah.
That's
So we
interesting. I
need to.
did not know. I
Yeah,
did
it
not
was.
know
It
that
was.
about the doctors.
I said they don't make like the money they make over here. Healthcare doesn't cost, and they get healthcare for free, but healthcare doesn't cost half as much as it costs here, even in the
Exactly.
first place. And they do a lot of preventive medicine, which is very good to prevent you from even coming in getting sick in the first place. Yeah. And they don't work
Right.
overtime like they do here. It's just this whole big old thing. And just to see the difference, and that takes me back to like people saying we need to understand and get more involved in different people's cultures and stuff. Yes, it is paid through with taxes. It is.
Yes.
But still, it's not the taxes are not even as high as here.
Exactly. And look at what we paying for with our taxes. Like
Right.
seriously, like
Seriously.
don't get
So
me
yeah,
started
it
with the
is.
tax. Yeah, we paying for stuff
Yeah.
we have nothing to do with overseas. So it's like, yeah. Yeah. But
Yeah, exactly.
when you looking at you know, the health disparities between the different countries and everything, I think certain health disparities are a lot lower in overseas than they are here. We have some of
Mhm.
the higher health disparities, especially among African Americans and especially among African American women. You know, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I want to look because I've never seen the statistics or anything that way, and I've only got into like statistics since everybody like show me the stats, show me the stats. But from personal experiences, I don't see it like that, and it could be the community that I worked in as far as work where I work. But I can remember even when I was in Inglewood, I worked at Centinela for like 6 years. And I just didn't see it the way it's portrayed out there with Black women and health. And I know they've been saying this for years, and I'm not saying it's not true. Everybody, I'm not
Right,
saying it's not
right.
true. But I don't see it that way in the least. I really don't. And it's just amazing. So I
Well,
think maybe one day I
it's
will dig into that and look into it.
yeah, that's a whole nother subject when it comes to like Black women that are pregnant and the death rates or the disparities in the health
Oh,
uh,
now
uh
that's different.
health.
When
Yeah,
Brianna
yeah,
was
yeah.
on,
That's
she
what I'm
talked
talking about.
about that.
Yeah, the health
Oh,
disparities, you know, between Black pregnant women and other
okay.
races of women that are pregnant. The death rates are higher. The poor
Yes.
care, you know, because it goes by insurance as to how you're going to be treated and things of that nature. So yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
yeah. Yeah, she was on here. I don't know if she's here tonight, but she said that's why she chose labor and delivery for her specialty is because of how Black soon to be mothers were getting treated in the death ratio. She mentioned that up here. And yeah, now that's a whole different. Yeah, I didn't work in that department because, like, for me, it really seemed like it was the white women that their health was so poor that, you know, and I even mean the one that worked out all their lives. Because I remember it was like a running joke within myself and not a joke for someone's life, but I was thinking like, you did all this working out, body skinny, thin, you know, but and then I chuck it down to, and I know we're talking about health now, and we'll get back to this, but I chucked it down to the nutrients in which you're putting back into your body. You're not giving your body enough to build up. Your body needs an X amount of fat to operate. You know, it needs certain things. So that was just my little synopsis from the trend that I was seeing going through with that. But neither here nor there. Let's go back down to this poverty line. So, Miss Patrice, I have a question for you.
Sure.
So, given and this kind of ties into your passion project, as I call it, with ADOS. Do you? Okay, so I know for sure it comes because we started out with the negative from the beginning, and that's one of the issues that DOS is presenting. Am I correct with that?
Yeah, we just want to be able to have an equal playing when it comes to the poverty, you know, and just to have an equal playing regarding you know, the reason why Black families were so far behind and so far in the hole in the first place is
Yeah,
because
and
of all the disparities. Go ahead. I'm
mm-hmm.
sorry.
No, that's what I wanted you to address. The beginning. So it seems as though this is like the origin. We started in a negative period from go. We started in a negative,
Oh,
is what I was. trying to say.
Absolutely. And for the majority of Black Americans or African Americans, most of us that end up over here in the United States of America, most of your either parents or grandparents or great grandparents migrated from the South, right? Because a lot of them were like sharecroppers. Some of them even picked cotton. Your great greats, probably third, fourth removed, probably was enslaved. So when you start behind that eight ball of over 450 years behind the eight ball, coming over with nothing and barely have the bare minimum, and then you become a sharecropper and you working for pennies on a dollar. Why our white counterparts were able to thrive, were able to continue to have businesses and generational wealth right today, right? So because of these disparities and because of the poverty for Blacks in America that migrated to the North from the southern states and things like that, having little to no education, and then coming again and having to, build themselves up again. And then doing those years from the 40s, 50s, 60s, you had all of the riots, that tore down the people that did build up, have your Black Wall Streets and things of that nature. So imagine coming from out of, slavery to Jim Crow, Reconstruction, like all
What
of
year
those
did Jim Crow started? That was the mid 60s, right?
Maybe the 60s, yeah. And then you got the civil rights, which started in the mid or latter part of the 60s and led on into the 70s and 80s.
Okay.
Look up Jim Crow if you get a chance. But we went through certain eras of disparities, and it fluctuated for African Americans. Now there was a time when in maybe your 60s and 70s when Blacks were prospering, they were getting jobs, they were working, they were starting to thrive in America. And again, what happened? Then you have this major cancellations of companies, like some of the oil rigs, some of the steel and iron companies. They all, start to migrate and move, and they were being shipped out to China and Asia and places like that. So all of that, that's another crisis, that affected the Black community as a whole. So we've had a lot of this disparities that definitely played a part in it, which is why we're saying the government allowed it, sanctioned it, and permitted it to happen with little to no financial backing to help poor people that were Black get out of that. And it was very hard, and some families are still feeling the brunt of that today, never being able to create generational wealth like our white counterparts and all other racist counterparts, because of the disparities that exist. And when you're looking at America, which is this big country, even when they give you government assistance, it still doesn't cover certain things, like just even like your average things like diapers, right? So most women that have children, whether the man is in a household or not, when you're living below the poverty line, just say a family of four, whether the man's there or not, and you're making less than $26,000 a year, you're poor. A family of four making $26,000 or less, that's living below the poverty line. So when you have a population, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was really talking to myself. I didn't mean for you to hear me. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, so when you have in America, almost 40 million people, and 1/8 of the population is living on less than $26,000 a year, that's a problem for a family of four. If you have, whether, the mother with 3 kids or the husband and the wife with 2 kids, or however you want to frame it, it's all the same when it comes to those disparities, right?
Yeah.
So
Dream Out Loud said it was 1860? I thought it was 1960. I'm terrible at history. So it was
Jim Crow it might have
1860s.
started in the 1860s. Okay.
Oh, okay. Because I was literally thinking the 1960s, but okay,
I
amen.
think we might be talking about the civil rights. The civil rights started, I think, in the 1960s. Girl, I be getting them mixed up too.
Oh, okay. Okay. That might be what I'm thinking about when the North overtook the South. Okay. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I mean, in the recent years, yes, poverty have decreased, and that's a beautiful thing, but we're still living in if not one of the richest countries in the world. And there's no reason why there should be impoverished people that living in America, especially. And the children hurt the most. The children hurt the most, and then seniors and veterans, pretty much follow that. Because if your average person is able-bodied, nine times out of 10, you're working. So we're talking about the people that it affects the most, like your children. If the government gives you funds, but it don't supply, smaller things like diapers, and you got 2 children, and the average, I think the average cost for diapers is how much?
Those things expensive. I know when
when you talking about per month, you talking about $70-$80 per month per child, just for diapers,
and that's probably not even changing as often as you should.
Exactly. And you hear some mothers say that they rewash the diapers, they let the diapers be on the babies a little longer than usual, and this just diapers alone, and that's in that simplicity. So imagine all the other things that the government give you food stamps for, but you can't buy those things with food stamps, right? You can only buy food and drinks, and liquid type of substance when it comes to that. So it only helps a bare minimum, and then what they supply the average woman for is nothing compared to what other countries give their women that have children, whether they're single or married.
That is true. And then I was thinking back when you mentioned, like I said, I'm not very in touch with our Black history, but when you're saying sharecropper, and I know I'm going back a little bit in your conversation, that was a time when like the slaves, well, they weren't slaves anymore once you're a sharecropper, right? You're working for a percentage.
They were still
you're
slaves.
doing all the work.
You doing all the work, and you still working tedious out there in the cotton fields, the sugar canes, the tobacco, whatever they call tobacco canes or whatever they call. I don't know what.
Yeah.
But you're still really a slave. You're working literally for pennies on the dollar. Let's say, you picking bundles and bundles of cotton, because your boss you would have to pick so many bundles per day, and you were literally getting pennies on the dollar. So they were making a majority of the money, which was a lot of the capitalism that went on, caused them to continue to be wealthy and have generational wealth. So because my mother and father were sharecroppers, and I remember them telling stories as teenagers, being in the cotton field, picking cotton, filling them bag like pillowcase bags, except for they were called sacks back then. They were a lot bigger, just say like a big sack. And you would have to sun up, sun down. So that
like
to me,
a potato sack bag,
yeah, like a potato sack bag. It was, that to me, that was just a lower case of slavery, literally getting paid pennies on a dollar, bringing home something like $4 and $5, $7 a week, if that, depending on how much you can pick and how fast you could pick it, because it all depended on that. And my parents migrated from the South in like 61, 62. They migrated from Mississippi to Chicago during the Civil Rights Movement, because when Medgar Evers got killed, whatever year he got killed in Jackson, Mississippi, that's where my parents were from. They lived there. And my dad joined the NAACP and the Ku Klux Klan ran him out of town just because he joined the NAACP. They had to put my daddy in the trunk of a car in the middle of the night, and they that's how they escaped to Chicago. So a lot of families migrated, from the South because of incidents like that, and to have a better life, so migrating to Chicago, migrating to New York, migrating to Detroit to get factory jobs. And then they now getting these factory jobs, and they picking themselves up, as people want to say, by their bootstraps, or getting it from the mud, or however.
Right.
Your parent, then your parents do that, and then only to have the certain race riots happening, in cities that now they come in and they destroying everything again. And then now you got the boom in the 80s, fast forward 20 plus years, America's thriving, Black families are, thriving to some extent. Now you got middle class Black families, and then now your factories are leaving. Your factories are your oil factories, your iron factories, your brick and mortar factory, all these type of companies are leaving, and they're going to China and places like that. So now the jobs are gone. The men that got out in time, that was able to retire, was able to, get their, pension and things of that nature. But a lot of them that had worked for a long time, they lost everything. And imagine being in your 40s or 50s having to start back over again because you didn't make it in time enough for that age for retirement. So you don't qualify for, Social Security, or you don't get a pension. It may be, unless you save a little something. But then that's another setback. So you trying to come back from that. My dad only had a 6th grade education when they migrated from Mississippi to Illinois. And he came to Chicago. He got a job at a chemical company, which now you have to have a master's degree in biology to do the job my dad did with a 6th grade education, which was mixed chemicals for, like, my dad made like a roach spray, air freshener, like the chemicals that you spray. Yeah, my dad made that for a company in Illinois off of a 6th grade education. Now you do that job today, you got to have a bachelor's or master's degree, chemistry or something. So yeah, so it was times when we definitely were flourishing. We had good jobs, we were buying homes, we were, being able to ride and have new cars, but there still was disparities going on. And then when you have the shift in the generation, you have the shift in the factories moving out, and the shift in the major plummet of job loss and things of that nature. It was always set up where Black people had to, again, start over again. It's just always been that way. So when I hear people say, well, I got it by the bootstrap. Yeah, okay, we know there's certain people that are going to make it. Just like there's certain people are going to be wealthy. But for the most part, if there was ever equality, there should be no poor people, and everybody will be able to flourish, have money, be able to shop, not have to, be homeless, not having to, deal with the hunger disparities, the mental health disparities. We had a lot of veterans coming out of the Vietnam War, and they came out, they were never the same again. I got 2 uncles that served 2 tours in Vietnam, and they both came home messed up. And to see and listen, and I'm not blaming it on nobody particular, but the hierarchies who allow these things to happen, and then say we don't owe anybody nothing. That's the part that gets me. Even right now, today, up until this part right now, it's no way that there should be poverty in America. It's just no. How many?
Should be no homelessness.
Exactly. Trillions of dollars was just got sent out through the stimulus package. So it's not a matter of if the government can't print the money. They got the money. It's paper. It could be done in different forms, grants, annuities, trust funds, and things of that nature. And that's what, ADOS is asking for. So if you don't have equality across the board so that we can have equal playing with our white counterparts, how in the world can it be equal playing overall for Black people in America?
You know, so true. And as you're like sharing this with us, I'm up here, I'm sitting here thinking, so I want you to maybe express it or combine something for me. So
Sure.
with your spirituality and what we're talking about, you know, everything, however you want to put this together. My question is, and I do mean specifically for Black people, no anecdotals or whatever. Do you believe this is for a reason? A reason for us as Black people of just the progression, and I don't want to call them setbacks. I don't think of it as negative. I always say that it is nothing but making us stronger and all these great things. So I don't like to put negative adjectives on it, but to be honest, we have to look at it, you know, be realistic for these setbacks and how things, you know, once we get 5 feet up and then they're kicking us back 10 by, you know, destroying everything. Do you think all of this is for a reason, for a purpose? And I want you to pull in, if you can, kind of your spiritual thoughts about this together.
Yeah, I just feel like, it has always been by design for the powers that be to keep a race of people down, and that is our race. Absolutely. And I didn't even get to the part, talking about during the 80s when the crack epidemic hit. That was another
Right,
setback. I think people don't
right.
really realize how many setbacks Black people have had in this nation that has caused this tremendous wealth gap and disparity and homelessness and poverty, in America. And this is just one race of people. Now we got in America that the poverty line is hidden in the suburbs. So who is it affecting now? Now it's affecting our white counterparts. They're saying we ain't got enough money. We need some diapers, or help with diapers, because we got kids and we're single mothers too, whose fathers are not in the home or whatever the situation is. So now it's all of a sudden a thing. Why is it always a big thing when it affects somebody else? But when it affects us,
Hmm.
we hear people that look like us say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, your victim Olympic, your victimhood. But if you get it, by all means, get it. I'm not never saying that our people shouldn't get it, but our people shouldn't get it, and then forget the other people that who couldn't get it because they didn't have the same equality to get it. Because we got generations of people that are impoverished, just like we got generation of people that got it. But the percentages is small, is what I'm saying. Well, if we are only 13% of the population, and only 1.2% of us are wealthy, and most of them are celebrities. Hello.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like
But
the ones that do get it, they forget about the ones that could not get it or should get it. You know what I mean? Just to have the equal plan, because we know everybody ain't gonna be wealthy. We know everybody ain't gonna be business owners. We know this, but we're saying when there is no equality across the board from all of our other race counterparts that had the head start, that has the generational wealth, right to this day, that part right there is the greatest, is, to me, is the greatest travesty that the government can do to one race of people.
okay, but I want you to so like you started out saying, like you I think you said is divine purpose or something like that, you said. So do you really think like this was the plan? This is the plan. This is the intention for I have my ideas like what that God is allowing this to happen, or uh pull everything together for good is what I believe, and that I ultimately believe this is for good. So you see what I'm trying to ask? Like, do you have any thoughts on that God has a personal hand into all the history of this, specifically pertaining to us as Black people?
Yeah, it talks about our race of people in the Bible, right? Because
Hmm.
according to, and I'm just gonna say this personally for me, what
Yes.
I found out about my own journey and walk was my
Hmm.
spirituality and my race of people, which meaning my ancestors. When you go back biblically, we are in the Bible as a chosen people, right? And I'm not saying as
Hmm.
not talking about superior. I'm talking about a chosen people, chosen by the creator, right? For a good. But you
Absolutely.
had those people that were in um uh slaved the Hebrews back then were enslaved, but they were actually a chosen people even back then. But when people know that, in my opinion, that you are chosen people or that God has a bigger plan for certain people according to his word, I think that it is absolutely a whole system of people that tries to keep that from happening. And I think the one of the greatest travesties of that is when you live under a government that allows that permitted that sanctioned that, and that no one ever paid a price for that being allowed to happen to a whole race of people. That to me is a great tragedy.
But
One of
see,
the
that's what
greatest.
I kind of take it back, like just you talking about it. It's like it is intended to happen. It has to happen. And it's just like, how they rejected Jesus and how, it's for the greater good. And they know it's positive, but everyone's fighting against the good. Everyone is trying to kill and demolish the good. Going back to what you just said about, to me is obvious. I mean, I don't want to say like because I don't know for sure if God has like a chosen people outside the Jews, what he says in the Bible, but it's like when I look at us as Black people, how superior in everything that we do, we excel. Like not just okay, we get, yeah, we a little bit, we excel, superior, so I look at
But think
that.
about this, Kaya. Think about this though. We know that, and a lot of other people know that, but they tried to
Right.
dehumanize us to say that we were only 3/5 human.
That's my point. That's my point. Just like, with Jesus, he's like, nah, we're killing. He ain't what he say he is. But, and then if you go on to what we go through, how we know adversity, ultimately it just makes you a stronger person. Ultimately, that's what you can what I look forward to in the midst of going through adversity, going through hard time. I know it's for my good, and I know once I'm on the other side of that, it's going to be like 100 times even better. So that's like how when I went, especially when I listen to you now in sharing your passion here, which I do love and appreciate. And then you look at the history, it's just one thing after another, one thing after another. Once you build this up, was it Rosewood? Was that the first? Like they tore down that whole town or burned up that whole town or something. And then it comes to, I know something that I hear about as far as this whole community had their own banks and all of this, and they go massacre all these people, and not all these people, all these Black people. And then it's
Yeah.
like once you succeed, they just come in because they fear it. They fear the success of it. And so I'm just saying, like, I believe
Right.
it's
You're
for
talking
the
about
greater good over the mountaintop, or, however you want to say it.
right. Well, the thing about you that I love, Kaya, is that you keep that hope and that faith, as a Christian person, to believe that all good's gonna work together for them that love God and are
I
called
do.
according to his purpose. I know you do,
I
girl.
do. I really
So
do. I know.
so
And
yeah, so
sometimes when people say that, I don't even realize that I know that's what I believe, but and to be honest with you, Patrice, I be trying to tone it back. You know how I feel, but go ahead. Go ahead.
no,
How
now I
much I
listen.
believe it.
Listen, I understand, and I agree, and I love that your faith is that way. We need people like you to believe that it's going to be better on the other side. I believe that, but right now we living here on earth in a real world where our race of people is losing right now. That's all I'm saying. Like right now.
But I even mean better on the other side here. Like we're going through all these things, and as we go through, I don't mean, in glory time. Yes, amen. But I mean even here, like as we continue to fight or to grow with the knowledge and coming together, whatever that looks like. I'm talking about reaching the greater good here in all our fight and effort that is all going to work together here for all people, not just, for save people. But no.
And if I may answer Trash Can Wade's question, he's right. I never said that the 10% of the population did ruin Black people. I'm talking about a system. We're talking about a whole system.
A whole system.
That's the big machine
that was created for it.
That allowed it, that sanctioned it. And they don't look like you and me. And they control everything. We don't control anything. We don't own anything. They own it all. So those are the ones I'm talking about. And listen, this is nothing against white people. I got white friends. Exactly. I love white friends. I got white people in my family. So it's not about that. I'm talking about a system. And I think that that's where the biggest misconception comes into play, just like the biggest misconception about ADOS and what we're trying to do. We're only saying that same system that allowed that need to be the same system that make amends for that. That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
And when you look at poor people, when you look at poor people in the inner city, and now it's spreading into the suburbs. Now it's all of a sudden being talked about more, and it's a problem, right? Because it's hitting the suburbs. But when you look at impoverished people in the inner city, poverty has a lot to do with crime. That's why you see more crimes committed in the inner city, because poverty breeds crime a lot of times. I'm not saying it's the root of all the crimes. I'm not saying that. So please don't nobody be like, no, it ain't none of it. No, but a lot of it is, poverty breeds crime, right? So if I'm starving and I'm hungry and I'm poor and I don't have any bread, and you do, I tell you this story. You my next door neighbor, and I'm gonna come knocking on your door asking for a slice of bread. I know you got a whole loaf of bread. I don't have any bread. You know what I'm saying? And I'm knocking saying, Kaya, may I have a slice of bread? You're not giving me no bread. I don't have no means and no way to get no bread. Now I'm bamming on your door and saying, Kaya, please, I'm hungry, my stomach growling, give me some bread. And then after that, you still denying me. What am I gonna do, Kaya?
I'm
tear down the door down and I'm gonna get some bread.
Look, I said it too. Yeah, I said like tear down the door. Come get it. I couldn't think of that now. Tear down the door.
Exactly. Like and of course, a lot of the crime in our neighborhoods and in our communities are self-inflicted. Absolutely, but when you have a whole race of people that has not had any type of generational mental health, generational financial literacy help, generation of all those things that contributes to the problem. Of course.
Patrice, I want to real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but for Dream Out Loud, I want to invite you up if you would like to come up. She shared with us some of this is self-inflicted. I would love to hear your perspective. We're just here to have the conversation, but I would absolutely love if you would like to come up and talk with us and share some things with us from your perspective. So I'm giving you out that invitation. If you feel comfortable doing so, I would appreciate it. Like I said, their system is a collective. We struggle with collectivism. Okay.
That is true. And now, if you have a thriving community in the 70s and 80s, if you have a thriving community in the 70s and 80s, and all of a sudden, a certain drug paraphernalia and a certain level of weapons get dropped off in certain communities, then what starts to happen? If we
Patrice, did
don't
you look in
own
the chat, the private chat, real quick? Would you look in there
no,
real quick?
okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll just keep talking.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
so sure, when we look at a whole community that had nothing to do with, that epidemic that swept the Black community, I ain't gonna say nothing because we bought into it. So I'll say that. So that part was self-inflicted because we indulged in it, we perpetuated it, we destroyed a lot of our communities because of it, but we wasn't the one controlling the wheel when it came to dropping it in the communities and allowing it to wreak havoc and on our communities and cause a great detriment to the Black communities. And here we are 30 plus years later, still trying to come out of that. I know probably most of us, in the chat, or even me on this panel, me and Kai, we probably know somebody in our family or friends that that whole crack epidemic affected. And even now, they still trying to come out from up under that. After all these years, it takes sometimes decades to come out of a certain type of mentality and addiction of something that was self-inflicted. Absolutely. So I do agree with what Miss Dream said. That statement is definitely true. But also, poor people are the most likely to not vote, because I think our will is gone. I think we feel like we don't have a power structure anymore. I think that when we don't vote locally, which I stress this so much within our communities, how important it is to vote locally, because locally are the things that affect your community. So when you're talking about voting for the district attorney, the judges, your governor, the Congress, the senator, the person you want to see to go to Congress, your aldermen, your mayor, your local police chief, things of that nature. When we don't vote locally, all of those things affect our community. So now you see people locally in our communities that are wreaking havoc on our communities, the very people that we vote in office or we don't know anything about, and they get voted in office by people that has an agenda to keep them there. And then all of the foolery start to happen in your neighborhoods. And then we be like, well, who is this judge? Or who is, just like lately, that Black judge from Alabama that was doing all of that buffoonery. If we don't vote locally and realize how important that is to the actual community in which you live, then you're going to get, you're not going to get the things that you would like to see in your communities. Remember now, all of the funding was taken out of a lot of Black schools, Black communities, when it comes to like the Boys Club of America, all after school programs, all extracurricular anything. We used to have activities in the parks when I was a kid. It's a lot of things that funding has been removed from. So when you don't vote locally, and when you don't go to your council meetings, and when you don't go to your community meetings and face the police that serve your community and address your concerns, and you don't vote for these people, you don't actually, look these people up and see who's running and go on their websites. These people have websites where they run it. It's as easy as going on their websites and looking up what their policies are. And those that match with what you align with is the people you should be voting for. And then go to the city council meetings and address them and say, these are the things I would like to see in my neighborhood. These are the things I would like to see change within, the community and things of that. But we don't do that, then we don't have a right to complain about anything when nothing gets done. Because no matter what, as much as a lot of us may hate politics, politics is in government, period. It is ran by politicians. And if we do like our other counterparts and select the ones that has our agendas at heart and go behind those candidates, we will get a lot more done. And that's the only thing I want our people to realize. Everything that moves in this country is political when it comes to Congress, and then when it comes to anything in Washington and our government. You have to vote.
So taking it back to kind of like the article and excuse me, the poverty level and where we're at. First of all, before I ask you this question, have you ever like thought about this or thought about? Okay, let me go back even further. Have you been poor? Were you like poor, like growing up? And when I say poor, I mean like at or below the poverty line. Have you experienced that at all?
I grew up poor.
Personally?
I didn't realize I was, because don't get me wrong, it's not like I starved, like we didn't have, like what you see when, you're looking at our brothers and sisters out there sleeping under the viaducts, think, no, not like that or anything like that. But I didn't grow up with a lot, you know what I mean? And there was times when I know that my mother had to rob Peter to pay Paul, so to speak, to get things done, because she left my father early on, So when her and my father divorced, I was like 9 years old. So she left home. They divorced early on. And when you talk about during that time, because a lot of times that's when men and women were getting divorces, or daddy was walking out the house saying he was going to get a loaf of bread and wouldn't come back. Those things were real. Those were happening for real. And a lot of households had domestic violence situations going on too, because you would have a lot of those men that would come home from those wars and they'd be messed up in the head. The alcohol rate went up in our community. The use of illegal substances was raised in our community after a lot of our Black men came home from the wars. I know what it did to my two uncles that served 2 tours in Vietnam. They never was the same. So things like that affected us as a community. And then they came home and they couldn't get loans through the VA for housing or anything like that. They were denied those things. Like, that was real. And then you had stuff like redlining. People don't look at all the things that affected us. They pushed a lot of Black homeowners that did have homes out of their homes. Listen, where I'm from in Illinois, Evanston, Illinois, just got through passing a small reparations package to pay for the people that they denied and moved out of their homes through redlining in the 40s. And they're giving it to their descendants because they're no longer living, but they looking for their descendants and paying it in the form of a $25,000 grant for them to put down on the home. You know what I mean? So, the disparity that happened like that, and now, the Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Asheville, North Carolina. Asheville just settled for, I think it's a 2 billion for what was done to them. They did the same thing they did to Rosewood, and it's at least 100 different cities in different states that this happened to in our community. And I think if a lot of us don't know our history enough to know that that happened, to literally have to start from scratch over and over again so many times. Yes, we are a resilient people, but guess what? We also are broken people. We're broken in a lot of ways.
That's what me asking you that question, I wanted to get to this. Okay, like for me, I admit that, I don't know, I'm just going to say I don't know our history, because all I know is what I was taught in school. So I don't know it. And then, so my question is, they didn't want you to
know all of this. They didn't want us to know all of this.
Right.
I just learned all of this since I was young. Yes.
And I'm going to admit to this, Patricia. So when I first, I'm trying to think, it had to be in my early mid-20s. I started hearing things like this when, you know, I'm married, kind of living out and socializing a little bit, and I will hear different people, you know, and they would share little bits and pieces about the true Black history. And I'll be honest, I'll be there, they lie, why are they making up this stuff? You know, I would say this to myself, and then because I was thinking, well, why? How is that in the school books if it's not true? How could they, you know, this is what I'm thinking. And then a year or so go by, my uncle will come hang out, whatever. And he'll start saying, he was like one of those, yes, he'll start saying, you know, this is what Black people did. You know, this is what happened. Mm-hmm. And I'll be looking at him like, well, he just lied. He drunk. He lied, you know, but he was never been known to lie. But I don't know, in me, I wasn't receiving it. So then as I get older, get more mature, go to college and find out, wait, you know, they ain't telling us, you know, certain things. And that wasn't even talking about my Black history. That was talking about other stuff. So I'm like, shit, if they lying about this, they could be lying. Then and I kind of start opening up my ears. So I say all of that to say this. So do you believe that, first I wanted to ask you, what do you think could be done to help outside of ADOS? Because I know about the reparation, and I know about, you said, reach out to, you know, your local officials. But what I mean is I'm focusing a little bit more on poverty and self, or the community with, you know, your neighbor or a village type setting on that small realm. What do you think immediately could be done to help? And like thinking about the way you grew up, it doesn't necessarily mean they're out here in the mud or, you know, they starving or whatever. So that's my first question.
Or waiting on the check. Or waiting on the check.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm over here twiddling my thumbs.
right. What's today? What's today? Yeah, not, you know, a little bit, but you're still under that, you know, that you're within that poverty line. And I already know the answer to this, but I'm gonna throw it out there. Do you believe, and I'm talking about with this particular group of people, do you believe if they were more educated about specifically Black history, true history, that it would make a difference?
You know,
within that poverty community.
Within which community?
Within that, the Black poverty, under the poverty line, or right there, Black community.
That's a great question, Kaya, because even if they knew without financial literacy, as being educated in financial literacy, if they did get something, they wouldn't know what to do with it in the right manner that it would need to be. Because the prime example.
Wait. I'm sorry. Say that again. I was reading her comment, and I want to hear really. How did you start that off?
Okay, so you asked me about the impoverished communities, right? Like what way they could like come up, right, or something.
Yes, start. Where can they start?
Right.
From where they're at. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So if you don't have nothing to start with, you have to come up with ways of being creative, right? So the prime example of the fact that our community is very ignorant when it comes to financial literacy. If we got something right today, we would just give it right back into the hands of the people that that systemically do what they do, right? So you got people that work jobs every day. Now your average poor American people that's below the poverty line, which is that 26,000 and below, how you gonna ever come up from that? I don't care how many years you work. Now let's be real about that, right? If you and over a lifetime, even with the regular wage increases, and you have a family of 4, imagine there is no way you can ever become wealthy making that kind of money. You can never become wealthy by working a regular job, only making very little amount of money. And some people say you can never
become wealthy, just doing a little better. I'm not even saying wealthy, just doing a little bit better, just to.
We
get
can
out
do
of that?
better. We can
Okay.
always do better. But if you have a black household of 4 versus a
Okay.
white household of 4, and that white household of 4 is $840,000 ahead of you, is that it? I mean, you see what I'm saying? How can
I
that
see what you're saying.
black family who still is below the poverty line, or you just say they middle class, they will still never be able to have or live the type of life that really they should be living, which means that even as a middle class, you're never going to be wealthy. Now, can you work hard, do better, get raises, have a little bit more? Absolutely. Absolutely. We're doing that right now. People are doing that every day. Nobody, you know what I mean?
What?
Nobody is saying that there is not people that are not advancing, getting educated, getting advancements, doing, working in certain sectors where they can make 6 figures or even a high 5 figure. I mean, you're talking 90,000, 100,000, 150, 200,000, whatever. Depends on what you get educated in. What, you get lucky enough to get that executive position and things of that nature, then yes. Absolutely. There is always going to be a certain percentage of our people that is going to do better than other percentages of our people. But I'm talking about the still disparities. There's always, there should be, I'm saying to our people, is there should be no poor people, is what I'm saying.
Well, no, I get that. I get that.
You know what I'm
But
saying?
up here,
That's what I'm talking. Yeah, there should
up
be
here,
no poor people.
PJ said something. Oh, right here. And of course, we know this. It's like have faith and do the word, then measure the outcome. So I guess what I'm trying to put out there is if we get to a point, and I'm talking about the community that we're talking about that are below the poverty line. So if they educate, or we, or however they get educated about the Black history, the true Black history, and of course it's not going to be everyone, and this is just me thinking out loud, I guess I want to say, but because I know with me, just learning the history, the true history. What little I know, I barely know anything, but what little I know is so inspiring, and I'm not talking about the Martin Luther Kings and that time. I'm talking about deeper. I'm talking about the history, and I'm just thinking, and it won't be all, but if they get educated or get informed of this history of ours, this great history, would that not being that with the foundation? And then, so what could be the next step? So I'm thinking these people, they're working. It could be like a step-by-step, plan to get out of this. And that's even outside of, or even within the negative start of 800,000, the number you say, that's even with that negative start, because some people have done it.
Oh yeah, no, it's for doing it
So,
now. I mean, it's being done, but it's
yeah, so
not
that's what
being
I'm saying.
done.
So,
It's not
go
being
ahead.
done it's not being done at the rate it should be done.
True.
It's not being done. We're not where we should be. If you look at it economically as a people, we're not where we should be when it comes to our white counterparts. That's all I'm saying.
See what Tam's saying. Tam, if you want to come up, the link's there. I would appreciate it.
What
See,
did
because
Tam
this
say?
is how Tam said, but right now we don't have to be below the poverty line. And see, that's what I'm thinking. And like we said, not everyone and all this good stuff, but it's like right now, I totally agree with this statement. Right now, we don't have to be there. But because with all these opportunities and these services, it's just a step-by-step process. I don't know exactly what that process is, but I can tell you, I truly believe and know if I was in that situation, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna figure out these steps, because if you're in it, you see it. Okay, don't see the
Okay,
light at the
Kaya,
end of the
Kaya,
tunnel. Just see the
Kaya.
first step in front of you.
You're right, and
Yeah,
you're right, and
yeah.
Tam is right. You're above
Mhm.
the poverty line, and so am I, and so is Tam. But are there still people below it?
Yes,
And
but that's what I'm
the
saying.
more,
So
but look, but no, look, the more people get above it, are there not going to still be some people below it?
absolutely,
That,
absolutely. But
so
that's
my
not the
point.
point.
Go ahead.
Okay. We want to get that number down, because it's always going,
Right.
because someone going to be like, I'm happy just where I'm at. Leave me alone. I ain't going to do it.
But
So,
listen, honey, them are
they
the
good.
ones that go
Right.
ahead on and be
Right.
good with where they at. I ain't tripping because we
Right.
already know we got some people that's like that.
Right.
Because
So we're
it's
going to
all
leave
about
them there.
mentality, right? It's all about
Yes.
mentality.
Yeah. So I think it, so my whole point actually is the to start with just knowing your rich history.
Yep.
Yes, I just that and of course that
Well,
one is not going to work for some, but for all, but we're going to get some with that, and then whatever else, someone else come in with, they thought, dang, this kind of inspired me, and you come with this. But like Tim said, it doesn't have to be,
no, it's
you
happening.
know.
I mean, it's happening right before
True,
our eyes. When
true,
I see
true.
that a lot of, the Black people that I'm hearing that are buying land in Atlanta and, going
Yeah,
to start a whole Black community again. And that's beautiful. I love hearing that. I'm not never saying nobody shouldn't
yeah,
continuously prosper, to have more, to get out of the poverty line and all of those things. I'm not never saying I want to. What my general statement is, I want all of us should be in in a much better place than we are.
amen.
The ones that don't want to be there, then they can stay where they at if that's what they want. But I'm talking about
True.
generally overall, when you're talking about we only 13% of the population and 1.2 has the wealth, there is a problem. That's the only thing I'm saying. There's a
Yes,
problem
yes.
with the economic development of our race of people as a whole.
Oh, I like this. So Dream Out Loud says, find like-minded Blacks who wants to build a community, just like what you mentioned just now,
Mm-hmm.
and do
I agree.
so. That's what all others do. Okay, so I hear this, but are we building that community is it going to be like low income community? Because see, that's not what I don't want to create another,
No, I don't want to create
yeah,
another government,
another
like sort of like
handout, low
projects,
income.
Like,
Yeah. I want
no,
to create a new mindset.
no,
Yes,
and
I
you're right.
can.
I
It's
agree. Right. No,
possible.
I agree. And it's my
Yeah.
understanding that this is what they're doing. Like they're actually building a Black community to have like a farm for Black farmers to be able to farm and be able to, sell their
Yes.
fruits and vegetables and produce to
Look,
some of have your own grocery stores, because we already know we have food deserts. We suffer the most with underlying health conditions, so have healthy foods. We rarely see Whole Foods and places like that in the urban inner cities,
yeah,
right? So we're
because we're not
talking
going to
about,
spend the money on it, though.
right.
It's over. We can't
It's
afford.
high. Yeah, and we can't
It's
afford it.
high.
Well, the poor people can't afford it. Just to be real honest.
No,
So if
can't.
you have stores in your own community, even build your own school systems, because if they really talking about not wanting to be a part of this system and kind of be like your own standalone community like they were back then with Black Wall Street, then I absolutely welcome that for anybody that wants to do that. And I
Mm-hmm.
encourage if all if as many Blacks as want to, that can get in these all over different states and start setting up and rebuilding the Black Wall Street. Would be beautiful. If we can do it in all 50 states, would be great.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
That
So
would,
that, yeah.
I just, and then, yeah. Yeah. Look, I'm ready. Let's go do it right now. Patrice, you
Listen,
ready?
listen. My goal is I ain't trying to work for nobody else the rest of my life. I want to retire in a few years. You understand? But
Right.
my thing is a lot of times because our people don't know the in-depth history of all of the setbacks and downfalls and fallouts and all that, they don't know that we're still trying to even recover right now just from coming out of the crack cocaine era, and,
Let
and
me
and I know that touched almost every Black community, a person that knows somebody in your family. Like literally, I watched a relative of mine for the first time in their life buy their first apartment, buy their first car, had a uphold their
see.
first job, and
Thank
this
you,
is what
Vaughn. I appreciate you. You know it's hard to get a word in edgewise with Patrice, so I'm just gonna be
I'm
rude a
sorry.
little bit. Sorry, Patrice.
No, girl, cut me
Thank
off, girl. I
you.
could be
Have
long-winded. Cut me off. Just cut me off.
good night, Vaughn.
I don't
Thank
get
you so
offended.
much.
Just cut me off.
I'll,
Just cut me off.
I'll see you next time, and I thank you. Have a good rest. Okay,
Good
go
night,
ahead.
bye.
Good night. Okay, go ahead, Patrice. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I just I get what everybody is saying. I don't know what the fire, not necessarily fire back, but the is when because nobody is saying don't go out there and get it. That it's almost like it's a pushback, and nobody is saying
Mm-hmm.
don't go out there and succeed and build, and nobody is saying that. But everybody seemed to be missing the other side of the coin. That's saying that there was a major disparity done, and
Right.
that there needs to be a reparation for that. Like no, like
But that's part
it's
of the history. That's
you know
part of knowing the
exactly.
history.
I don't understand because I never heard other Jews complain about when other Jews got their reparation. I never heard anybody from the Native American community complain about their own getting theirs. I never heard anybody from the Japanese community complain about when I just don't get it with our people. It's always the pushback. I don't understand it. Well, build yourself and do. Nobody is saying not to do that. Nobody is. We're just
Yeah.
saying that, there is a disparity, a great disparity that causes a large wealth gap within our race and all of our other counterparts' race due to this very atrocity. That's all we're saying. And
Mm-hmm.
we would just like to see this big wheel that sanctioned and allowed and permitted that to say we did a great travesty and this is what we supposed to do. Not having the 40 acres of mule, actually giving the 40 acres of mule to the very ones that enslaved our ancestors in the first place. They actually got paid what should have been went to them, and then had to turn around and come back and work for them for pennies on the dollar.
That part.
I just want our people to really wrap our brain around if you were in that position. And I'm not saying go back to that time, but I'm saying just think about that. Think of being set free, told you we're going to get this 40 acres and a mule to start, pull yourself up by the bootstrap, and then don't get jack shit. It goes back to the slave master, and then you have to come back and work for that very same slave master for pennies on the dollar. I just want us to stop and just wrap our brains around how blessed we are to be living in where we are today. That's the only thing I'm saying. Just think about that. If that was even half of what the experience was back then. And I think that every other race of people will never forget their ancestors. I think we want to forget. It's like we love sweeping stuff under the rug. We love sweeping things under the rug and say, just forget it.
Like
back then, let's move on and build. That's
Patrice,
I don't know.
I would like to speak to that.
Please do.
Because before I do you see the movie Fences? Trash Can brought this up with Denzel Washington. Fences. Did you see that movie?
I saw a little bit of it with him and
Viola Davis.
Viola Davis. Yeah, I saw it and I didn't see it, so I just say I didn't see all of it.
Oh, okay. It is a lot of dialogue, but once you get into the story, it is an amazing story. Tam, I'm gonna bring you Tamika, I'm gonna bring you up right now. But he went on to say, where did it go? Here it is. Denzel talked to his son about accountability. And it was a really good love-hate type of relationship. I guess kind of. It's one of those movies that you watch and you're like, well, for me, I'm like, oh, I gotta watch it again. I missed a lot.
I'm gonna have to watch it again because for some reason I didn't see all of that movie. I don't know why.
Yeah. Hi, Tamika. Can't hear you. You're on mute, love.
I'm so used to being on mute. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
How are you?
I'm awesome.
Right. Huh?
She looking jazzy. She looking jazzy.
I know. It's like the last time I see you, the camera was like this on you.
Yeah,
where was that? Was that here? Where was that?
I was at home. I'm in Atlanta right now. I was at home.
Were you on my panel or were you somewhere else?
I was on that was on Anton Daniels' morning show probably.
Oh, okay. I thought we had talked before, but thank you for coming. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay.
I usually got the big painting in the background, purple, red, green, yellow.
It seemed like everybody live in Atlanta. Dang, what's going on these days in the ATL?
No, I'm from Atlanta and I'm home visiting my family.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Usually people are like, oh, you're from Florida, and I'm like, no, I live in Florida, but I'm from Atlanta. But I've lived all over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh no, yes, and I remember because you had on white earrings just like those purple ones when I saw you last time. Okay, absolutely. And let's say hi to 84 is in the house. Hello.
Thank you, sister. Definitely appreciate all the sisters on here. Tamika, OG Patrice, yes. Hi, sister. How you doing? And just Kaya, yes. I have an update on my situation that I was telling y'all about the friend who's in the in the bad relationship. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Oh, I hope it's good news.
That's what I was thinking.
Look,
I'm here.
Well, it was from what I've gathered and from me having discussions with all parties involved before we have this sit down with the person. I'm not going to step in until her other friends talk to her, basically, because at the end of the day, I'm not going to waste my time. I'm not going to get involved in something and the details I do know, they're going to ask, well, why do you know this or how do you know this? And then the other people are not willing to divulge all the details. They're kind of being passive, and I'm not trying to look like an idiot, and I'm not trying to look like I'm talking about things that I don't know what I'm talking about if they're not going to put all the real details out there. Now, they want real details out there, then I'm all for it. I'm here. But I'm not going to do that if they're not willing to do that, because then I'm just wasting my time and I'm going to look stupid. So, yeah.
So that kind of, thanks for sharing that with us and giving us an update. And that makes it more clear to me because I thought I was missing something when you had shared that whole story. But that goes back to kind of like when a person is ready, and until they're ready, it's not going to change. And then I was trying to articulate when I was giving my viewpoint when we were on the hypothetical side of sharing our opinion. But I do thank you for that. And I think that's a good decision, a great decision. And thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the update. I hope everything's
welcome. 84. So, Tamika, I'm going to get right back to you. So wait, trash can, get your butt up here. Ocean, come on, Ocean. Come on, you need to repent. So last night, you remember that beautiful, beautiful information you shared with me and the other ladies about what to look for in a man. Okay. So that, I don't know if you had a chance to go back and look, but that was totally turned around, and we had a nice little laughing point off of it. My side was hurting and everything, but I just wanted. I'm gonna wait to Trash Can come up here because I think Tam, do you want to talk about what we were already talking about, right?
Either or. I mean, I'm flexible on conversation.
Okay, so we're gonna talk a little bit more about what we were talking about 84, but I just wanted to prepare you, and let's see if Mr. Repentance Man, Mr. Need to Repent Man, is going to come up, and then
Okay.
I just want to kind of come to talk a little bit more about the poverty and reparations and things like that, and then we're gonna get back to that. We're gonna get back to that center. Okay, so Tam, and then 84 as well. If you have anything to say about this topic, we would love to hear what you have to share as well.
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you. So Tam, Tamika, what is it, Tam or Tamika?
It's Tamika.
Which you prefer?
It's
Tamika.
It's fine.
Tamika,
Most
so
people
what?
just shorten it to Tam. It's all good.
Yeah, I never did, but I thought maybe she knew you as Tam. But like, if it's Tamika, you know Tamika from the hood. My name is Tamika. Huh? No, I'm kidding. Okay,
Hey,
so what do you think about what
that's my
we've been
mama's
talking
fault.
about? Yes.
Yeah. So there's a couple of thoughts surrounding that. Like, yes, I do believe that. Of course, there's a clip. I don't know if you've ever seen it, where it's a black person at the starting line and a white person at the starting line, and the white person gets a head start, and they let the white person run around for like 400 years, and then
Wow.
the black person starts to run. I have to find that clip. And then there's like, but when they start to run, they put down alligators, they put down hurdles, they put down bricks, they put down all these other things for the person to jump over before they actually get in the race, right?
Oh
So
wow.
so
Wow.
it's an interesting clip to show the I don't want to say the mindset, but the things that you have to overcome first before you can even get in the race.
Right.
So, right. So that's one aspect. Another aspect is when we're having the conversations of reparations and having a conversation about poverty. Um, there's so many things, right? I think we all probably started at, on the ground floor, not everybody, with working at a fast food restaurant, working in retail, period. And then you're like, okay, that ain't it. And you go on to the next thing and you're like, okay, that ain't it. And you go on to the next thing. But some people got comfortable and they stayed where they were at. I fortunately was never comfortable, and I just pushed myself, and I still push myself. But there are some people that are just not gonna go with you. They're just not gonna come out of that. I had and I think I spoke on this before.
Agree with that.
I spoke on this before. I have a cousin, and his girlfriend at the time. I don't want to call her baby mama, but that's what she is. But I don't want to call her that. Anyway, long story short, her mother and her father taught her how to game the system. In other words, how to get food stamps and how to get on Section 8. Her mother and her father taught her that. So, and they taught her sisters that. So that's the only thing they knew.
They knew, yeah.
So they taught them that purposely, like, this is how you're going to survive. This is how you're going to live your life.
Yes. And from my side of the family, we wasn't taught that. We wasn't taught to live off the system. My grandmother turned down food stamps. She didn't want food stamps. She got up and worked. My mom worked. My dad worked. That's all we work. You save your money. You do what you want to do. You create your dreams, you create your wealth, you create something. That was what I knew. In fact, long story short, this is a true story. Me and my mom, we had got into it, and I moved, and my dad started paying. I asked him to pay for like my first semester of college. So I scrambled up and got some money to pay, was able to pay for my semester of college, and then he paid for the second semester. And I moved out of my mom's house. And my dad told me, he's like, since you moved out and you want to be grown, I'm not going to pay for college anymore. And
Wow.
so I had a choice to make. Either I come back home or I stay out. I chose to stay out because my dad and mom weren't married, but I chose to stay out because I was just like, man, here's your chance, to do these things, and he didn't do it. But with me staying out, I learned a whole lot about life, bills, what is the definition of how I see myself. What is my contribution to society, how to build wealth, what does that look like? So I started asking questions and taking classes and going to school and flunked out. I was partying,
Hey, it happens.
and I flunked out, and then I came back. But I'm saying all that to say this: some people learn and some people don't. The people that do learn and the people that are willing to put forth the effort to have a conversation, that's first. You got to have a conversation first, and then you have to have a willing and active, and we don't talk about this, you have to have active listening.
Mm-hmm.
Active listening, and we don't talk about what active listening means. And then from there we have to do.
You can go ahead and share what active listening is if you like. I know what it is, but if you would like to
I'm gonna let
take
you
the
tell this
time
your
to
show. You give definition.
no,
You the
no,
host. You the
Tamika,
host.
this girl, this I show, this
You the
I
host. No,
show.
I like for you to give it from your perspective, and I'll follow up.
Oh, okay. So, what active listening is to me, in the way I was taught, that when a person is talking, you give them your undivided attention. You're not listening to respond. And once that person, for the most part, finished speaking, you give them the feedback of what you understand that they just said. So that's active listening, to reinforce and let that person know how you understood it, and whatever was misunderstood or what wasn't correct, that person will then at that time reiterate and say to you, and you go back and tell you're understanding what that person is saying. That's active listening. Then it goes on to like your side of things or whatever the next step of the conversation that you're developing. But active listening is first, you need to understand what that person that was talking is saying to you, and the way that you show that you understand, you say back to that person your understanding of what they said.
Right. So
Right.
basically,
Yeah.
So basically, what happens is someone states or says, what what they need to say. You, as the person who's, and I'm using these words on purpose. You, the person receiving the information, then repeats back what that person has stated. And then when you repeat that back, you should be repeating back with the understanding of how you're receiving that information. Because oftentimes when we receive information, the message that gets sent across might have been wrong. So your reception of is actually not right. I want to say improper, but not right. So you have to return that information of what you're receiving back to the person. And a lot of times it's just a lot of miscommunication when we're talking to each other, not talking at each other, but talking to each other and trying to explain a concept or get an idea across. Because I coach and train people, and I've been doing it for a very long time, I tend to listen to everything someone says. And what I have also started implementing just in conversation, and I do this in interviews too, is when someone is talking, not the fact that you want to repeat or whatever, write down what they're saying, like things that you want to make sure that you address so you don't interrupt somebody's train of thought or their flow in order to get a message out. Sounds very convoluted, but it effectively works out in how you learn how to communicate with people, how you learn how to communicate with your significant other, and how you return that information and get your point across to others. So that's active listening.
Amen. Now you got to go back and finish your thought.
I know.
My bad. I interrupted your flow, and we went off on a little tangent to discuss active
I think
listening.
that's still good. But there's still good information there.
Absolutely. You were saying that people need to do active listening, not just listen. And it's not for everybody to accept it. They got to want to. Okay, it's not coming back to you, but that's good.
Yeah.
Active listening alone.
No, but it goes into the whole mindset of not just poverty, but that's what we're talking about is how do we get, and then again I say not everybody's gonna go with you. Here's the other aspect of that. Not everybody knows all the possible solutions.
Right.
So in some cases, and I spoke on this before, I don't want to call it ignorant because that has a negative connotation around it, but that's what it is.
Not knowing.
Or we don't know what we don't know, right?
Right.
So in order to, you could tell somebody to go search something, but what are they searching for if they don't even know
where to go search?
Right. if they don't know it exists. So there is little nuances there that when we say that, the information is out there, it is, but what information am I looking for?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So there is some due diligence that needs to be done there when we say that we need to, I guess, empower people with keywords and ways to search in order to get there.
Yeah, and that's why when I started out, it's like I wonder if we just get the true Black history out there. For me, like I said, I still don't even basically really know too much about it. I know a lot more, but not the what is it, the bolts and screws of it, and anything that I can call myself going to discuss and teach someone else. But I just think that would. I think it would light a fire under some people, not all, but
I mean, there's things like, Lake Lanier. With that, I don't know if you're familiar with that.
That sounds like, isn't that from the Jason
what you say, Pam?
movies?
Lake Lanier.
Lanier, that's from the Friday 13 movies, right?
Yeah, so Lake Lanier is a lake here in Georgia, on the outskirts of Atlanta. But anyway, long story short, it used to be called Oscarsville, and it had 1,100 Black people in it, and they fought and got their freedom after the American Civil War, and they established their own area, built it up, and so forth. And then after they built it up, because the surrounding cities needed water, they ran the people off the land, and then they flooded the city. And so those people, so that under Lake Lanier, there have been like over 500 deaths from Lake Lanier, and the city is still under that. And so that's what
underwater.
Yeah, it's
when
underwater.
Did this happen, Tam? What year did this? Do you know what year this happened?
Oscarville, the flood. If you look up Oscarville, Lake Lanier, it'll come right up. But let me tell you what year that was. It come right up, Oscarville history. I want to say 1912. Let me see. because it stated it happened like 45 years ago when I was reading that particular article, but it might have been after that. Oh yeah, in 1947, the Industrial Bureau met
Oh.
with the Chamber of Commerce and decided to greenlight the Beaufort Dam's construction. The dam will provide resources to Atlanta and strengthen the commerce. So, and it says after Lake Lanier first filled in 1959, right? So we're talking
Mm.
pretty recent, right? We're not talking like, you
Mhm.
know, 1800s or something like that. We're
Right.
talking,
That's what I was saying. It's a lot of things that happened, within the last 50, 60, 70 years. And that's not too far removed. That's only like our parents,
mm-hmm,
grandparents at best. So it's
mm-hmm,
really not that far removed.
right. And that's the same thing with St. Pete, Florida as well too. The Tropicana Field situation, all black, um, basically ran them off their land, killed them, slaughtered them, and then put it in that Tropicana Field. There's a big fight to get that land back now. For
Mhm.
that same way with Rosewood, the same way
Mhm.
with Wilmington, North Carolina as well too. Wilmington, North Carolina was all black, ran off their land, lynched and killed. Same way with some areas surrounding Savannah as well too, Columbus, Georgia. I got a whole slew of lists
Wow.
of cities
Yeah.
where atrocities have occurred. Um, and not only that, we can go all day long with South Carolina with the Geechee and the Gullah. With those, there's actually a documentary on YouTube where um, I want to say it's in South Carolina where the family owned 4,700 acres of land.
Wow.
And because they didn't keep up with the taxes on one part and
I
somebody
heard.
else
Oh,
I
decided
heard.
yeah.
to
I
sell
am.
another piece, they stripped the land of all this
Mhm.
lumber,
I heard
and
that
they don't
story.
have any rights to that. I mean, the list goes on. So what I really came up here to say was we could
Well,
put
tell the truth. No.
yeah, we can put everything we want to in place, but if you don't know the rules in which to play by, it doesn't matter. So, what one of the comments I had stated, there are still some old guards that are in place, and they
I
look
saw
just
you.
like us, and so they don't want to change either,
Mm.
right? So they don't want
Hey, what
change
you say?
either.
Repeat that again, Tam. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Mm.
I said there's some old guards still in place that look like us and don't want to change either. So
Oh, yeah,
so here's the rule
facts.
of thumb. My aunt used to work for the city of Atlanta for doing business licenses. And so growing up, she would take me down with her to say, hey, every city you move to has a 10-year plan. So you go and find out what the 10-year plan is and talk to the economic development of every city. So that way, when you move to a city, you know where to buy property at, you know where there's investment going into, and you know where to place your money. So now that you know what that city is actually going to do and what that plan is, you can now take and properly set up people in those places. You can now have elected officials in those places. You can now look at city councils in those
Mhm,
places. You can now look at the laws in those places. You can now start building your communities in those places because you already know what the plan is, and then putting people in place for those plans as well too. There's still, Congress and government, but a lot of things that affect us locally, not on a
mhm.
national level.
That's what I was saying earlier. You are 100% right. And all of those incidents that happen in those cities, you're 100% on the money with them. So let me ask you this, Tamika. Have you heard of Tamara Johnson Shealy?
Where is she located?
She is running for U.S. Senator there in
I
Atlanta,
don't live in
Georgia.
Atlanta, so no, I have been keeping up with her. but I can
Oh,
look
that's
it
right.
up
You say
real
you're
quick.
in, yeah, that's right. You say you're in Florida. You're from Atlanta. Yeah, my
Yeah,
bad.
yeah.
Yeah. Because I've been trying to, talk to anybody that lives in Atlanta to say, get behind this, but Black lady, because if she, if we can get her in the U.S. Senate position, she can take our bill that ADOS is trying to get
Mhm.
passed to Congress for reparations, because she actually is standing behind reparations.
And
So
then,
that's.
but then
Mhm,
here's the other part of outside of that, right? And
mhm.
I don't know the bill, so I haven't read it, so I don't know it. And this is me being not, I guess,
No,
ignorant.
no. Right now, it's an agenda to get a bill passed. It's not an actual bill yet. It's
So
agenda to get a bill
I
passed.
got you. So what would be the solution once we get reparations? Depending on what that reparation is, what is the plan? What is the um idea around? Hey, here's your, instead of 40 acres, here's 100 acres. Go do your thing. What is the plan?
Right. That's a great question. I'm glad you asked. So ADOS is trying to get the bill passed for reparations for American descendants of slaves. That's what ADOS stands for. And it looks like, in the form of the agenda that we have going, is saying that the the estimate amount of cost from slavery from the 1600s up until current, because we got certain businesses now that is still benefiting off of the backs of those very slaves. We talking your banking systems, your insurance companies,
Oh,
housing, education, GI bills, et cetera, right? Education. And we're saying, okay, so the bill is like 12 to 14 trillion dollars that is owed. So we're saying, okay, we want it in the form of, for all those that qualify, which means that if you do your African ancestry or you do your census, and anybody from your family that put Black, Negro, African American, or anything like that on the census, they will qualify as a member of ADOS, a descendant of slaves. And you can also get your history like I did. I got it from and African ancestry.
right.
Uh, yeah, because it breaks it down all the way to the very
To the
lineage.
tribes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the tribe. Yep, you own it. There you go. So with me doing mine, and we're saying, okay, now I know I'm a descendant of slaves. So which means I will qualify for the reparation. And then it just has to be one person in your household, right? So
Mhm.
so 12 to 14 trillion dollars is what's estimated owed. And this is according to major economists. Like, we have people sitting on the board at ADOS. They are economists, they mathematicians, they socialists, they all shapes and forms of people that make up this board. And they got with members like myself and wrote up a bill and say all the disparities that our ancestors were denied, right? So
Mhm.
we're saying we want it in the form of, for those that qualifies. And first I will say this is because we know that our people never ever learned anything about financial literacy, right? So we're saying
Mhm.
that that's going to be included in the package for reparations, because our people just don't know what to do with the money. And we definitely don't want to get this money or whatever and put it back into the hands of the same people that caused the chaos for us, right? Because we know we
Oh,
can be careless
and
with money as the people.
now you're getting into the realm of this, right? So it's a conversation I actually had this weekend.
Okay, so yeah, because everybody think it's just a check and send us on our
No,
way.
no, no, no,
No,
no, no,
that would be a
no,
disaster.
no, 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 not just a check. This is the other aspect of it, right? We say
Yes, absolutely.
we don't want to get in the hand to other people. Okay, so
Right. And this isn't able to build our own communities, businesses,
right,
and all
but
those
but
things. So,
where are we getting the lumber from? Where are we getting the lumber from? Where are
the
we getting
numbers.
lumber? Like, say I want to build a house. Where do we get the lumber from? Where do we get the tools from? In other words, there's still institutions like Home Depot,
Hmm.
Lowe's that
Hmm.
are in place where eventually the money, instead of circulating in the community for 12 days, is going to immediately still go back out in order to build. So
Right.
There needs
Okay. Right.
me personally, this is my own thought, right? Right.
Mhm.
There are things that you can put in place before that even takes place. Does that
Right.
make
And
sense?
these are yeah, and these are the things that I'm explaining. So let me walk you through the whole thing, and then you can give me your feedback. So
Mhm.
okay, the main thing, like I said, we not financial literacy. We don't know if we get any type of money, what to do with this type of money, how to spend it. Number two, we are the most mentally unhealthy as well as physically unhealthy. And proof of that is we suffer the most as a race of people from underlying health conditions. And, this whole C-19 situation is a prime example of that. That's why they pushing the jab on us the most as a race of people. So we're saying we need to get financially literate, and we need to get mentally and physically healthier. So this is all a part of reparations as well. And now we're saying those that qualifies for this, we want it in the form of number one, trust funds. Number
Okay.
two, annuity. And number three, we want land to be able to build infrastructure, to be able to build business, stores, housing, hospitals, schools, and such. And then the rest in the form of grants only for our race of people are controlled by us. We want the grants for education. We want the grants for housing, because of redlining and things of that nature that happened to our people. The people that was denied an education because it was illegal back then for them to even read and write. And what I say, housing, financial, because the banking institutions are still benefiting off the backs of slaves. I don't know if our people know that, but the slave masters actually traded the actual slaves for collateral to get loans.
Yeah, Wells
So
Fargo, Harvard, Yale,
yeah, yeah,
all
yeah.
all
So
those.
yeah, so the financial institutions, insurance companies, things of that nature, education, the GI Bill, which, a lot of our veterans that fought in that very Civil War that was denied funds and housing like their white counterparts when they came home from fighting the war. So all those things, right? We're saying if we have that, then we're saying that now the very system, the very criminal system that criminalized most of our Black men and women, especially, because of the sale of marijuana when it was illegal, only 2% of Black people own dispensaries. We're saying we want to be able to be dispensary owners, because the very system that incarcerated our people and gave them heavy sentences, actually more than some people that committed felony crimes like the M word, and they got more time because
Mhm.
these farce prison and prison bills and a crime bill that was passed. So it's only 2% that of Blacks that can own dispensaries, because they put you through all this red tape, and it costs millions to own the dispensary. So we saying the very system that you use to incarcerate our people, we want in on this very thing you're profiting off of now, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Infrastructure, land, the finance, the education, the hospital, medical, because our Black women back then suffered from more medical apartheid than any other race of people. There was a white doctor,
Mhm.
gynecological. You have you ever read the book Medical Apartheid?
No, but I know what you're talking about. I mean,
Yeah,
I
where
think
he
a
was
lot of
used
experienced it
really
too.
using the women as guinea pigs to test his instruments, and he was doing this to women with no anesthesia. They were dying at a high alarming rate, all because he wanted to experiment on our people. So that's where that whole Black people can stand pain, thing come from. So if we had all of that, we'd be able to purchase all the things we need to build on this land and have the infrastructure, our own grocery stores, our own farms, our own schools, our own hospitals, all of that. We're saying, and if people want to separate themselves and be a sovereign land, then we can go through that process as well too. And we want to build within the Black community to buy Black from Blacks, so we can keep the wealth in our own communities like we once had it when it was Black Wall Street. And of course, everybody ain't gonna follow by the rules. Everybody ain't gonna want to go. And this is all for the ones that do. But just because somebody might not want to go or might not want to do or might not want to build doesn't mean that they still don't qualify. That is not our place or right to say if they are a descendant of slave, they still supposed to get their money. However it looks for the rest of us, because that's only fair. If they are a descendant of slaves, then they should qualify regardless. Whether they want to go and build their own Black Wall Streets again, that is also up to the selective of people. But that is the start of the way that our people can actually close that wealth gap. When you're looking at, we're 13% of the population and only 1.2% of the wealth, and majority of those are celebrities. So the numbers are even staggeringly low for our people. So we'll be able to buy, like you said, the wood and we could own our own, companies like the Home Depots, and things of that nature, where we can buy from each other the same way, the Asians buy for the Asians, but they put their business in our Black communities and they don't give back to the Black communities. If you buying from Blacks and keep your Black money circulating in the Black community, then we can always flourish. But they take our money and go out and then set up multiple chains of beauty salons in our neighborhoods, but give nothing back to our neighborhoods. We're saying we want to be able to control our own, neighborhoods and communities again.
Right. So
that's what ADOS is about.
Right. So there's a couple of things with that, right? So first things first, when we're talking about setting up trust funds, are we setting up trust funds, or are we doing 1031 exchanges? So now you can delay the profits of whatever you have on these lands and so forth, right? So that's just one aspect of it, right? I understand the trust fund, but
trust funds and annuities, yes.
Yeah. But then who's managing that? Are we getting someone?
Yes.
Are we getting? I forget her name, Melanie Hobson, that owns. Well, she's not owner, but a Black-owned fund. Someone who can set up the fund. Someone who can
like
help
financial institute.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
The other piece to that is as well, when we're talking about farming and landing, I didn't hear anything about including the Black farmers that already exist.
Yes, it would definitely help the Black farmers that already exist. If they are descendants of slaves, they will qualify for their own money. They will get, and I didn't mention too, in that after all of that is done, then we want, of course, a lump sum payment given to us, and then the rest in monthly payments, just like the Native Americans are getting right now and have been getting for decades.
Yeah, they get that off of casinos as well too.
Exactly. So land, definitely land, because we got to have the infrastructure to build, and all those things to build our communities.
Yeah, and then the other part of that is manufacturing and port allocation. So when I'm talking about ports, I mean like Georgia has a port down there in Savannah. Anywhere along the waters, they have ports. And the reason why the ports is important, because now if you want to set up a U.S. to
Right, for your goods and services. Yeah.
You would want to own the ports. You would want to own the ships.
Yes.
You would want to own the companies to sponsor the logistics of the actual ships and the planes and the buoys and all those things. Then it gets back into the data centers and where does this data live, how to farm, how to make money off of it. I mean, the list goes on. I think the plan has some more lead work. And that's I'm looking at it from a technology perspective. I think getting into the legalization of marijuana is a small piece. I get the billions, but I also look at the things that are creating $1 trillion industries that we're missing out on, and that's a small piece. But I also have the mindset that we're missing out on the space piece. When we're talking about the mission to space, where we're not even We're not even in that conversation at all.
Well, see,
And
this
and
is
that's
what I
just
love
my fault.
about this is what I love about people like you with your mind and being innovative and all into modern technology. ADOS can use people like you know, as an ally to say to bring those ideas to the table, right? Like
Mhm.
that's what that looked like. You know what I mean? Because there is, I'm not sure if there is a sector of that when you talking about like STEM and all the things you're talking about with the logistics and the ports. Those are excellent ideas. And just imagine that we would have these tangible funds within our power to have all of this be owned by us. We're talking about the same way they did the Native Americans, where they're not interfering with their money. We want control of this. Therefore, we can do those type of things that we want to do with the money, with the funds, or with the whatever you want to call it, annuity
Mhm.
or trust, or the grants, have them set up in that way. So having somebody young with young minds that's into modern technology and the innovation of that is, you can be an ally. We need people like you to bring those ideas to the table, because I deal with I don't know if you know Yvette Carnell. She's a part of Breaking Brown. She's one of the
Sounds
founding
familiar.
members. Yeah, she's one of the founding members of ADOS. And then Antonio Moore, he's an attorney out of LA. He's the other founding member of ADOS. So it's them two, Antonio Moore and Yvette Carnell. And they both have YouTube channels. Yvette
Okay.
Carnell YouTube channel is called Breaking Brown. And Antonio Moore's YouTube channel is called Tone Talks.
Sounds familiar.
So, and also, Tam, you can go to ADOS101.com, and it has everything that you'll see, the agenda, what we got there so far. And that's just what we got so far. You know, we're still having meetings. We're still, you know, getting our Black agenda together. But you know, everything is always at the end of the day, it's always politics, where the rubber meet the road. So if we have to have an ally in a politician that's on our side, that's standing behind this reparations, to be able to even get the bill to Congress. And this lady that I'm talking about, Tamara Johnson Shealy, that's
Really?
out of Atlanta, she's running for U.S. Senate in Atlanta, Georgia. So if we can get her, and she's behind it, on board, saying I'm all for it. If you guys vote me in, I will bring it to Congress. So I mean, that's just how the ball works, you know, in when you're dealing
Yeah,
with Congress and
Congress is
government and deal.
Congress is such a hard pill to swallow, only because of they have what they call tech Congress, where you are the people who work in tech, and you go and work with the people who are in Congress for a year, sometimes a summer, to explain to
Okay.
them what these technologies mean in a term they can understand. And
Oh,
so
okay.
a lot of
Is
things
it
get,
like an internship, if I
so
may
they do
ask?
have an internship. It's called Tech Congress. And so
Okay.
what you do is, you know, you basically get hired, you basically look at, and there's so many other things that we can cover in this, but I don't want to monopolize the conversation. There's so many other things to cover, such as
You're fine. You guys are doing fine. Don't worry about it. We here.
there are lobbyists. Like, we don't look at who is lobbying for what. So these major
Mhm.
companies like Facebook, your Facebooks, your Amazon, they have
Mhm.
lobbyists that go out and work
Mm,
for
of
them. They help
course.
influence them. A
Of
good book
course.
to read. Oh God, I can't think of the name right now. But anyway, the premise behind the book is to talk about how the billionaires use their influence to get laws passed in
Yes.
a way, and in a form of a nonprofit. So
Yep.
there's a whole book out there talking. It's called the global. I think it's called the Global Fund, or the Global Investment Fund, where you got Soros, you have Bill Gates, you have Bezos, you have the Rockefellers, you have
Mhm.
Koch. They
Yep.
all contribute to this one fund. And under this one fund, they pick and choose under this one fund how they want things to move. And
Yes. You
we
know who else sits on that board, Tam? Because I know exactly what you're talking about. I just read on it. Oprah Winfrey sits on that board
Yep.
with them.
Yep. Oprah sits on that board too. But again, it's to talk about how things move. Like the if you look up BlackRock and Blackstone, they control probably 80% of the world. And Vanguard as well too. But you have to look at how they control it, what they do, where they getting their money from. They fund everything. BlackRock, Blackstone, Vanguard
Yep.
funds everything. Nothing gets out. Nothing gets by them. So, and I will do one last thing. One last thing. I implore people to go and get a book called Study Series 65, or you can just look it up online. And the reason why I mentioned that,
put it in the back chat too, because I'll definitely.
The reason why I mentioned that is because my personal goal is to get everybody, black female, black male, to have an income of 200,000. That's my own personal goal in my group. Outside of that is to start creating private equity funds and investment funds where you collectively have your money in a tax shelter and start building funds to go after land to invest in somebody's invention or idea and so forth, without having these things in place, without having money. We're just talking. Is how I look at it. So if we can't go the route and we don't get the reparations and we don't get these things, here's another option, and here's how we build. We haven't even gotten to the talks about what AI and machine learning is about to do, and what that looks like, and quantum computing and the metaverse. I can go on all day, but
we ain't going nowhere till you drop the name in the general chat, please. And the way it works over here, as long as someone's here, I'm here. So
Bob,
while you're doing that, do you mind if I just ask Queen or 84 real quick if they have anything to add or would like to share? Queen, I want to acknowledge, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you once again coming over here with me. Excuse me. Is there anything you would like to add or say at this time?
No, I'm just listening and learning.
Right. Right.
Like, well, okay, let me pull out a notepad.
That's right. Girl, sounds good to me. If so, just get in where you fit in, huh?
Did you guys put the name of that book you held up, Tamika? Am I saying your name right? Woman
yeah, Tim just put it in the general chat right now.
Okay. All right. So
and Wally, it should be in Adolphs, Florida, I believe. But go on Adolphs website, because they pretty much got them in every state. But just look up or either Google Adolphs, Florida, or Adolphs, whatever state you live in. But the lady that's running, she's in Atlanta. And even if you don't live in Atlanta, just if you can be an ally and just get behind her as much as you can. And if you know any people, family, friends in Atlanta, tell them about her and how she's behind trying to get this bill passed to Congress for Adolphs, for us to get reparations. And then we need to put this lady in office, and she's a sister and she's good people. So thank you.
Also, 84, at this point, was there anything you wanted to add or say right now? Okay, he's probably chilling. Okay. So I have a question, Tamika, and I know you just mentioned this, but my mind's a little slow sometime, and we're doing that active listening here. Mm-hmm. So with the study for the Series 65 exam, what is that book about? What am I to expect once I purchase this book?
You don't have to purchase it. You can go online and just look it up. But I like books, so I'm a book
Me
person.
too. I love books. Okay.
So that's old school, chopping down trees, killing the masses, right?
Yeah, well, okay. Thank you.
All right, so it's two things, right? So say I want to create an investment fund, and as the manager of that investment fund, if I didn't want to make 2% off of that investment fund, I could just create my investment fund and not have to worry about that. But say if I did want to get back 2% or 10% or whatever, I'm going to need a Series 65 certification exam in order to get that. Now, the reason why I mentioned that, I know a lot of people know about Bigger Pockets and so forth on there, but there was this one lady that was on there, and what she did was, she went around and she learned um, how to do, not necessarily commercial financing, but how to manage funds, right? And she started managing funds and created her own wealth off of managing other funds that people had already created and couldn't find managers for them, right? So when we're talking about making, doing the trust and so forth and so on, imagine if we had a fund, and it don't have to be one fund, it could be multiple funds, right? Because they could do multiple things. But you don't have to have a fund just for real estate. You can have a fund for car washes. You can have a fund for car, say you wanted to create an automotive group, you can have a fund for that. You can have a fund for schools, right? You can have a fund for whatever you want to invest into, right? But what that does do is now you have it, and there's always somebody watching somebody. So you can have this fund set up, or these funds set up to pour into, get returns on those, reinvest that, and pour it back into the community in which you're coming out of. And with the trust, you can do that with the trust, but I always think somebody's gonna get something off the trust, but just other things that you could do so that nobody steal nothing from there. I get it. I know where you coming from. It's Patrice, right? Make sure I say that right.
Yeah, Patrice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, again, when it comes down to us having understanding investments, and it doesn't have to be for investments in our own communities. I mean, until we get everything set up or what have you, it can be investment. You could become a fund investor or create a fund for other things that you want to do in other communities as well too. And before we start, the one thing you were saying about the Asian community, and I've said this before. I actually have a guy friend of mine who's Asian. The one thing he told me, he was like, and these are his words. I'm only repeating his word. Um, he said, the one thing about the black community that I don't like, he told me several things that he didn't like. He said, but the one thing I don't like is, he said, he's like, no matter the cost of somebody to do the work, I always make sure they're Asian.
Wait, there's something in the background. I don't know what.
That may be Patrice.
Okay. Now say that again. There's one thing.
Yeah, he's like the one thing that he doesn't like. He's like, no matter how much the cost, say, because he was opening up a restaurant, and he was saying, no matter what, he's like, I'm always going to make sure that the person that works for me is Asian. I don't care how much they cost. I don't care how bad of work they do. I don't care how long they take. I'm always going to make sure that they're Asian. I'm going to always take my money to an Asian bank. I'm going to always open up my business in the Asian community. I don't care how bad it is or what have you. I'm going to always make sure everything I do is always Asian from the top to the bottom. He said, the one thing about us as Black people is we don't have that loyalty to each other, no matter how bad it is.
Oh,
Right?
He 100% right.
And
yep,
That's
and
our biggest downfall.
yep.
and he was like, "What I have found in your community, and this is we're at work talking like this, but we're cool." He was like, he's like, when I talk to the men in your community, and I hear them talking bad about the community and talking bad about each other, he said, I immediately delete them from my space because they have no loyalty to their own race. So how could they have loyalty to me? He's like,
That's a word.
So when I hear that, I don't.
Powerful.
He's like, I remove myself from them because there's no loyalty there. So if we when we're, and that was his words. This is just me repeating what he stated to me. I'm not shining nobody, and then I'm just giving you what was said to me. And so when I heard that, it made me think about, am I doing what I need to do? And am I delivering the information that I need to deliver to the people that need it the most in our community? So when people see me on a rant, it's a rant because I'm like, look, I know for a fact that everybody else out here is pillaging information from us, and they're sharing it with each other. Why are we not doing the same? And when do we take active listening and start actively executing? So that's my mad rant.
Girl, you just spoke a little word real quick right there.
Oh, you know what? I love when people like Tam get up here and give solutions instead of giving the backlash.
Right.
Study fighting against it, because we can use people like her and her expertise as an ally, you know, to so that, like, the things she's saying to me when I go to these ADOS meetings, I can say, hey, well, I met someone on a panel discussion and they brought up like A, B, C, D, and E. You know, that's what we should do as a community, is be an ally for each other in this fight, because one way or the other, we have always been fighters.
Right.
Right.
But I do hope that we do realize that when it comes down to like the manufacturing game, we have to be in that game as well too. And we're probably going to have some allies in that. So we probably going to have to give up a little skin in the game. Don't want to, but we may have to give
That's
up.
Just like that. That's just like that artist that get the record deal. They got to give up a little bit of their publishing, even though they don't want to. It's just how the game go.
Yeah, just how the game go in order to get the leverage. When I say leverage, I'm not talking about financial leverage. I'm talking about educational leverage. You have to understand how people move and how they work, and who has the power and who makes the move. Somebody is always going to be a puppet master, and somebody's going to always be a puppet. You got to figure out which one you want to be.
Exactly. You said it, sis. Thank you. You came up here. You dropped some gems. I learned so much.
She ain't done. She got other things so she's gonna discuss. But
no, I'm just talking about in general.
I heard you. You didn't mumble low enough for me. But I did want to ask a question. The things that you kind of just stated, in the sense to where we start and what is possible and what we can do now. Do you see? It's kind. I don't know. It's kind of like this. Not a dumb question. Do you see it happening like more than a drizzle? I guess I want to say. Do you see like these things that you're speaking of going out and spreading?
Are you talking about me? Or are you talking about Patrice?
No, I'm talking about you, in the sense to where the knowledge that you just gave us for free, basically, and you're willing to share more for free, basically, because that's what we're doing right here, right now. So how valuable education, knowledge, all these things are in this platform, like you being here right now, and this is not the only place you've been, and this is not the only place you're gonna stop off, and you've been other places sharing. You know, I'm sure
I got my own platform, and I share on
and
that too.
you got your own platform and all this stuff. Do you okay?
Drop your channel in the link, girl. In the back
I thought she did. I told her to.
She dropped the book in there. She didn't.
Oh, girl, for real. FR. But do you see it like spreading, like being the talk of town? This is something you need to do. The reason why I said that, because it's one thing very valuable. Well, a lot you said valuable, but the commitment. If you're not even willing to commit to your own kind, no matter if they're good or bad, see, that's the key. Because I speak for myself. I be like, I ain't going back there. Shoot, they all mean and but going by what you say, you're right. What your friend said, whether they're bad or good, he is still committed to his people.
So there's a few things there, right? So
I'm gonna go find someone better though. That's still black.
Yeah. So so me and my friend, we have we get into the habit. If we get bad service, we immediately tell them like, "Hey, can I talk to your manager?" And then write out on the list what was bad, and then we'll come back.
Oh, girl. Okay, that's good.
To see if you improve, right? But again,
that's holding them accountable.
But again, you got to look at it like this: how can you improve if don't nobody never tell you?
That's true. Girl,
we can talk all day long. We can leave bad reviews all day long.
Right.
Not everybody needs to be, you know, a waitress or a waiter or a chef, right? Or a business owner. That's not your thing.
Tam, I think that our biggest thing with our people is that we don't even realize the power that we truly have as a people.
Right.
So I was going to get to that. We don't have confidence.
I think like it's like our get up and go have got up and went, so to speak. And it's like, I don't think we realize the power that we have. We have an economic power just in the hair and beauty industry alone. That's $7 billion. That's just coming from us. Like, I really don't think that we realize that if we really got on one accord, the force that we can be in this world.
But the other part of that too is is confidence, but it's also stripping of arrogance. Confidence and arrogance is two different things, right? For me. All right. You can have confidence when you walk in the room and not belittle someone. You can help others along the way and not feel like you're carrying a load, right? Like you did me a favor type of situation, right? So there's just different things that I think we have to work on, and we have to work on our own personal issues, right? The person that did you wrong at 19 and you still holding on to it at 40, you gotta let it go. But we gotta find different ways to communicate. So I always tell people, you have to figure out how to communicate with people. Maybe a text message works for somebody, where somebody else needs to hear a voice, where somebody else needs to email, or somebody else needs a postage letter sent to them, or somebody else needs time, right? You have to figure out how to communicate with each other, and we don't do a good job with that. And that's just amongst people, your friends, your coworkers, how to communicate.
That's true, because soon as we go to say something, they automatically fire back, spitting out the venom and the vitriol. Like, you can say something, if it hit a nerve or something they don't like or align with or agree with, automatically coming back in that defense of, that raw, type of mentality. And like you said, we're not actively stopping and listening to each other. Like you came up here and you gave solutions that gave other things that I can take to the table and say, look, I'm having conversations in these spaces with people. And this is what I found out. This is somebody can be a great ally to reparation. Now we can add this on to the agenda, because you're right. We got to think about everything that can cover us as a whole, as a people, where we can be self-sufficient completely.
Yeah, and we talked, and we saw that today. I mean, and we see it all the time, even with the Lapeef Network, and what happened with them and what Anton was saying. And I've always thought about this prior to me even coming to YouTube. I've been posting my stuff on YouTube for years. I just never went live. But the question always become is, if you want to look at it, I mean, this is probably a bad analogy, but you're using the platform as a one-trick pony, right? Using the platform to get your message out on their servers, on their cloud, on their streams, on their networks. So there's a price you pay for that, right? So then the question becomes is, where are all the Black-owned data centers? Where are all the, we have an iPhone, but where's the Black-owned phone? Where's the Black-owned networks when it comes down to the sales services? Who owns that? Where's the Black-owned hard drives? Where's the memory? Where's the Black-owned cars? We got one supercar that's a sports car, that the Nemesis, but I mean, what about the everyday daily driver? We're moving into the EVTOL, which is the EV space, and flying robo taxis and so forth. Who's in that space? What are we doing in that space? When we start talking about, hey, we want to, have our own manufacturing. Who knows how to build a manufacturing plant? Who knows how to design it? Who knows how to train the people? Where we're recruiting them from? What is the training patterns for that? I mean, I've thought about all these things. I have a whole wall of whiteboards and mind maps that I create to drill down into the very fine minutia of everything, and then building it all the way back up. I look at stuff from a 100,000 foot view, then 50,000, or 75, then 50, and then down to the smallest level, because we need everybody working at every single level, and we need people in every single space. I say it all the time. If we can get one person in a space where it's all white, where you're the fly in the milk, we're doing better than what we was before. Right? Because now we can get information from that person. Like, what are they looking for? What type of skill sets do they need? Okay, cool. Thank you for the information. Let's go build an army. And when I come back in 3 months, I have a whole army of people that you can utilize to get them in that space. Now let's go invade somebody else's space. Right? We got to be able and willing, right? There's going to be bumps and bruises. There's somebody going to cuss you out. Somebody going to say something, but I ain't going to stop, because I know there's a bigger cause at hand. It ain't just about me. It's about everybody else that I need to bring along with me. And if you can't recognize that, then what you doing it for?
Right? Wow. But Tam, that's a big problem too in our community, is that if we get that one person in there, are they truly gonna come back and help their people? Because we know.
Well, the thing is, you have to, when that one person get in there, you have to interview them. So when I see people like she is the director over artificial intelligence at the Department of Energy. Didn't even know she was a sister. Did you know she was a sister?
Yes, I did.
didn't even know that exists.
I read up on her. Yes, I did.
She's director of artificial intelligence at the DOE, and she's a sister. She came out of I want to say she came out of Wharton or something like that. super dope, got patents. She's yeah, she's super dope. And I was like, I didn't even know she existed. But again, it's like, okay, I'm like, okay, what I gotta do to get her on an interview to find out what her story was and what her path was with the trials and tribulations that she faced. Okay, cool, got it. Now what we need to do to replicate her. Because when
Yeah,
she rolled out,
and
I need another black woman or another black man to roll
Roll
in.
on in.
What we got to do to replicate that, right? And how do we do that, right?
And
So
we
those
need
are the
more of
things
that
I
in
look
these
at.
spaces instead of all of the gender wars and all the other crap
Oh
that's,
yeah,
that ain't doing
I
nothing
don't
but
even.
being a
I try
detriment
not
to
to
our
get into
community.
that.
Yeah, we need to be spending more. We got more important things to do, Black people. Like we got more important things to do.
That's why
I'm
we
with
over
you.
here right now.
I'm with you. I gotta find her because she's coming up and doing a talk here pretty soon. And I was like, oh, I gotta make sure I attend this virtual conference that she's gonna be speaking at. And I was like, when I find her name,
When
I'll
is
put it
that?
in.
Is it next year for 2022?
Mm-hmm.
At some kind of summit?
Yeah, it's a virtual summit for government contracting.
Oh, that's dope. Okay.
So
Would
We
you
going down that road.
would you be posting it like, once you find out, would you be
Mm-hmm.
like posting
Yep,
it on your,
I'll
you know,
leave a comment on this on this show at this time.
and do it on your page, on
Oh
your
yeah,
channel
yeah,
too.
no doubt.
I'm going to subscribe to you because I need to get a wealth of information, a lot of these things that you're saying, because when I go to these meetings, this is fresh new stuff, that I can bring up to them, about I'm having meeting people in these spaces that are saying these things. So I appreciate you, sis. I appreciate you coming up here and giving them wealth of
Patrice
knowledge.
gonna leave me for you, Tamika. She gonna leave me.
No, I'm not. Oh my God, stop
I'm
it.
just
Stop it already.
I can jump down.
No, stop it
I'm
already.
to come over there and get you, Tamika. I'm gonna come get you.
I listen. I love my people. Period. And if I can get a wealth of knowledge,
Absolutely.
you know what I mean, to take back to ADOS and say, look, I'm having these conversations. The more for our people I can get or try to get, the better. Because that's my bottom line.
Tamika, I can't click on that link. Do I have to highlight it? The one you put in for
In the
your
chat?
page? Yeah, in the chat.
I just clicked on it. It just opened up.
I think Wally.
In the private.
Wally
Oh,
put it
maybe
in
I
the
have to
chat.
go out of StreamYard, huh?
No, you can just click on the private chat. In the private chat, if you just click on it,
I'll do that.
and it should come right up.
Yeah,
yeah.
Wally posted it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you, Wally.
Wally, and the senator name in Atlanta, her name is Tamara, Tamara Johnson Seeley, and I think it's Shealey, it's something like that. But Tamara Johnson Seeley, she's running for U.S. Congress in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, I gotta find this lady because I was looking at her the other day. I was like, Pamela Isom. Is that her name? Bet you it is. The Director of Artificial Intelligence and Technology. That's her name.
Man, that's so dope. If you get an interview with that sister, if you go to that summit and get an interview with that sister, that's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I was looking and I was like, what? Yeah, here she go right here. Hold on, let me post her picture. You go read her profile here. I posted in the chat, and then I'll post it inside the YouTube.
Okay.
As well.
You have all that smart stuff on your page, huh?
Yes,
I see how everybody look already. I don't think they want my question.
All that technology.
Oh, I'm looking. They all women, but dang, I'm like, they look some more. It's all organized. It look all newsworthy.
It is.
I see. Okay, I'm a trip. My brain. Ooh.
But there she is, the Director of Artificial Intelligence and Technology Officer for the United States DOE. She previously served as the Department of Energy Deputy Chief Information Officer for Architecture and Engineering. And then they go on to talk about all her accolades. Like, she's bad. I'm sure she's
And
seen some things.
how old is she?
Right there.
Yeah, that's her. I don't know. She looked about 47, 52-ish.
Oh, she look older
Okay.
than that. Oh, my bad. No, she don't. I don't know.
And where's she from?
Oh, I need to put my
I have no
glasses
idea where
on.
she's from.
I
No,
get
she brings 25 years of business and IT transformation and modernization experience to the agency. In 2015, she joined the United States Patent and Trademark Office from the private sector. Let's see. And then they talk about her patents, like her publications and her patents.
yeah, architecture, engineering, technology, and innovation.
She went to Chaminade at the University of Hawaii, and she went to Walton University for business administration.
Okay, go ahead on, sister.
Right.
Yeah, she do. She look like she in her 50s. I want to say maybe early to mid 50s.
She might just got a smart brain and she just been studying so hard.
Oh, she got to be extremely intelligent.
I think so. She look like she's a no nonsense. It's like, girl, I don't think you joke with her.
She got a stern look about her, but I mean, she looked to be in her early to mid 50s to me.
Yeah.
And if she got a history of 20-some years in the game already, then she probably got in her early 20s or something.
So all of this is like science stuff, huh?
Yeah, Department of Energy. And that's another one. When we're talking about energy and renewable energy, that's why, Texas with the wind turbines and they went down. But again, solar panels, EV, that whole thing, $1 trillion money when we're talking about that.
She over these two white folks here? She over them? I'm just saying.
Yeah, we managing to wiggle our way in these spaces, girl.
Right. But she's over these two people, huh?
I think so.
Oh, okay, girl.
Wally, Linux is an operating system, just like Windows. You'll find Linux in your infotainment centers, such as your Camry. You'll find it in your smartwatches. You'll find it in your refrigerators, your washer and dryers, cell phones, anything that deals with satellites being pushed to the orbit is all Linux based in terms of the operating system that they use to get them out there. So Linux is everywhere.
Above my pay grade, what you just said, but I got you.
No, but you I put it like this: you are using Linux right now. How about that? If you
as far as
YouTube,
what?
If you're sitting on YouTube, the actual servers that are underneath all of this is Linux.
Okay.
So you're a user of Linux, you just don't know it.
So is Linux like a modern technology platform or system or
it's an operating system. It was founded in 1991. Do you know what else was founded in 1991?
I know the riot was in 1992.
Talking about the Ryan Watts.
In LA.
So 91 would be the blockchain was also discovered in 1991.
The what?
The blockchain. So everybody's talking about blockchain. Everybody's talking about the metaverse, the blockchain, all of that. That was founded in 1991.
They were talking about that back then.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's crazy. That's the Matrix. When I see the Matrix came out in 1999, and when I see that, Like I just
So,
watched it the other day. I'm like, it reminds me of Now, and that
so
came
those
out.
lines that you see and stuff like that in the Matrix, those are just Linux
Yeah,
backgrounds.
yeah. That okay. They're the link or whatever you
Linux,
said.
Linux. There, yeah, it's just a background for Linux. That's all that is.
And that's the information being processed
So what Linux does, it
or the
allows us,
energy.
yeah, so it allows us to have a real time operating system where we can um, compute or crunch numbers or crunch data and so forth. But what's really we get into the weeds, but
Huh.
what's really special about Linux is it's an open source project where people can contribute to it to improve the operating system. It just so happened they have taken the operating system and put nice little fun layers on top of it and sell it back to you as a service. So that's what
See, that's like the Matrix.
so that's what AWS does. That's what Azure does. That's what Google Cloud does. IBM does the same thing.
Wow. So
They,
it's really stealing and selling it back to you.
yeah, they sell it back to you as because they've done their due diligence into protect it in order to keep the upgrades and so forth. So they have their own thing, like they have their own spin on it. And then they sell it back to you. One of the biggest things
Hmm.
about Linux is the Bash shell. So if you type CMD on your Windows box, it'll be a command line prompt that pops up. If you open up a command shell on a Linux box, it's what we call the Bash shell. Well, there's actually a brother that actually wrote it. So the contribution from him, his name is
See.
Brian Fox, and Brian Fox wrote the actual Linux. I mean the actual Bash shell that everybody uses every day and have been using it for decades. So
Did he get credit for it? Does
he
he
got credit
officially got
for it. You
credit
gonna look
for
him?
it? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you gonna look him up
That's
on
the main
Wikipedia.
question.
He's got his credit.
Okay. He don't have to sue to get his credibility right.
No, he don't. Not like how we had to do for the Super Soaker.
For who?
The Super Soaker.
The Super Soaker, yeah, and
The
the
car
Matrix.
wash thingy, the
Wrote the
water
Matrix.
thingy?
No, the gun,
Yes.
the little handgun, the Super Soaker.
Yeah, she right.
Oh.
Yeah,
It
that
was
was
a
a black
black
guy.
man that invented that. Yeah,
Yeah,
And then I
yeah.
was just talking about the Matrix because that lady just finally won her case, the black lady who wrote. See? Okay. I'm telling you.
yeah. Super
So your
Soaker.
name, the Linux is in your name, in your channel name. Am I is that's how you spell it, right?
Tamika.
Woman
Yeah,
in Linux.
women in Linux. Yep.
Okay, that's women. Okay,
Yeah,
women. Amen. Multiple. Okay,
yeah.
women. Girl, allies. I like that word, allies.
Yeah, we do. We need allies. I mean, you have to understand who has the power, right? Who has the money? They got some knowledge that we need to gain. So you need to be in the room to get the knowledge. All right. No,
True.
That part.
no, it's no need
Uh,
in recreating the wheel when you can
Right.
so, so,
when you can get a lending hand.
See, I'm a
so,
quick
Tamika.
learner. I'm a good learner. If you teach, I'm such a good learner. Go ahead, Patrice. I'm sorry.
No, I just want to ask the question. So the book you have, that Series 65, is that some type of license or certification you need to like operate Linux, or does it have anything to do with Linux?
That's
Totally
the
different.
investment thing. That's
That's
the
the investment.
Okay,
community thing.
that's
That's
separate.
for
That's separate. Okay, gotcha.
Totally separate.
yeah. Which I still really don't understand that because that's not making me money. That's just to help the community
No, they
and
make
to
you money.
invest. Oh, okay. Because I didn't hear that part. I
So
heard
you
you go to the
need the Series
community.
65 in order to make money off an investment fund. So have you ever looked up what
Okay.
it means to be an accredited investor?
Mm-mm.
All right. So to become an accredited investor, you have to, as a single person, you have to have made 200,000 consecutively over the past 2 years, or as a family unit have made 300,000, or have a net worth over $1 million.
Okay.
Or you can pass
So
the
those are all
series.
zeros right now, but okay, you said you want us all to get to the point to where we're making $250,000. I remember you saying that.
200,000, 200. I just need you at
Well,
200.
250. Can we do 250?
Yeah, we can, but 200 is right now.
Okay, 200,000. Okay.
Right. So, but the reason for the Series 65, say you don't make that, you can study for the Series 65 and become an accredited investor, right? So what is that? So what does that
Where
do?
you're investing other people's, you're managing other people's investments, you said.
Well, that's one. Well, what's the other? What's the other thing? So the
You
other
said
big
that you
thing,
could, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you was
pre
testing me what you said.
So the other big thing is pre-IPO. So say a company comes out, and I'll give an example. Say a company that's doing they haven't even hit their Series A yet, and they're looking for money. Say your private equity fund or your private group has $50,000 that they want to invest into that company. And maybe the funding round to invest in that company is only $10,000. Where you can say, hey, group, I contacted this company. I see the potential for this company. I see that they're going to have this growth, this, that, and another over the next 5 years. We could take our $10,000 and invest it into this company before they even IPO. So now you may, instead of you getting 5 shares of a company, you may get 20,000 shares of a company before they even start to financing or Series A, C, F, whatever, and before they IPO. So now when you see people talking about Nas invested in a company that just IPO, it's because he was investing in a pre-IPO stage. So he might have invested 40,000, but he got 80 million back in return. Or he might have invested a million and he got 80 million back in return. It's always about the return on your investment. But you, as the person who's managing the fund, you can do the reach out, do the contact, make sure you do all your vetting, present that back to your group, so that way your group is making money as well too. But not only that, you're also taking that money that you have invested, and you got a return on investment, and you can say, hey, we need to make sure the fund keeps funding, but here's your chunk from your investment. Here you go. And no
Where do
matter
you get
what the
that
groups
group?
does,
Oh,
yeah, no matter what the group does as a whole, if you don't put nothing in it and you got your Series 65, you still get paid.
Like a commission or
Yeah.
something. So where do you get that group?
So Tam,
Who's
That's
that group?
that's the reason why everybody need to be making 200,000. That's the goal, right? So
okay, so
if I can
Tam,
show
I
you how
got
you can get there, so I'm gonna show you how you get there. Once I show you how
Oh.
you get there, make your money in tech, invest your money somewhere else, and keep residual income coming in and residual investments coming in, so that way your wealth grows, right?
okay, so Tam, question. The
Mm-hmm.
Series 65 to
Mm-hmm.
study for to get certified, is that a difficult test to
I
pass?
don't know. I ain't. This is my first time trying it.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
So what is the projection of time to get to that 200,000 by following? Well, I guess it depends on how much you start with and what you put in.
It depends on how much effort and confidence you have.
Oh,
If you decide that you don't want to do nothing, then ain't nothing gonna pop off.
well, yeah, but what's the starting? See, what's the genesis of it?
So the genesis of it is, where do you? I work in tech, so
I don't
uh,
work in tech.
that's fine. You do. You doing it now. You working in
Okay,
tech right now.
amen.
You
Amen. Okay.
you in tech right now, right?
Okay.
You're a
Yep.
content creator,
Yes.
right? Every tech company has someone that creates content. That
Okay.
is a job in tech, right?
Okay.
So you can go out and you can say, okay, well, I can do marketing for you. I can be a content creator. I can do a blog for you. I could do all these different things, right? There's many different ways to get into tech. However, the journey and the effort that you put into it is where it starts, right? So somebody may take, yep, somebody may take 6 months, somebody may take 2 years. It's all on
to get to that revenue.
Well, to get to that, not even to get to not just the revenue, but just to get started, right? We don't have the confidence or the even in some cases the knowledge and the follow through to even get started. So we gotta start.
Okay. Oh, I was wondering what happened to you, 84. I thought we wasn't ignoring you. I had talked to you, but I think you had went somewhere.
No. My internet had dropped out for a minute. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem. Did you have anything to say right now? You just can interject at whenever.
Well, I was letting y'all vibe because I was having a good vibe, and I wasn't going to interrupt the vibe. I'm a very patient man. So, also I'm in a tech world myself. I'm a computer technician, so I'm very familiar with a lot of stuff that she's saying. And the tech field is a very lucrative field. If you get involved in it, definitely take advantage of it. Definitely, do all your certifications, do everything you can to be at your best. But in the tech field, there is ups and downs, especially for people of color, because there's not a lot of us in it. So when entering into it, you have to understand that. And you have to understand that, at times you're going to face some type of, I would say, you're gonna face a lot of different things, a lot of tests.
You can call it what it is. You're gonna experience racism. You're gonna experience
I hear that from the guy's side already on their channel talking about it.
Oh yeah, you're gonna experience all of that. But
racism, sexism, all types of stuff. You're gonna feel it. And they're gonna make it be known. If you don't know that you're a person of color, they're gonna make you know that you're a person of color. If you have any hard way of figuring it out, or you're like, oh, okay, I'm just one of the people. No, they'll make you feel it. They'll make you feel it, even if you don't want to feel it. They'll still make you feel it.
What is the purpose of that?
Why do they do it?
Yeah.
Because they don't want you there.
and they racist. How about that? Let's just call a spade and a thing a thing.
Yeah. Oh, sometimes in these job markets they have to meet a quota, so they have to have at least one person of color, in that place. They want to create they want to seem like they're creating an atmosphere of diversity, but they're really not. And they're just using you to kind of market that in their workplace. And with that being said, what I tell a person is that you have to know how to separate. So you got to know how to go into your business atmosphere, do your task, leave. You know what I mean? I did that a lot of times. I would come in, I would do my task for that day, whether it was 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, and I would leave. I would get my food, I would leave.
I look at it, right?
I'm out.
You gotta know when to step in and do what you gotta do and then detach. You know what I mean? And because at times in certain businesses, that's what you have to do. You have to go in, complete whatever necessary task you have to complete, and you have to go home. Now, because remember, you still have home life, and you don't want, your home is supposed to be your peace, so you don't want nothing disrupting your peace, and so that's the way I was seeing it. Like, I'm going to go in, I'm going to do my task, and hopefully, if you find a good place where you can actually build, good business partnership, maybe even a good business family, then that is very, very, very beautiful to have. But if that doesn't happen, you still have to be on task and on time. That can never, ever change, no matter where you're at. And also, if that place is not fitting for you as far as the work atmosphere, then you can always look for another opportunity. And you should always kind of be looking for another opportunity all the time anyway, unless it's some place that you really feel like you're going to be completely invested in and that you can see yourself retiring at and all of the stuff. And that's a whole nother different thing. But rather than that, you have to be really flexible, especially in the tech field. You got to be super flexible.
Well, that made my decision. I'm concluded that's not for me. So Maybe it'd be for my husband, and I'll just take care of him when he get home.
Well, you can be a content creator.
I'm
But
interested more on the investment side of it, like what Tam was talking about.
But you got to be in the tech field, is what?
No, she don't have to be in the tech field.
Oh,
to do
I
that
thought you had to be in the tech. Oh, you saying that's the way to get to the money you might need, the
200K.
Oh, I thought, okay.
Yeah, use your brain. Use your brain.
I'm telling you, I'm literal.
No. Use your brain in order to make the money in tech in order to invest into whatever you want. The way I look at it is I already know that you're gonna be an a-hole when I'm at the workplace, and I already know that you may not like me. So I ask for what I want before I get there. You got to pay me for my pain and suffering. So you get that up front. So those trips that you want to take to Bali, those trips you want to take and go wherever you want to go, to Zanzibar or whatever.
I would like to visit those places. Oh,
yeah,
I'm gonna have to find my husband. He got to be in tech. Well, it's not my personality. I know you say content creator. Am I gonna make that much? Okay, yes, I is. Yes,
yeah, you can make that much money as a content creator. I don't know if you ever saw the article. It was a chick last year in 2020 on Fiverr that made, I think she made $387,000
on Fiverr.
On Fiverr, Fiverr.
Oh, that's how you pronounce. That's what I was trying to say. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And she made that money on Fiverr. Yeah, $378,000. She made that money. She's 28, and she made that money on Fiverr by just writing.
Please tell me what Fiverr is. I have no idea even what that is.
I
know. Yeah, go ahead. You can. It's your turn to go first.
All right. So Fiverr is but similar to Upwork. So what you do is, say me, the employer or the person that has the idea, whatever, I go out and post on the site that I'm looking for somebody to do this work for me. People will bid on that work, saying that, hey, I can do this. You interview them saying, yes, you can do that. And here's how much it's going to cost. Here's what I'm willing to pay. Y'all create a contract. And then you go from there. And you work 1099 because you're a freelancer. And Upwork is similar.
And you saying she made this money off of her YouTube channel?
No, she made the money off of responding to things that people needed her to write. People needed her to write blogs, edit stuff, come up with articles, and so forth. And that's what she made the money. I posted in the chat. You can go check her out. She was on CNBC Make It.
She was getting her hustle on.
Yep. And she was projecting this year that next year she did 370,000. Next year I think she was projecting to make 500,000.
Wow.
That's
and that's some good write-off too, because that's what, like a 1090. Well, I don't know how exactly it works, but you can write off everything for that type of income.
Most
wow.
Definitely. So, yeah, those are things I look at. But go ahead.
Okay, so now so it's been explained to me once, maybe even twice, about this metaverse stuff, because you mentioned that too. I was listening.
Yeah, I heard it too. I heard it.
No, I was looking for my Oculus.
Aren't those things? Oh, girl. I know. I really don't get, because you with Anton, right? And I was there. He was explaining it. I still don't get the purpose. I mean, I don't get. it's because it's not just a game for my, it's beyond that. It's not a game. It's real life. And you're like how we're talking now. If we were in the thing, we can like be touching. And did you see that movie Black Mirror? Is that when those two guys go into the game? That movie was a trip. I actually like it. I can't believe I liked it. It was a trip. That movie was so it's like that, right? How they go into that world.
Have you ever heard prior to Metaverse? Have you ever heard of this website called Second Life? All right. So Second Life lets you do, the virtual reality as well too, where you can go in and create your character. You can go to different areas or cities and towns and what that people have created. You can date in Second Life. You can you can create your own playland. You could do all these things in Second Life. That's what the metaverse reminded me of when they were talking about, hey, we're going meta. I was like, what is the difference between that one and Second Life? So I bought an Oculus for Christmas for myself.
Amen.
And I and I went into the metaverse. It's a little different, like drawing out your area in which you want to play your games in. Where the floor is at, you gotta say, well, this is the floor, and then whatever, and then you choose your character. I can look at YouTube in the metaverse. There are people creating VR YouTube videos, so you could make your content be VR if you wanted to. There are
which means
virtual reality, VR virtual reality.
Like if we were in there right now, we'll be chilling next to each other instead of through the screen.
Yeah. So we can meet up in a place and talk to each other. Like meet up at some coffee shop or whatnot and talk to each other.
And just enjoy as though we kicking it at that coffee shop. We just right in our own home.
Yeah.
That's some crazy shit right there. I think that would make me feel like I'm on some drugs or something.
Well, so it's no different than the this is on.
It just kind of reminds me of when I was younger and thinking and watching the Jetsons as a cartoon and thinking about us in the future, kind of futuristic like that, if you will.
Now it reminds me of the Viewfinder. You remember the Viewfinder?
The Viewfinder, click, yeah, click. And you will see like the Statue of Liberty, click.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of.
Yes, I remember that.
All right.
Wow. Can you touch and can you feel? Can you feel in there?
No, I haven't felt nothing like that because you got two out. That's why I was looking for it. I brought it upstairs. You get two controllers, and then in the controllers you hold them, and you got your X and Y, and you got your Oculus button, and so you can fight zombies, you can punch, you can exercise with it, the whole nine. It does. You have.
Do your body really lose the weight, or do your avatar lose the weight?
You lose the weight because you're actually doing the motion.
Tam, now have you heard the latest? Because we was on Miss B Finesse's channel and she did something on the metaverse where this lady already got a lawsuit where she's suing somebody talking about she was groped in the metaverse.
Oh,
have you heard that?
So y'all laughing at that, right? This is what I have been saying. This is another reason why I don't like all the bickering and arguing back and forth, because you're just feeding the algorithm. Never mind. But anyway, so
I got you.
So when it comes down to the metaverse, I said what laws are going to be put in place inside the metaverse, right? What laws are going to be put in place? And I also say the same thing with us going to space, because we're building NASA is building Wi-Fi on the moon right now, and they're starting to build out colonies on the moon, and then they're
What?
launching from the moon to Mars. So they're building and having whole colonies out there. How do you
Oh,
govern the moon? How do you
yeah,
govern
yo, it's about to
things
get
around the
crazy.
moon? Right?
About to get.
But we're already there. This is already happening. Right. So that's why I say when we talk about, goes back to what I was saying before, when we talk about the reparations and stuff like that, that's great. But I'm worried about the moon, right? I'm worried about what does that look like for us in the race of getting to the moon.
Well, okay, so Tam, let's explore that. So in what
My
way in
mind
depth
was
do you mean? Like your worries,
they
like
gonna leave us here like Cedric the Entertainer said. Cedric Entertainer said, "You go
is
to the
that what?
moon,
Oh,
I'm pulling
okay.
up in my 6'4".
Is that what you? Okay,
That's what
okay.
it
Is that what
sounds
you're
like.
talking
They're
about?
like, yeah,
Well, that's
we
one
gonna
part,
give
right?
you your reparations. Bye. You can have it.
You can have those reparations. We already know this thing finna blow up with the comet. That
Right,
comet gonna be
something.
here in 5 years. We out of here.
Well, I'm gonna
Ooh.
try to get. I'm gonna try to get that money before we be out of here.
Yeah, right.
Ooh wee.
So
Mm-mm.
now let's flip it, right, and say, okay, we got a dog in the fight, right? We're able to get to the moon. What are we
With
doing?
them
Yeah, what are we doing?
lost, following them once again in the same position we was before, and now we gotta be their damn slaves again because we don't know shit about it, and it's all their
I
rules.
ain't following them. I ain't following them. I ain't
So
following
again,
nobody.
Girl,
we need to have a
ooh,
dog in the fight
the fight.
in
That's why we
order
got to
to,
get people in this tech stuff so we can have our own and be controlling and have some information what's going on the inside.
right.
Because if we don't, we on the outside,
Looking
and
in.
we only could take what they give
We
us
can
and what
only
they share.
we can only respond,
We can only respond.
right?
What
I
what
think.
they
I
res-
think. I
and what
think.
they give to us to respond to.
Right.
I think they going too far. I think they coming too close to trying to play God. And listen, and
So
God
let
don't like
so
that.
you
God
so
don't
you
like
already,
ugly.
you
Okay.
know, I can go all night about this. So you already know about the weather satellites that create rain, right?
Yeah, which is
What?
causing all this climate control crap, right?
It creates rain?
Yeah, you can look it
I
up.
mean, they
They
talking about
show
the
it. It's
climate
in Dubai.
control.
It's in
It's
Dubai.
crazy you said that. I just, because we're in California, we might get 1-2 days of rain. I just told my daughter yesterday, I said, this is rare. We done got 4 days in a row of rain. And I'm like, we don't never, I was just saying this hypothetically. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but I'm like, we getting a lot of rain this year. Girl,
No, you can
I
look this
love
up.
this
This
stuff.
is,
I
I
love, keep
mean,
going. This is
That's why
I'm not talking about
they
something
say
that's not
every time we
documented.
go up on the moon, the weather get crazy. That's what I heard. Now I don't know how true it is,
Yeah,
but
my
they was like
grandmama
every
used to
time
say
they go
that.
around messing up there, the weather get crazy.
Yeah, weather
Hmm.
satellites. And you can look this up. I'll give you
Okay, look it up. Let me go get me some oranges. Don't
weather
don't say nothing till I
satellites
get
in
back.
Dubai. They have their own rain. Let me see. Let me look it up. Weather satellite create rain, and they created rain for their area because it gets too hot. Yeah, right here. It came out in July 23rd. I'll drop the link right here. They actually artificially creating rainstorms.
Jeez.
There you go. Here's the link.
Man,
I
gotta
can put
stop.
it in the chat check.
Man, gotta stop trying to play God. I'm telling you, you're getting too close. God don't like this.
Right. So of course they already created their own land over there out on the ocean, and what that caused was because they created that different land out there, it caused them to have a lot of fog coming back into the city. So the city gets really foggy from like 8 o'clock in the morning all the way until like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sometimes 4 in the afternoon. It just be foggy all day because they changed the current in which the wind flowed and so forth. So it caused the city to have this fog. So they can't and the only reason why I know is because I was there in Dubai and I tried to do a helicopter ride and I couldn't do a helicopter ride because it was too foggy. So they can't do.
When did you go? What year was this?
2016, 2017.
Okay, yeah. So a couple years, 2-3 years before COVID. Okay. I've always go there. Did you like it? How was it?
Oh, say allegedly.
Yeah.
Somebody say allegedly. It was fun for me. I didn't get caught up in you can't wear this and you can't wear that and you can't go here and can't go there. But I mean, I wasn't in dangerous places either.
Wait, you didn't go alone, right?
No, me and my homegirl went.
Oh, okay. Nah, yeah, because I heard about dangerous places over there, and they like women don't get caught there and stuff after a certain time. Don't go here or there or whatever. But yeah, oh, that's dope. That's cool. I'm gonna definitely be checking your channel.
I mean, I guess I could say allegedly, but it's on the website.
Right, but I guess when Kaya come back, I'm gonna tell her, Wally, put a disclaimer in the chat about this is not financial advice. Seek your professional blah blah blah. Yeah, put that. Just put that in the chat.
Is not financial advice
or medical or whatever else you think we covered that might qualify under that disclaimer. I don't want her to get no strike. Just looking out for my girl.
Yep. And like I say, that there's so much going on that we're just not in the mix of. That we're just being left out of.
I agree 100%. We so far behind the ball when it comes to our young Black boys reading at a 3rd, 4th grade level. I mean, I can't even believe that the day and age we still that far behind the 8 ball with our Black boys in the public school. So where you think that's leading us if we trying to push this STEM, if we trying to push STEM on our Black boys and girls, because everybody ain't gonna be college material. So we got to set them up in a way that they can
that's where the drones come into play, right? Drones and esports.
Right,
So, there's I think this was 2016, maybe 2017. Where in Dubai they had a drone battle. They on the drone obstacle course, and the 15-year-old won $1 million. And so they have it and they have it every year.
Wow.
Yep.
Was it any of our people in it? Any Black kids in it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, we so far behind. Like, yeah, you're right. We got to become more of a collective. That's our been our biggest downfall. Conquer and divide. We have always, just because somebody ain't going, right shifting right with you mad, so now you want to shift left. We got to see the bottom line for our people, and that's the main thing. Yeah, the bigger picture and the bottom line is being on one accord of wanting us to come up, better, like you said, economically,
Yep.
And every other race to do it, because let's admit this, Tam, every other race fight, have disagreements and everything else, just like we do. But we the only one that be divided. In their communities, they fight amongst each other, and some of them be, darn drag out fights, but they still hold it down as a community together. We the only ones that don't do that.
Yep. Here's the guy right here that was 16. That won the drone race. And then there's also the other area.
He ain't nothing but a kid is.
Yeah, he a kid. Yeah.
So
the other area where we're not in, and I cover all this stuff on my channel. I talk about it every week. I know my listeners get tired of me talking about it.
No, but keep talking about it until they get it. Because that's the thing. Our people worry about the wrong things. They tune into the wrong thing. They love the drama. They into the beefs and they tune in like crazy to that, but they don't want to learn nothing about financial literacy or technology. Like, I don't get it. But they tune in the channels and give all the drama and the beefs. And we just worry about the wrong shit. That's our problem.
I say it all the time. So I just posted another link. It's called the Robo
Okay.
Race. And what the
Okay.
Robo Race is, these are they are cars with different sensors and stuff on them, and they are AI trained cars. So basically, they learn how to run around the entire track, and they adjust the software with using AI and AI in order to learn the track, the speeds, the turns, and so forth and so on. And these teams that they're creating are sponsored by Formula One, NASCAR teams, and so forth. And so um, I don't see us in that, but these teams are getting sponsorships, 5 million, 10 million, in order to
What
do these races.
now? Now, are these sponsorships and funds? Are they coming from the government?
No, they're companies like a Reebok.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Wow.
Yep.
Wow. We gotta get together. We gotta wake up.
I missed
Thank
it
you,
all. I
Wally, for
had to go
putting the
fix me a
disclaimer in.
sandwich. Right,
Thanks, Wally.
right.
Wally,
For
put your
sure.
disclaimer in.
Thank you. So y'all done talking about it? I missed it all. I had to fix me a sandwich.
I was talking about the Robo Race.
Oh.
She was like,
Oh,
"Oh,
I see it here in the
okay."
chat.
Yeah.
Yep, look. I see
Yeah.
it here.
Yeah, Formula One racing with AI. So basically, the cars go out on the track. There's no human behind the driver, in the driver's seat, and the car takes off and runs around the track, and they race each other. They learn the track. They come back. They do calculations on what they learned in real time and send the car.
Can I share this on the screen or I'm not
Yeah,
allowed
you can
to?
share it. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, my daughter would love this.
Yep.
Oh, wait, let me take
Robo
this
Race.
away.
Yep. There's
And
Robo
then,
Race. And you can see them. That's the car right there. You see how they're analyzing it right there. And I want to form a team to take out to to go and get into the race, right? But they're getting tons of funding for this. Again, this gets
and
into
this is in the metaverse or in real life?
this in real life.
Really?
Yeah, this in real life.
But
We gotta
nobody's
learn.
behind
We
the
gotta
wheel.
learn how to really operate and within the system, like for real, to get opportunities like
Shoot,
that.
we barely learning how to operate in this real world and do the thing.
Yeah, this right here is in real life. This ain't even in well, I'll look and see, but I don't think it's in the metaverse yet.
And this is just racing like regular. That's a regular size right there.
That's the regular size with no driver, with no human driver. And it goes around the track. And
What's the purpose?
it learns the curves, it learns the turn, it analyzes the speed, it looks for other cars, and it's always doing machine learning and AI as it's driving.
Just an idea. You could put this
So the
disclaimer
race
on
car
the
drivers
screen.
gonna be the race car drivers gonna be drivers list in a minute.
Yeah, but they do compete against the race car driver too. Like the race car driver will go around the track and then they'll try to beat the race car driver. Kind of like AlphaGo.
Now, is this a game? Because I could even see this, becoming a game soon, like a game. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
virtual.
I don't think it's right now. I think right now I just think they're just trying to beat the records that a lot of the humans have already set. So they're tweaking the software every chance they get.
Wow, my daughter, I'm gonna show this to her. She gonna love this right here.
Yep. So these
She
are
love.
just little things that I think about that we're not in. Like I mentioned before, uh, I had a recruiter on my show who was looking for people who had Rust, who understood Rust programming language and Solidity programming language, and they were hiring with no degree necessary at 300,000 a year. And if you have been in the industry for at least a year and understood how to write smart contracts, um, they were hiring at starting at 700,000 to $1 million. So when we online talking about she need to be feminine, fit, and submissive,
That part. That part right there.
I am
I'm so sick of
online.
these arguments. I'm so sick of these arguments. I can't.
I'm
like,
online saying, what if she makes 700,000? What if she comes to the table with 400,000? What if she comes to the table with 500,000?
It don't matter. Her money is her money, and I'm going to be the one to take care of her and support everything. Yes.
I'm just asking.
I
He
think
don't want none of my 500,000.
I think it'll be a whole different conversation if men got with women that made
I
that
bet
type
he'll
of money.
flip out real quick.
No, you want the money to Tam. Like, if that's a whole different conversation that they probably
they
not
better
willing
stand
to
on
have.
what they just talked about. They better stand on it. They better stand on it.
I'm just asking questions. I'm not trying to,
No, I'm just answering from my perspective.
Let me answer that. Let me answer that.
Oh, they go 84. Come on, 84 in the house.
Oh, we done woke 84 up.
Let me answer that. No, I'll let you vibe, but let me answer that. Listen, just like I believe a man should always be a leader, no matter what type of salary that he's making. I believe a woman should always be in her feminine, no matter what salary she's making.
Right.
That shouldn't change. You should still always be in that feminine. You know what I mean? Now, just find somebody that you feel like is respectable enough to lead you. You know what I mean? So if the man is not doing what you feel like he needs to be doing, and shout out to Red Lipstick Vibes. You know what I mean? Great to see you, sister. If a man is not doing the necessary things that you're asking of him to do, then, don't be with them. I don't think it's wrong for men asking for women
That's
to be.
That's not what we're saying. No, it's 84. You missing it.
Hold on.
Okay.
I know it changes the conversation when a woman, comes in with her own. I know that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. And I'm saying,
what's the dynamic of the conversation if I'm off kilter?
Yeah. So what I'm saying, what I have seen is this, and this is from my own personal experience. Most men will say, and I've seen, let me count. I've encountered 6 men, and they're like, "Yo, I can't date a woman that make more than me." And I won't date a woman that make more than me. So when we're talking about that woman, mating that woman up with whatever man that is, let's just keep it black, right? Where did we get to the point where the man is equated to his money versus you're equated to that person, and that person being that woman?
I think, but here's the thing. Here's what we got to realize: the manosphere community is a very small community.
I'm not talking about manosphere.
But I'm saying the men who have that philosophy most of the times.
Oh, I'm not talking about manosphere. I'm just talking about men in general.
No, but I'm saying they're mostly a part of that community. That's what I'm saying. Or they have the ideology or the shit ideology where the man has to be the breadwinner, this, that, and the third, blah, 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 blah. With that being said, I never met a man that has said that and any of my family,
Well, again, you're not a man meeting a man. I'm assuming you're a man meeting a woman. You're not a man meeting a man.
No, but I'm saying is that I don't know any men in my family or any men that I've ever met that is like they have to make more than a woman. It's like no, whoever is able to make the money, let's make the money. Let's make it together if we can. But if you are, and then I've heard this argument a lot of times. Like if your woman is telling you, I'm making such amount of dollars. And those such amount of dollars is a lucrative thing, especially with everything going on right now in the world. How could you say no? I don't understand.
Again, you're preaching to the choir here.
Yeah.
What I'm simply saying to you from my experience is, in fact, it's actually my homegirl, her cousin. And he said to me, he was like, you're never going to find a man because you make too much money and you have too many things. So prepare to be single for the rest of your life.
He told you that, or he told your cousin that?
No, he told me that. and so I said to him, I was like, well, how am I supposed to prepare to be single for the rest of let's say I get rid of everything, right? Let's say I get rid of everything.
Okay.
Right? What am I supposed to do? Sit and wait for someone to come along? Or like I just be having all these questions because it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, let me ask you this. Okay. Are you, it's funny that I'm having another conversation like this again. Are you
I was thinking the same thing.
Are you looking for somebody who is exactly on your level as far as just having all the things that you have? Or are you looking for, so you're looking for somebody who has a noble character, who has, I guess, boundaries and guidelines and morals, and somebody who fits, your train of thought, your lifestyle, your beliefs, things of that nature, correct?
Yeah, I'm okay with not fitting my train of thought. I think I can't expect for every guy to have my train of thought. There's going to be some conversation. He has to have the ability to express himself, and we can compromise on whatever that may be.
That's reasonable. That's reasonable. Because you may have to do some compromising, but there are some things I believe that are
right
that you can't compromise on, like whether or not you both want to have kids, or where you want to live, things like that.
Like, hey babe, hey babe, when you cook such and such and such, I don't like that, or I don't like the smell of that, or I don't like the smell of that particular deodorant that you wear. It don't smell good to me. It makes me nauseous. Hey, instead of you getting up in the morning and turn it on the light, I bought this light for you so it don't disturb my sleep. Just these little things, right? That you can have conversations about. Big things you're gonna have conversations about, but I think as a group you're gonna come to a consensus as a family. And I say family, I'll use that loosely, between man and woman as a family.
Okay, let me ask this. It's just a frame. I'm trying to get my thoughts together. I'm sorry. Please be patient. I'm sorry about that. One, do you believe that there are things that you could work on, maybe yourself, to maybe help you find that person that fits what you're looking for?
I mean, there are things I can work on myself. I don't know necessarily about finding that guy. I mean, I don't search for him. We just kind of bump into each other. I'm not a searcher.
No, I mean, you want it to happen organically. Yes, I get that. Yes, of course.
Yeah, I'm not a searcher.
I'm not saying that you are basically trying to
what you're asking is, are you positioning yourself in such a way where you can be discovered?
There you go. Perfect.
Right.
And are you putting yourselves in environments
so that book will be called Positioning.
Yeah. Are you putting yourself in environments, whether it's libraries, lounges, Or just respectable environments like
yeah,
galas
I mean,
or
I go
festivities
out.
like that.
I go
Okay.
out and put myself in those different environments to meet whoever, whatever. But usually, okay, you meet a guy who's older, and he's like, yeah, I don't have any. Well, my kids are grown, or my kids are still in the house. Like I met a guy. He walked up to me. He's like, "Yeah, I would love to take you out to dinner, this, that, and other." But he's like, "I gotta be honest with you." He's like, me and my ex-wife still live together. We're raising our children together, um, and but you could come over still, and kick it with us and hang out with us and with us, and but we can still have fun. I only have time on the weekends. I work Monday through Friday. How does that sound to you? He's like, oh, and I don't want to get married either. I just want a good time.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I think because we live in a society.
I respect where he came from.
Yeah, we live in a society now where we have all different type of relationships.
Of course.
You know, like the relationship market. You know, I think on a relationship tab, like when they ask you what relationship you in now on social media, it should be a question mark next to dang near everybody, because it's just a complicated next to dang near everybody, because everybody desires something different. There are people who want what in their minds was traditional. There are people who want to live like Mormons. There are people who want to live.
I mean, I think you should take that one step further, right?
One man, one woman. It's all different types of things going on nowadays. You know?
I think we should take that even one step further. I think we desire what we want to a specific point in time. Meaning, you may start out traditional and move into an open marriage. You may start out in an open marriage and move into traditional. I think people evolve over time. Things happen. They're like, I don't like this person the way I used to like them. I want something different. I have seen it happen. It is what it is. That works for them. That may not work for me, but that may work for them.
So let me ask you this, and I'm kind of asking everybody too as well. Do y'all believe, based on this, it's just too much options and too much freedom? Do people have too many options and too much freedom? Is that really the problem?
I don't think so.
I think so.
Okay.
I don't think we have. We have all the options in the world, but you don't have to execute. You don't have to act on them. I don't have to act on it because I had an option.
Okay. OG Patrice.
But people, to me, with that freedom, people like to take advantage and use the freedom as an excuse. And I think that we're moving in a direction now where look at our culture. It's almost to look at our culture now, and it's because of the certain freedoms that people exercise that they take advantage and make excuse as it's a freedom, and it's become a culture that is very toxic in his own sense, especially within our community. And we didn't used to move like that, and it was times when, and I mean, don't get me wrong, to each his own, but we just didn't move as wild and as raggedy as we're doing it now. It's wild and it's raggedy now, and people living their lives through other people vicariously, based off of reality TV and entertainment, what they see on a video or some crap. Like we regular common folk down here,
so who controls that?
What? Who control what?
Who controls that view, that stance, that view of what's seen, what gets pushed out? Who controls that?
Oh, well, we know who control it, the powers that be up there, in those industries, control it. But we contribute and perpetuate it.
We contribute.
So shame on us. Like we fall into it. That's why I'm saying, by using the excuses of the things like the freedoms is the reason why we in the mess we in now. But we want to say, well, I'm free to do what I want to do. Yeah, but look at the outcome.
But
It ain't pretty for us no more.
Go back to his question that he asked us. Do we have too many choices? So for me, I take it more personal. That's why I say no, because I'm not attracted to everyone. Even though those choices are there, I'm not attracted to everyone. It doesn't matter. Whatever they do, it's not for me. I'm not attracted to it. So that's why I say
on a personal level, on a collective level, though, it's harming on a collective. Right. On a personal level, I'm with you. I agree. I don't subscribe to everything, but on a collective, it's harming us on a collective because of other people's carelessness and sense of selfishness. You know, and I mean, look around us, like, for real, y'all. Are we thriving as a community in real time?
I mean, well, we just leave them behind. You can't change who doesn't want to be changed. So it's like, okay, stay your happy ass there then. Shit, keep twerking and doing what you're gonna do. We gonna go over here. Don't say we didn't tell you.
I get you, but is it just me, or does it seem like it's taking these fads forever to go out of style? Because remember, our generation, certain things perpetuated like every 10 years, and it recycled, went out of style, something else came in style. Why they still walking around here with their pants hanging down? Like, that's been like what, since the 80s they started that? Like, real talk, like, when are they gonna, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying this whole short using an excuse of the freedoms is, and look what we have with that in the culture. When I see 30-something-year-old men walking around, 40-something-year-old men walking around like that.
It ain't we though, it's them.
No, I know, but we have to look at it as a collective because it's hurting our community as a whole, is what I'm saying. I get what you're saying, Kai. I'm just saying. Yeah, you're right. I get it.
But so I'm curious, how is it? Okay, so how is it hurting the community as a whole? If I mean, I'm trying to see how, because if I'm saying I'm part of the community, how is it hurting me?
It's not hurting you personally, but like directly, but it's hurting you indirectly, meaning as a collective, as a whole, because we're a lot of times we move in these spaces, we are judged by our peers of other races, and they all think the same thing about us as pretty much as a collective. Like,
no matter what they do, I'm already judged for just being black. So
okay, so then put that on top of our culture that we have bought into, and I don't mean we like us up here. I mean just we as a collective.
But I don't even care at this point for them judging me for being black. So I don't care about
that. Was Bill Cosby right?
Was he right about what?
Bill Cosby talked about our community. Was he right?
What did he say?
Yeah, look at what Bill Cosby said about the black community. I don't know.
That's when he was on trial or something?
No, it was way before that.
Oh.
Way before that.
Well, I know one thing, those ladies, remember when
back in 2004.
84 just let us go. He's like, I'll wait till they get done.
I'm listening.
No, I know.
Yeah, Y-Tam pulling it up. Y-Tam pulling it up. Now, remember what? Remember when gangster rap came out and those ladies went to Congress talking about this music and it's gonna be what it's gonna do to our generation? Is it not doing it to our generation?
But by them doing it still didn't change anything. And I mean, I don't see what it's doing to our generation. It just.
I'm saying these women went to Congress, was like, do not, they wanted, they tried to stop that gangster rap coming out. They say it's going to be to the detriment of our community, to the detriment of our women, to the detriment of our culture. And it's exactly that.
But right those were white people worried about their white communities. They was worried about these.
No. These were black. No,
Oh,
these
I
were
didn't
black
know. I
women.
thought these were
Yeah.
white. Oh,
No, these were black women that went to Congress back when gangster rap first came out. They was like, don't let them, they wanted, all of they didn't want it to come out, but they definitely wanted certain things being censored. They didn't want us being called B's and H's. They didn't want the culture of the gang violence. They didn't want the culture of the drinking and the drugging and then talking about, the liquor stores on every corner. And that's exactly what it perpetuated. And look where it got us.
Now I pulled up
that
the
don't have nothing to
article.
do. Huh?
I sent y'all the Cosby article, and this is what Cosby said back in 2004. He said, "Let me tell you something. Your dirty laundry gets out of school at 2:30 every day. It's cursing and calling each other the N-word as they're walking up and down the street." Then he said, "They think they're hip." He said, "They can't read, they can't write, they're laughing and giggling, they're going nowhere." He said to black men, he said he also had harsh words for black men who don't have jobs and are angry about their lives. You have to stop beating up your women because you can't find a job because you didn't want to get an education and now you're earning minimum wage. You should have thought about that more of you should have thought more of yourself when you was in high school when you had the opportunity. Then he said, he goes on to say, he said, "I can't even talk the way these people talk. Why you ain't? Where you is? I blamed the kid until I heard the mother talk." And he said, "Then I
Mm.
turned around and heard the father talk. Everybody knows it's important to speak English, except these knuckleheads. You can't be a doctor with that kind of crap coming out your mouth." And then he said, "It's time to turn the mirror on." And I'm sure he said more things in that speech. The speech is online, but that's what he stated. So is he right?
I believe he.
This is from 2004.
I believe he's talking to certain people, but he's not speaking to all people. And I think that he's making a lot of generalities in his speech. You know what I mean? And I think that's where it gets harmful. And on top of that, yes, he's donated to a lot of the education for people of color. So I can never speak bad on him based on that. But I think that with our people, because of the state that we're in, you also have to give to those who may not pursue the education, or maybe some of those who are not aware of certain opportunities as well, or who are stuck in certain situations. So I think that for those people, they're like, well, what about us? What about us who are in the hood? What about us who are stuck in certain situations? Maybe we have made mistakes, but we do want to do better. What about us? So I think some people may feel that way as well, who are part of that, who are on that spectrum of it. Because, when you're speaking to us, you have to, if you want the message to be conveyed, you want to be received, you want your message to be received, it has to be spoken in a way where people can really receive it. So if you're not speaking to your audience completely, and you're not trying to basically, and I'm not saying to basically not make your point. Yes, make your point, but do it in a way where people can actually receive it. So if people are not able to receive it, then everything you're saying, it just falls to the ground, and then you've wasted your time. And time is not to be wasted. So I think with his speech, I think he should have just spoke more to his whole audience in a different way. Or if he was trying to speak to every person of color, he should have spoke to him in a different way. Still give you a message, but really switch up delivery and not make so many generalities as well. Not make it so make it where you're putting everybody in the box who may speak in certain vernaculars or who may use slang sometimes.
But
You know
isn't that what we do every day?
Well, I think no. I think some of us may have some of those behaviors where you may speak slang or you may do certain things, but that doesn't mean that you're a knucklehead. I can speak slang and still
But no,
go.
what I'm saying, don't we generalize things every single day? We just talked about how one group of people messes up the entire image of black people. What is the difference than what he just said and what is stated there, right? And truthfully speaking, when I'm hearing all these gender arguments, They are always from a general perspective, and I'm like, I don't know those women, and I don't know those men. So again, I always try to take it down to a micro level and say, deal with it, present your issue that you have, and let's work on solving that issue. Because we can't go in and try to solve it's just like what we do in tech. You got a big issue, and you break it down into small little sizable pieces that can help to solve the bigger issue, right? You break it down to the finest, smallest point to get the bigger issue solved. There's no blaming. We don't in Scrum. It's called blameless. Nobody gets blamed. We all work together in order to solve the problem. So how do we change this narrative of really what it sounds like is problem solving? How do we not blame people, but provide people solutions in order to solve and break it down in order to solve the bigger problem? Really, what the argument is, in my opinion, is we broke. We're broke. So how do we solve that? Back to your whole thing of poverty. How do we solve that? It's not, I don't think it's a one path. I think it's a 3 or 4 prong solution, right?
Education first
with 3 or 4 prongs. It may be reparations, it may be tech, it may be real estate, it may be education. But the one common goal, what is the one common goal that we're all marching towards?
Money, security, financial
wealth. Security and wealth. So under financial and security and wealth,
not just wealth, but generational wealth. We got to think. We got to think like that, because that's how all the other races think. Yeah. We got to, you know what I mean?
But it's not a one prong approach. It may be 4 or 5 prong approach, and everybody kind of, if you want to get into the Star Trek, in the Borg has their thing that they have to do. Everybody got a role they got to play. Maybe you really good at farming, and maybe you really good at picking out the seeds to farm. Y'all work together in order to solve that. And you train others on how to do that. So in case one gets sick, somebody can rotate in and do that. And keep documentation of it in when we do it. Right? And I think we have to step back and say, what is the common goal that we want to seek? I don't want to hear nothing about babies. I don't want to hear nothing about somebody getting married. I don't want to hear nothing about, because that, I don't care nothing about it. I don't care nothing about it. I don't care nothing about how your legacy. What is our legacy? I don't care nothing about your legacy. What is our legacy that we're leaving? All right. What is our imprint that we're leaving?
See, again, you speaking. Yeah, I mean, and I get it, Tam. You're speaking great points about how do we get to the solutions as a collective, because like I said, even though things doesn't always affect us directly, it still affects us indirectly as a whole, as a collective, as a community. I think that our people really need a lot of self-healing. First, we need to really get out of the delusions of grandeur that I think both sexes are in to a certain extent when it comes to, we all got a list of shit, you know what I mean? We all got a list of issues. Whatever that is, we got to work that out, lick them wounds, start the healing process, and then we can come together and talk about the solutions together. But we got a lot of self-healing that needs to be done, because when I look at what's going on in these spaces, I think I see people like them, which is a form of self-hate to me. I'm just gonna be really honest about it.
So do we work on
It gotta
being
start. It gotta
selfless?
start there.
Do we work on being selfless?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? That's why I posed the question: do we have too many freedoms? Because somebody could say, "Well, listen, I don't have to do any of that. I just have to take care of myself and who I want to take care of, and I don't have to worry about us. I just want to worry about me." And they have the ability and the freedom to do that. Is it the right thing to do? Probably not. But they have the ability and freedom to do that. But if you're speaking of what can help us build a community, right? What can help us build a community? I think what OG Patrice was saying was straight up. It has to start from the inside out, right? We have to start, eating the right things, reading the right literature, exercising, you know what I mean, meditating, putting the right things within our ecosystem, within ourselves first. Then we
Getting
can start
better mentally.
But everybody is not even capable of receiving that. Everyone, now we're creating like clones of each other, but everyone is not going to be able to receive that. And when I say everyone, like it's going to be a group here that can receive it, but cannot, So what do you do with the people that can't receive that and they still, part of the community?
Well, you have to show them the results of their actions, and there's enough evidence to show if you are not living a certain lifestyle that's conducive or healthy for you as a person, what the outcomes will be.
That's being done right now, though. That's being done right now.
Exactly.
We see people with diabetes.
Yeah, so if you're seeing the evidence of these actions, then it's up to you. If I show you, okay, if you go down this road, you're going to die, and you have all evidence of that, and I'm like, look, this is the evidence. You know it. I showed you. This is what it's going to be. And you already seen it. We already showed you that. So that's the thing. We also have to give people. If we're going to tell somebody not to do something, we have to give them the evidence of why it's not working. I think a lot of times we just deliver a message and there's no evidence. So people are like, well, why should I listen to you? No, I mean, you can tell me something if I don't have to listen to you.
You have mama smoking her cigarettes, die of lung cancer. At the funeral, the son is smoking on some cigarettes. He already sees the evidence of it, unless he's ready to change, unless whoever it is, because with that theory, that's what's going on now. You see every day the negative effects of our lifestyle, of what we eat and the lack of exercise and the things we put into our body. That's really technically already being done as far as, being examples to a certain degree.
But people are not having those conversations though. That's why that's happening. You know what I mean? You got if you're not really having a lot of times, and I'm still saying a person will still it's still up to them to change, correct? But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Most of the times, a lot of times when I see people of color, they're like, oh, well, I ain't talking to so-and-so because, you know what I mean? Because they ain't none of my business. And I'm just worried about me and this and the third. So most of the time that's our attitude. Some of us, not all of us, but a lot of us have that attitude. So if a lot of us have that attitude and we're not having those honest and forthright conversations, then of course people are not going to receive the information because it's not even being put out there. We're not even having the conversations to even see if that can work. We're not even taking that step. So, because there's information that you can give me that I don't know. There's information that Tamika can give me, that OG Patrice can give me, that I have nothing or know nothing about, right? That can actually benefit me. But it's up to me to receive it. And it's up to you. It's up to you to have that conversation. But if you're already come in, with the mindset of, oh, well, I'm not going to say that, or I'm not going to do that. But then you see that person, you see them suffering or going through certain things, and you're not even willing to even try to have the conversation with them, then, what do you expect to happen? You're not even willing to even take the steps to talk to them about or introducing them to certain things that will actually help them. So I think we have to get to that point where we're having honest, direct conversations, that the person can receive, okay? So you can't come up to them and try to beat them over the head. Because they already got pride already. So if you try to beat them over the head, you automatically gonna get rejected. You know what I mean? And you may get cursed out or whatever. So I think, give it to them where they can receive it, but still deliver the message. But we're not even doing that as a community. So I think that's where it starts as well.
Oh, as a community, we're not doing it. Okay. Well, yeah. See, there's so many different ways I want to go there with what you just said, but the bottom line is Maya Angelou said it the best: when someone shows you who they are, believe them. And the reason why I say that, even though it might not be a Black person in your face, meaning our community, in another Black person's face, holding them accountable or addressing or trying to help them. We're talking about adults. You done heard this information. You didn't see the results of it, good, negative, and positive. So now we need to go and baby them, and I'm talking about grown folks at this point. We need to go baby them and hold their hand along the way. If that's the case, then they're not even ready for this challenge, period. Whatever that might look like beyond that point. Because at some point, grown folks, you got to be held accountable for your own actions. I'm trying to keep me together. I mean, and I don't mean it that way. I know we as a community, but shoot, I'm still trying to keep my sinful nature and my desires intact. And it's like, shoot, I want to eat that food. And how am I going to stop you from eating it when I really want to eat it? And then I'm going to pull into you and say, let's go do it together. So, you silly.
I understand what you mean, and no, I'm not saying to baby them. I'm just saying to have the conversation. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. And then once you give them the conversation, then you go from there. Shout out to 100 Watts as well. You know what I mean? He had a question for you in the comments.
Oh, he does. Oh, that's what you laughed at?
I'm laughing at what you're saying, and I'm getting what you said as well. But yeah,
no, I'm not at 100. 10 hours. Come on up. You can cam up. And I do want to say this real quick to 100 Watts. I thought that was you when I went over to Knowledge and Relationship Channel. I kind of brought it up to you, and I don't know if you remember this, but you made fun of me one day when y'all was live streaming the Anton thing, and it was all good, so don't think it's anything bad. But I don't know if you remember. So yesterday when I came up there, I said, aren't you the one who was making fun of me? But you didn't look the same. And I was like, no, that's not him. And we kind of let it go. And then I got your message when you said something about, who you rock with. And I understand all of that. And either way, it's like really no problem, no nothing. But yeah, you made fun of me. I'm surprised you don't remember me if you don't. What was we on there talking about? We were talking about, because you and Chef was, the guys that came up and I called them gay. Remember? That's what it was. What did he say? Oh, wait. Mr. O came online with his, yes, that one. And you was teasing me, exactly. I thought that was you, but I wasn't sure just by the name. But brother, I just want to say it's all good. And you was there, we was talking about loyalty anyway, but it's all good. Come on up and have the conversation. We'll love to have you. I won't tuck you in tonight. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Put this out here first. I had posted this link in your channel. You want to know the thing about being, and me and Wiley was talking about this about blameless, right? So in tech, we got this thing called blameless postmortems, right? Well, basically, what it should inspire is like, okay, an incident has happened. How do we as a collective unit solve this incident that has happened? Nobody gets the blame on the incident. However, we move together as a unit. So what is supposed to happen, and if you got the right type of leadership in order to do that, it's supposed to create a healthy culture between teams. So let's say healthy culture between men and women. decrease chances of ignoring incidents from fear or blame, right? Things are going to happen. We ain't going to all get along. We're not going to all like each other. But how do we foster a community where we can say, okay, I accept that I'm not going to get along with you, but that don't mean I got to dog you out. That don't mean I got to kill you either, right? Right?
Can I talk about you?
You probably can talk about me, right?
Okay.
I mean, you're human, right? And the other one is always improving culture of learning. Like we're always constantly learning from each other. And it says increase support and communication. That's something that we can do. And then we should say increase some more support and communication and active listening. I'm throwing that in there because I think that's what we need to do. And last but not least, it says free up teams to do their best work. Free up people that want to do the work. To me, if you want to go do the work, go do the work. And here are the steps to here's the work that needs to be done. Here's the people over there to do the work. That I looked at that as a whole as something that I don't say that we start from, but something we can actually use as a template to create our own when we're talking about how do we move forward, because things have already happened. We can't go back and change that. Emmett Till is dead. We haven't forgot about him, but he did. But what are we gonna do going forward? Don't try to cover up now. Don't cover up now. The things is out.
But the fact that
cameras.
Look at how she getting all fancy. Her camera always dying.
My camera battery went dead. I gotta buy me a new battery. It goes out too fast. And I was like, "Ooh, that's low." I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nah, I agree with what you're saying, Tam. Except for the things that, like the whole Emmett Till situation, you gotta look at what our what other people are getting laws put into place, to protect them. We're not protected, and that's just the real. And we having a problem even getting Emmett Till's law passed. Even yes, he's gone, but that law has been sitting there on just in the dangling in the wind. And it's funny how we can't get laws passed to protect us, and we the one that has been getting the most atrocities done to us. So again, something's wrong with that picture, and we got people that are fighting in spaces for these very things to happen. And I believe that everybody's fight don't have to be the same, but collectively, what I mean, my fight may be different from your fight, but if it's the bottom line for us, for our people to end up on top, then you go over there and fight that fight for our people. I go over here and fight this fight for our people, but we can't keep, I don't want us to have the misconception of, okay, yeah, these people are dead, but we still got our people that are dying at the same time. Right. And if we don't get no laws passed to protect us, we're gonna continue. These egregious is happening, and it seems like the system just wanted to keep saying, okay, these egregious is happening, but we just gonna go ahead and pay the families big fat checks and make them sign NDAs, and they'll go away. They'll take the money and go. But again, we losing left and right. With our people dying too, and we ain't getting no laws to protect us.
Right. I agree.
But I agree with the other things you're saying. I would love to see, us as a collective come together to resolve. And it's the thing. Like we stay in our feelings, right? Too much about something that we upset with somebody about, right? So we say, I ain't gonna rock with that person at all. But this is the warrior mentality that I wish our people have, because we not really fighting the bigger picture. And the bigger picture ain't us. We just don't realize that. We think the bigger picture is us because you don't agree with something. So now you upset with me and don't want to rock with me. But this is, right. I wish our people think like this. If me and you, Tam, was on the oust about something, and we didn't rock with each other, but when it's time for war and the opposing opponent is against both of us,
Right.
Well,
me and
amen.
you gonna fight that opposing opponent together. And then if we want to go our separate ways after that, let's do that. But see, we missed that part of the picture. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If we had that mentality and philosophy and say, okay, we at war with this, we don't get down with each other, but we fighting the same person, the same system. So let's fight it together. And then when at the end of the day, you go left and I go right. I ain't got no problem with that. But see, we missed that part of it.
We miss it all.
Yeah. In real time. And I think that's our biggest hindrance. That's what's keeping us so divided. Because I can not rock with you on certain things, but if I know me and you in this same fight against the same system, I'm fighting right there with you, front line and center. And then when it's over, it's all like, okay, you go right, I go left, it's all good. But that's a battle won. But we don't get that.
Maybe we will one day. Oh, no window.
To the relationship talk that started this whole conversation with getting back to Tamika and 84 asking and finding out about her money situation. She make too much money to get her a man, and the man, you know.
Yes, actually, that's a really good. Let's get back into that.
Back to that. Come on, 84. Come on, do your magic.
No, but honestly, though,
I'm here.
Honestly, though, I can't even I'm listening to Tam saying that this is her issue. And I mean, I get it, but at the same time, I'm really like, wow, like you're really having this issue with your male counterparts when it comes to dating.
Yeah, when you make she said, yeah, when I was, it's not to take over, but I was only single for so long, but who you get, well, you see who my ex-husband was. First of all, it was easy getting him, but you get the men with these confidence that really ain't gotten that, and they're just shooting their shot. And then when the ones that you want to build and establish with, I wouldn't say they ever told me something to my face like that, but they just taper on out, like easily on out once they find out what you do or your money. I can say a good solid 3 times that happened to me in a row, before I got married the second time.
Oh, Tam, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Knowledge asked, because you're in that bracket, right? That whole different tax bracket.
Mm-hmm.
You are willing to date a man that make less than you, like a lot less, because
I have.
Okay. That's the question I wanted. Okay.
It didn't work.
Gotcha.
Not from my perspective, but from his perspective.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we ready, 8?
Okay, because she basically answered my question in full. So I mean, so now the only thing is that now at this point you're just trying to.
At this point, I don't care.
Okay, at this point you don't care at all. Okay. Well, I mean,
at this point, my goal I have set for myself is to have 10 million in retirement. That's my goal.
Okay.
You're not afraid of a man? He asked me, was I afraid, even though I probably was showing it. You're not fearful? What did you ask me? Are you fearful of a relationship?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
That's quick.
No. Not at all. I've been offered relationships. It just didn't fit where I was going, and I didn't like where the person was mentally, and I'm using that loosely because it's not really what I want to say, and I don't want to say emotionally. I just didn't like let's say this, I didn't like the baggage that they came with.
Mentally.
Yeah. I didn't like the baggage that they came with. I personally think that person has some healing to do.
Tam, you in Florida, right? How is the dating pool there, like ratio man woman
I don't even know.
situation?
I really don't even know. I think the dating pool is wherever you make it, right? Like, because you got different, like, to me, like places like Sarasota is predominantly white,
You date outside
retired.
your race?
Hmm.
You date outside your race?
I tried
Would you
one
try?
time. Yep, I tried one time and I was immediately turned off because he was
Would,
way too aggressive for me.
Way too
what?
Aggressive.
What would you try again outside
And
your race?
and I'm surprised she's saying that for the other race, because usually it's the opposite.
They be excited.
No, I mean he was.
Usually they're more
Yeah, he
softer
was. Yeah,
than
he
our
was.
black are.
Yeah, he was way too aggressive. Like he was like, we're at Applebee's and he's rubbing on me and he's like, kiss me, tell me you love me. And
Oh, he was
I was like,
insecure.
this is our first date.
Run!
Oh, that just sound like his butt was touching.
Yeah, it was super weird. And then he was like, let's go to the next spot and have some drinks. And he ordered some frog legs and something else. I'm like, I'm not eating frog legs. I'm gonna
Those are
tell you
good.
that now. I can't. All I see is Kermit laid up here on. I'm not doing that. So he he is like he's like, well, I tell you what, why don't you go to the bathroom and then I'll meet you in there in 5 minutes or so,
Girl.
and you just be ready for me. Um,
Okay, I think he was just a jerk.
I was like,
Period.
what?
Oh my God.
But I mean, but so you have to know me.
She's like, I went in the bathroom and waited for him, but he took too long.
Yeah, I have I get a lot of white male attention. It's just not the white male attention that I like. Like they're not what I like. Let's say that.
So you sound like you in more spaces around that culture than your own, right?
No, I'm
Do
in
you live in a predominant your
No.
neighborhood? Is it
No, it's
mixed or is
mixed.
it
It's mixed.
okay?
Yeah, it's
Are you
mixed.
attracted
But
to
you
white
work
guys?
I work in tech, but I work remotely. So
well, then there you go.
yeah, I work remotely.
Are you
But
attracted
most of the
Yeah.
time, I am around white men. But yeah, no.
Are you attracted to white guys? Or non-black?
It depends on the guy.
Huh?
It's guy dependent, right? Like he could be Hispanic, he could be Arab, he could be Dominican, he could be
So basically you're attracted to non-blacks as well. Okay.
he could be black. He could be light skinned black, dark skinned black, cream colored black.
No light skin black. I already told
It
you.
could be. I don't really have like that. Oh my
Kaya,
God.
stop it with the colorism, Kaya. Stop it.
Yeah,
I want chocolate, black, brown.
yeah. I've dated them all. Like I've dated Hispanic, mixed, black, the mixed with Asian. I dated them all. So
We got the message. You didn't date it a lot. You okay?
no, I didn't date. I know I haven't dated a lot. I'm just saying I have gone out on dates and the guy may be whatever. But again, you gotta remember, I live in Florida and I also used to live in Hawaii.
So that means you get a lot of dates?
No, that just means you encounter different cultures.
Absolutely.
About the volume of it. You I dated this and I dated
And it's
that.
it's not a lot of black in Hawaii for sure.
Yeah. But I was married at the time in Hawaii. But I mean, even still in Hawaii, you're just not gonna run up.
As long as he's black.
Yeah. You're not gonna run up on Everett. So it is what it is. Doesn't bother me. It's all about the mindset. And if you are if you are willing to put in the work to get help, whatever help you may need.
No, don't get no fixer-upper.
No, I'm saying you got to be willing to put in the work on the help that you need prior to seeing me. You have to know what that is.
Prior to hello.
Yeah, so you have to, but in order to do that, you have to recognize that you need help. And some people don't recognize that.
Yeah, but he shouldn't even be talking to you at that point. You should even.
Yeah, but some people don't recognize that. Some people don't, like, so that's why I said last night, give it a week, have a conversation before you go on the first date.
Well, absolutely. A couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. That's why when Uncle Suna was getting on my nerves talking about it's the first night, first date and stuff.
No.
I was like, whatever. I said, y'all hear what I'm saying.
Yeah, they can go ahead and miss me with that 3-day rule. After the third date, you want to wait. No, they talk about after the third date, they don't, they want the woman to put out, but then they concerned about the body count. If she do that with every man she go on a date with after the third date, she gonna automatically have a high body count. Now make it make sense to me. Is all I'm saying.
How old are you? Did you share your age, or do you mind sharing your age?
Hold on. How y'all said? I'm a woman of mature age.
Girl, that's too broad. Don't say that one. That's too broad. Okay, so you're over. You're what? You're in your 40s, late 30s?
40s.
Okay. Oh, here come 100 watts. See, now we're getting into conversation. Don't look so mean. Hello.
I'm sorry. I was closing the extra window. I'm sorry. You popped me in mad early. Hello and good evening. How is everybody doing tonight?
What's going on, 105? What's good? What's good?
It's another beautiful night. OG Patrice, it's always good seeing you. I like it when I get to run into you. It's the best in the world, my brother. Tamika Memphis. First time I get to see you.
How you doing?
For sure.
Kaya, how are you doing, ma'am?
That's all I get. Patricia, you're the best in the world. It's always good to see you.
See?
Oh, Kaya.
Kaya, stop hating. Stop hating, Kaya.
I wanted to ask how you were. No. See, I wanted to ask how you were doing first before I went any further. How are you doing this evening?
I'm good that you're here now.
Oh, well, thank you. That made me feel nice and bubbly on the inside.
Look how Tamika looked away.
I'm reading.
Go along with me, Tamika. Okay, so my question is, no, really, thank you for joining us, 100. I appreciate you. Okay, so we were just talking about the dating. You guys were talking about the 3-date rule. And Patrice, I know you're in the relationship, but right now you're not, okay? You're seeing someone, okay? And guys,
yes, ma'am. I'm dating.
You're okay. So we all are lined up. We're girlfriends. We're all lined up. We're going on a date. This is our first date with the gentleman. Okay. We're all out together. Would you judge me or stop being my friend if I decided to sleep with the guy on the same night? And we all grown. We all of a particular age. No. You wouldn't. Mm-mm. What about you, Patrice?
But I have questions.
I got answers.
I was struggle streaming. What was the question again?
So we're all three of us. We're friends. We're all out on a first date. And I decided that I wanted to, I made the decision to have sex with my guy on the first night. Hey, Jedi, my.
Okay.
Would you, are we still cool? Or would
you mean you and I as friends?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. I'd be like, girl, yeah, do your thing. Whatever. You grown.
Okay. So let's see how real we can keep it.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder if you really, Tamika, wonder if you're really feeling the guy. And you want to. It's been a minute and you want to.
Am I talking about the guy that you met?
No, we all individual guys.
Okay.
So you want to? Would you?
I have.
But would you?
I'm saying I have.
Would you if you wanted to? Would you do it now?
Depending on the guy, depending on how I'm feeling, depending on.
I'm telling you,
I'm telling you. I'm giving you my response.
You want to.
I'm giving you my response.
So that's a yes.
No, Patrice, it's not a yes. It depends on how I'm feeling.
Patrice, what about you?
Nah, my one night stand day's been gone behind me.
Wow. Yeah. So you wouldn't? Not you wouldn't.
Nah. Not
you want to? Nah. The watch is in the house.
No, I'm telling you I wouldn't, because my maturity level is way above, the pay grade it was when I was in my 20s. So yeah,
again, like I say, for me, it depends on how I'm feeling.
Stop, Jedi.
Yeah, so if a guy come along and I'm like, oh, he ready to get it in, that don't mean I'm ready to get it in. Like that
I gave you
but hold on, what you're leaving out is no matter how bad I want to, don't mean I'm gonna act on it, right? It's again, it depends on the vibe that I got from the guy.
So there's a chance. There's a chance that you're not.
There's always going to be a chance. Don't mean I'm act on it.
Kaya wants you to say yes, bad. For some reason.
Say yes or no. And I can't get.
I said yes. I said
okay. So my answer would be no.
Okay.
If that is the case, my answer would be no. Again, is that no gonna be a resounding no for every single guy that I meet?
No. We on this day right here. We talking about right here, right? Okay, Jedi, go for it. I'm ready. I'm ready for you, bro.
I already know what he's shaking his head. I already know, but this ain't about him. So
come on.
First of all, how you guys doing?
Good, Jedi. How are you? Thank you so much for joining.
Jedi Mike, what's good, bro?
Going good.
What's good, Jedi?
How you doing, y'all? Love y'all. Good to see y'all again. But yeah, so to answer your question, you said what's the opinion about the 3-date rule, and if in your perspective, if you're one of my friends or my sister, whatever it might be, going on a date, and then you slept on the first night, and you asked my opinion of it.
I asked, well, my opinion. So it depends on our relationship. Say you're my friend, or well, I don't want you to be my brother because that'll be different.
Exactly.
So, we're friends. We cool. Me and you. We
I don't have friends. I got family.
Oh, yeah. Well, we got a friend, and I'd be like, Jedi, woo, that date was nice, and guess what? I gave it up, and it was good.
Mm-hmm.
So would you be disappointed in me? Would you distance yourself from me? That's really the question. Like
I wouldn't distance. Okay, I wouldn't do that. I just level of I said disappointment, but only disappointment comes in terms of what the criteria that you want out of the relationship or as you as an individual. Because are you trying to say, are you a marriage minded woman? Are you saying, and also becoming of that, I'm glad was OG Patrice said, talking about how there's a level of maturity, because yet in my age, I'm 23. This is all every day, almost every Tuesday is like first day you might have sex or something like that. But to the point, who am I, like, at what stage of your life am I talking to? So I think that question is kind of difficult for me to answer. On a general sense, I just want to move in a base where if you are knowing you and your character, knowing you're marriage minded, I'll be disappointed, because I do believe that it's such as sex is sacred, but also you should not be throwing your pearls amongst the swine, regardless of the person you might be vetting on that first date. Everyone can give a good first impression, but time always reveal itself.
Right.
Excellent answer. See,
mic drop.
Yeah, but we're not gonna stop being your friend, right?
I didn't say I would stop being your friend.
No. She was asking about being a friend. I'm like, we're not gonna stop being your friend because.
And I said, why would you distance yourself? And I said, what would you do? Yeah, I would just like.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I would have questions.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you did say that. Yeah. But that is great the way you put that about like, Kaya, what are you doing here? What do you want? I thought your goal is, you're marriage minded. You want these things, and then see, but the way you came so complete, I was already ready for someone to say something, and I was gonna be like, but yeah, me and him know I want to be married. So if he's giving it to me in accident, he know what I want. So next step is marriage. Oh, okay, maybe not.
Are you still talking to me? Oh,
wait! That was a lot that just happened in the first date.
Right, exactly.
Wait a minute. We talked about getting married, and I just had coffee with you. We talking about getting married already?
I mean,
exactly.
I mean, that happened to me.
Because
I was 25 when that happened.
He already knew when we went out on the date. He already knew I wanted to get married. I'm marriage minded. He knew this. So if we had sex on the first day, the next step is let's go get married. Because you already know what I want. So here we go.
I've seen people get married in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And
I say 6 months. I say it was 6 months. Like men, like I said, with men, we don't take that long to know if we're gonna marry you or not. But initially in the first date, there had to be some type of prior conversation or relationship prior to that date even happening in the first place. So
I'm just the only one who's really getting it. You get what I'm saying, 100?
I hear you.
He kind of stuck already. In my mind, we met. We get married more. We had sex. You know where I was coming from. I told you I'm married. Okay, y'all not getting my joke.
No, I got you. Yeah, but the crazy part is as you're joking, the crazy part is some people have that false reality in their head. Like, oh, I gave it to him. Now we locked in. Wait a time.
But some men.
That's not what that means.
Yes,
of course. Yeah, of course.
I was stalked in high school, so
But that is true, Tamika. Like there are men who would have that put their eggs in one basket. But my question to you, I don't know, because Kaya's like, how much is sex is sacred to you? Like, obviously, are you in this conversation? You're saying so you have no issue with it, like with sex before marriage at all?
I'm glad you brought that up. I really am glad you brought that up. And you know me, I tell my truth. To be honest with you, okay. So growing up, before I got married, I didn't think of sex like nothing. To me, it was really no big deal. It was like, okay. And when I first was having sex, it was like, my mom would say, just get through high school without getting pregnant. That's all I want. So of course I'm like, oh, well, I'll just get pregnant then, and which it didn't happen. So at the beginning, it was just like, oh, whatever. Okay. I want to be the video is on my page anyway. I want to be 100% so you can understand my mindset.
Uh-huh.
When I was 13, I was R. Okay. Had no clue what it was. I had no clue what happened. I had no clue of sex at all. I didn't even know that that's what that was. Period.
Okay.
So didn't tell anybody. It was cool. And it was just, I went on with my gay, happy life. So then after,
Wait, say that again?
Huh?
Wait, say that again?
I went on with my gay, happy life.
Well, you were part of the alphabet crew?
No, gay means happy, doesn't it?
Gay means happy, sir.
Thank you, 100.
Her happy life.
Happy?
Okay.
See, 100's my man. That's my man right there. He getting me all the way. It means my happy life, right?
But that's for clarification. That was all.
So then, literally, maybe almost 2 years later, 15, start, kind of learning and talking about sex. I'm like, oh, and I start thinking maybe that was sex when the R happened. So at that point, it was nothing there. So I never had any emotions tied to it, I guess you can say. And then really, this is what I thought. When you talk to a boy, you do that so he knows you want him to be your boyfriend.
So you thought Let
Yeah.
me sure. Okay, so you thought that any type of sexual intercourse to give him your body, therefore you said, "Hey, I like you," to a man.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yep. That was my thinking. I thought I put that what happened to me at 13, like, oh, that's how you show it. I do that to show him, yeah, I like you.
Okay.
Or I'm available, or I'm possible, you could be my boyfriend type of thing. So then as I got older, it wasn't that people were talking to me. I was just like, how things just like, this ain't making sense. It's not, I'm doing
your brain was rewired. Yeah.
Okay. And then it's like, but I still don't know. But I know this isn't. And then so when I got maybe 18, my mom put me out at 18, and then I had this boyfriend, which was crazy. It goes back to, he was like an alpha guy, totally. So he told me, like, I want you, but I'm going to marry this other girl. Me and her were about the same age. She was like 23 or 24. I was 18. I think she was maybe 19 or 20. So he told me, he was seeing both of us, and he told me that I'm going to marry her. He said, I like you both, but I'm going to marry her because she's older, and technically I can't marry, because when he first was doing, I was 17. And then he said, but I'm going to get her pregnant first. I'm going to get you pregnant, and I'm going to take care of both of y'all. That's what he told me.
Flag.
I kid you not.
Multiple flags.
What?
Yeah.
Like,
and I was like, okay. But then, so what happened was I didn't get pregnant. And he's like, what's wrong with you? Why are you not getting pregnant? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know. So by the grace of God, I got arrested. Look, everybody, we need a snapshot.
This story is really getting interesting. We about to go down the rabbit hole, y'all.
If there's anybody in the chat that can animate, I need this chopped and animated.
I'm telling you. So this is about.
Put on World Star. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was still kind of seeing him, but not as much, because my feelings changed for him because he got married. And not that I knew, I thought it wouldn't bother me, but it did bother me that he would hang out with me, and then he's like, okay, I got to go be with my wife. And I was like, so it did start bothering me. So I distanced myself from him because of that. So I had went out one night. I left this club to go visit this other guy, but my sense of direction is so bad.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. Why'd you get arrested?
I'll get to that right now.
Okay.
So I left the club.
I was like, we ain't gonna gloss past that,
So I left the club. I'm 19 now. I left the club, and I was seeing this guy, but he was just like, I guess you call a booty call. He was just someone I would see, because, don't laugh at me, because he was light-skinned, and I don't like light-skinned guys, so I wouldn't go out with him, but I'll go over to his house to hang out after the club if I couldn't find a dark-skinned guy to date. So that night I couldn't, so I went the light-skinned guy. He was really nice. He was a homebody. He didn't like going out or nothing. He was just there for, I guess he would be like, you guys would call a simp, because he was just there for me. But he was so nice. But anyway,
so was he like was he like me and
he was light. He was light with light eyes. I'm like, I don't like pretty boys. I need some roughness. I need a scar. So so anyway, so it was all
he had empathy for you.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why?
He's your friend.
He was my friend.
You always are.
But he had empathy.
You always are.
No, we were friends. We were.
Always are.
You're right. You're right. He was my friend for sure.
Yeah,
that was how it was for us. It really was. I don't know how you got that, but that's right on.
Because they always are. Not.
No. This was different. I never thought about it, but when she said that, it's so true. It's okay. Anyway, let me finish. So it was a line, like where he lives, line of apartments. So I could never figure out which one was his. And I realized I passed it. So you got to remember, I left the club. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm the only one on the street. So I'm in a left turn. The light is green, but the arrow is red, right? So I'm like, ain't nobody around. So soon as I made the U-turn, whoop, whoop, got pulled over. And so the officer came up to the door and, you know, one, driver's license, insurance, blah, 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 blah. And he came back with the ticket. And there was his other officer was standing behind the car. He said, well, here's a sign here. I'm giving you a ticket for making that illegal U-turn. I said, oh, yeah, I understand. And I'm thinking I'm about to go. And he go, oh, by the way, you're under arrest. I said, for what? What? He said, you have a traffic warrant. So I had a ticket I never paid for. So at this time, this story is going to end.
Out of all things, okay. Out of all things, that's okay.
Yeah, it was just a traffic warrant.
Okay.
So anyway, 100 left. He's like, this ain't good enough.
I'm talking like marijuana charges, you
know,
no,
I didn't smoke marijuana.
No.
So then the officer that was standing in the back, he was black. The one who's here was the Mexican guy. And when he's like, get out, you know, blah, blah, blah. They went through all that. So get in the back of the car. The black officer sit next to me. And of course I had a mini skirt on, looking cute and stuff. And, you know, he's flirting, whatever. And I'm looking like, he was short. I'm like, I don't date short guys. You know, I'm in that kind of moveset. So when we get to the station, I got like 2 officers' numbers and blah, blah, blah. So on my way home, so first I got to tell this part. My mother told me that if you ever get arrested, because you know I had the ticket, she said, if you ever get arrested, don't call me. I'm not coming to pick you up. So I called my mom. I was like, Mom, you're not going to believe this, and blah, blah, blah. She's like, where you at? I said, Mom, I'm in jail. I told you I ain't picking you up, and I'm not. Find your own way. Click. So I ended up calling her husband, and he ended up coming to get me from the station. So right when he came and picked me up, the officer that was in the back seat with me, he's like, is it okay if I give you a call? And I was like, I guess, you know, whatever. Gave me a call. Less than a year later, we got married. That was my first husband.
Wait a minute. The dude that arrested you was your husband?
My first husband. We was married for 14 years. Yep.
Lord have mercy.
The moral of the story, fellas, you can find a woman in your life in many different ways. You just have to be willing.
You can lock them up.
Even if she's going to look for some other. But yeah, he
handcuffed you. Like he took the handcuffs. He's like, hey, let me call you later. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, we went out that next day. The next day he came and we went out, and basically, he never. I'm telling you, I'm a good ass woman. Me and get once they in, what is this? My private space. That's it. It's over.
What is this?
I ain't even looking over there because I already seen the clue over there. I don't want to see nothing the clue had to say. I ain't even looking at the chat.
Hashtag that best from streets.
Being a flat trip. That's what she's saying.
I'm not looking.
Well, first of all, I want to say, you know, I don't want to brush over the fact that you said what happened to you when you were 13. I'm sorry that happened to you. I do want to say that for sure.
Yeah.
I shared on my thing on my channel on YouTube, kind of the events, and then that's another thing that I don't know. It's like, you know, when I say, you know, Patrice, when I share like my faith and how strong I am in it, there's so many stories that I have to share. And I went through that very quickly, not giving details of like different things that happen in between. But it's so evident how God has been there for me. Like even with that art experience, it's like people will say, oh, she needs therapy or whatever. No, it's just who I am in his comfort and just everything. I just see him in every part of my life. It's just like he carries that pain for me or something, because I don't feel pain. I try to learn try. I learn from every experience that I've been through in my life. I get stronger from it. I'm an open person. I'll share any part of my life with no problem. I have nothing to be ashamed of or embarrassed about, because whatever I go through and experience, I truly feel like that is to help someone else that maybe don't have that tough skin or that inner being or whatever I have. And I open up myself to the Lord to be a vessel, to be used by Him to help whoever might need it or whatever the cause is. But I'm telling you that's like nothing. I had this I thought I was gonna be a prostitute, and this pimp came up to me. He said, "Baby girl, what the hell's wrong with you?" You know, I got things, and it's just like I just been saying my whole life. I never prostituted, guys. Never did. But I'm just saying, I'm thinking of these dumb things as a young girl, and me being Miss Sweet Innocent or whatever you want to call it. It wasn't me that saved me from these situation. It was always the Lord. Like that pimp, he could have put me right on the stroll. I was open and willing. I don't know if I would have went through it, but I was open and willing. I put myself in a situation. And he was like, "Baby girl, I'm gonna buy you some McDonald's, get your ass something to eat. You get your ass back in school. And I don't want to see your ass out here no more." And he goes, "You know these women right here? They'll die for me. They'll take a bullet for me. You gonna take a bullet for me?" I was like, "Hell no." He's like, "See how sometimes this ain't for you? Fuck these streets." I was like, "Oh." He's like, "Take your ass home and I better not ever see your ass again." I was like, "Okay." I'm laughing now, but it really was a serious situation. I was like, "Okay, no problem." And it's things like that, you know. There's a lot of things, but
But I just want to say I want to thank you for like sharing that story, because I have like had no idea about it, but because your experiences was actually similar with my mother, because like she because what you're saying with the process, like talking about is basically like lamenting, with God, and talking about giving up your your pain and sorrow up to Him for Him to carry. But with that, my mother, like, she was before she was with my father, like she was in a very abusive relationship, like almost near brink of death. Dude was beating on her, army dude, whatever, and my father kind of came in and kind of pulled her out of that. So, but with that, and she still has like pain today. Like literally, even then, like I was a high risk pregnancy because of that. So, but with that, like she had the same like similar experience with you, happened at a young age as well. But with that, I just see how in terms of her, I'm not in terms of her personality that she gets, but how way she kind of carry herself, because she's also a prophetess in the church, and she just used that way. She understood like people before, they come to them to send like a sign of them, like, to their experience before they even said it. So I just think that, no, that's just kind of just a strength on your end of kind of noticing that from you as I talk to you, because I had no idea about it, but also just knowing just the way that you carry yourself, that I have like enormous respect for you, even just you sharing the story. Because I know we're kind of acting a little animated with that stuff, but
yeah.
at the break of things and everything, I appreciate that you shared. Thank you.
But you know what? And it's crazy. I don't know. I'm always so animated. It is like, it's
You
just
laugh
like,
to keep from crying, like it's sometimes.
not
So like,
even. I laugh because I love laughing, and this is just really how I feel. I don't even like. No, I've never even had the desire to like weep over it. I don't
okay,
feel that about it. I really don't. Never have. Not to keep from crying.
yeah,
I feel like we have a choice. So
you're absolutely right.
yeah, why would I
No,
choose to be sad? It's not going to change this. It's just what happened. It's not going to do anything any different. So I choose to grow from it. I choose to learn from it. I choose to share whatever might be asked of me. I choose to smile and laugh at things and be. I choose the glass half filled, not half empty. I choose
yeah,
it
yeah.
totally.
hmm Yeah, because I think that I kind of try to work on that, like this, because last 2 years, like for me, were kind of been like most traumatic on my own end, because I've been on my own now. But I'm like about to graduate college, but a lot of things where like I recently got like dealt with a lot of like mental health stuff, because for me, I'm like a 2-time like self deletion survivor. From like around my sophomore junior year. and everything. And it's because also I was part of a very toxic environment that was like, it was really, I won't say kind of a cult, but like it was very like this ministry that I was a part of that was very damaging to me. But it took me time to actually get back to where I am today, because now when I'm talking, people couldn't even tell. But they also know this other side of me that I'm very like, I have a really unique sense of humor and stuff like that, because I just like, I don't, and I try not to, like, when I see people be down about it and everything, and some folks be reacting the way where it's like, Michael, like, why are you okay? All this stuff you went through a car accident, all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, but it's just, fact is, like, I laugh at it just because of the fact of, one, it keeps you younger. I think these actually benefits to actually the fact that you laughing all the time and everything that makes us a younger, not just because black don't crack, but um
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Maybe.
but yeah, but I just know that holding that type of bitterness or type of rage, or just from certain situations, whatever, that does have like a negative effect on the body and stuff like that. But through like a process of deliverance, and the things that tie to the body that are actually tied to certain events or emotions, whatever, that you can get out through that. But yeah.
No, you know what? And absolutely. What you just shared is more to me, like, more amazing and transparent, and see, and just like, even with that, it's like, I truly believe God allowed things to happen to certain people to be strength, possibly for other people, and with you getting through it and having these life experiences, even if things are not as traumatic, or
Right.
whatever you want to call it. Even the simple things, you go through those things as well, just to help somebody else, to where, it might be a lot worse on them. Tamika, you tired, love. I know you tired. I see it all over your beautiful face, and your afro's coming on down, like it's like put my bonnet on so I can go to bed.
Yeah, it's time for me to go to bed. I gotta get up in like 3 hours so I can study and write some classes.
Here earlier for her information. Smart young lady.
So
I
have
think.
fun.
Oh,
Enjoy
and thank
yourself.
you. I'll say, Tamika, thank you for showing up on the JB or the Broken Dusty show. I think it was a few weeks ago. We had an interesting conversation though, but I was understanding your perspective. I know you and Jonathan were going at it and stuff, but
it's all good. Me and Jonathan always go at it. We go at it on B2B on his show from the tech perspective. It's just, again, like they say, they call us I think y'all call us the late 1900s.
What?
Yeah, so like
the year you was born.
the year that like with the Gen X, they call us the folks that come from, instead of the 99 and the 2000s, it's now the late 1900s.
You're still Gen X?
I'm a Gen X, yeah.
What year?
Gen X.
I was born in 74, so I just turned 47.
Oh, I thought, you sure? I thought it was 72 and 74. Okay.
I
thought it was
Gen X.
Yeah, my parents born 59, and I was born 98. So, yeah.
You was born 98.
Yeah, I'm 20. I'm 23. I'll be 24 next year.
Gosh. Okay.
Let's see, 98. What was I doing?
I know that.
See, what was I doing?
I was just graduating college.
I was in Atlanta partying. Yeah. So y'all have fun and enjoy yourselves.
Well, I think
you do everything.
Morning. I guess it is at this point.
Have a good morning.
Yeah, I know, right? Good morning.
Yeah, I had to get up early today. I had to get dressed and stuff. I'm being in the outfit the whole day, but I also had to drop videos, and I have Jonathan's show later tonight, and I got work at 11. So
today's Wednesday.
Today is Wednesday.
Oh, home show is tonight. I got to go over there. Red Lipstick Vibes.
She's a nice lady. Yeah.
8:30. Yeah. I told her I'll see her over there. I'm gonna go.
But she got a channel.
Yeah, and she's going to be doing. Actually, it's pretty good. I watched it earlier today before I started this live, and it's fun. I like it. She has like 4 or 5 guys on there, and it's great because they all give like a different perspective, and it's not like the same thing. And they're a certain age. It seems like they're I think all of them are except for one is married. And
Mm.
yeah, it's really nice. It's cool. I liked it. So she did today. The one I watched, Blueprint of a Man's Thought. So tonight she's doing part 2.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay, so I'll check her out. No, she's always been sweet in the comments and stuff, but I never put like a face to, but yeah.
She's
Yes,
pretty.
I'll check her out. And what's your show about, Mike?
Mine. So I have my own personal channel. It's called Jedi Mike 7. Together is reviews, news, and truth. I do a bunch of like movie stuff, like content, but I take educational content, but I take content from movies and books, and I try to make it education for like younger audiences to try to, developing skills such as like leadership, trying to become best version of themselves, whatever. Talk about traits that identify such as narcissism or anything like that, or and I'm going to be pushing out more content coming soon, like today. But that's what I do. I'm trying to give a younger perspective of the stuff we normally talk about, because we complain about. Yeah.
What's your
channel?
No, what's the bracket? Like, are you looking at stuff from like 2000 to 2005, or stuff from recent years, or
what are you talking about in terms of what, like
content? Yeah, well, you're pulling content from, like, you're saying you're doing reviews. Are you doing reviews of recent movies, or?
Oh, so I do. Yeah, so I actually did all, like, for example, one video I did was the live stream I had was called "How Black Males Need to Be Educators," and I used the film "Lean on Me" from Morgan Freeman, and I took that film and I kind of breaking down the traits that he exhibit as a teacher.
Okay, so it could be from any era.
And yeah, using more influential films as well. Like I also I took one about like one of the Marvel shows of Falcon and Winter Soldier, and I used that to say identifying the traits of leadership, right, for men. And I also based it off of the book I had here. It's called 360 Leader. Yeah, I think I have it here somewhere, but I use it well, so I try to combine it. But since the semester started, now it's over, so I'm going to pushing out more stuff like that. But I try to get feedback from people how I can try to give it more educational content, or like a lecture type of thing moving forward, because I don't really see a lot of people my age at this, like, doing this. So, and actually giving younger folks, because we complain about men not being leaders or something like that, but then I think it's like, let's start with the people that are going to be leaders tomorrow. So I think that at my age, around the late teens, early 20s, that's a very important year for all, like, for many men, that can be like, make or break in terms of how they align themselves moving forward. So yeah,
I agree.
Yeah,
cool. Well, I appreciate you. I'll go and subscribe.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Jedi, they put your channel in there, and
I'll take it.
I got yours to put in there, and then she showed up, the one I was just talking about, Red Lipstick Vibes. Oh, she left. Okay, anyway, Red Lipstick Vibes, I was just talking about you and your channel. I'm looking forward to your content tonight.
Oh yeah, you're right, Wally. I got to put that in there. I mean, it just I'm still struggling, but it's okay. We're at about 200. Yeah, no, Wally said I got to write that in my about section. I just have my email and information
described.
Yeah, it's kind of weird for me to. What?
Is it more like it's multiple things, right?
Yeah, so you see, I have in different sections. So I do movie reviews. I do talk about news and stuff that go on in the world, but I also have education as well that you can see in there in my live streams. But I'm gonna try and push out more coming, like, this break, because I'm also I'm gonna take that section from Lapeef about the men. Can men be vulnerable to women, or difference between vulnerability and transparency? Because that's where I guess, like, a lot of people know me from that. So I'm gonna put that in there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was a good one. It took me to listen to it to understand, because you don't talk fast, but you talk fast.
I do talk fast. Okay. No.
I'm like,
East Coast thing.
Yeah, right. And I'm like, I know you're not talking fast, but I'm not catching it all, and I have to listen to it again. But yeah, no, I remember that night, and then you came back, and I was like, okay, he talking, he know what that's smart. That's why
it was because, listen, it's like I got DMs from people, like random people that were talking about not only that show but the other appearance I was on, because I literally asked for constructive, like, criticism and feedback. Like, so when you tell me I'm speaking fast, like, please tell me, because I was like, I'm nervous about it. Especially like I have this I used to have this condition. It was bad when I was younger, but like I had like small like Tourette syndrome, like it was low. So it's like anytime that I would get nervous, whatever, I would scratch whatever, or like if you saw me scratching my head a lot or something like that at the time, that was because of that. But normally you would see it now, like I'm better at it now because I'm more relaxed and natural. But that only happened in very high stressful like situations. Which so that's when I kind of got into like YouTube. That was the thing, like it was the first time I ever done it. So, and especially at that scale of a network. So yeah. But now you don't really see me like I watch me like or do the replay and look, okay, I'm not doing this or anything like that. But with speaking fast, I know how to slow down because I know I have a lot of thoughts. That's why I have my notepad. Because over time, because I it's going to take practice for me to get my notes down and just making sure that I can just slow down and breathe and communicate. But at the same time, it's like when you kind of get heated in these debates, it kind of get a little bit difficult. But I want to make sure I'm just like always constantly like, training myself, but also asking people like, please tell me if I'm talking too fast. You're not like, offending me or
even
anything
now,
like that.
just what you describing everything, I can tell, like, as you describing, you start talking slower and even, just coming down with it. But I could tell, like, when you're tired and you go into, I call it your soothing mood. I don't know if you realize what I be putting in there when you start rubbing that head and you get the pick and you be, I was like, oh, he about to go. He's soothing himself out.
That's
But
my mom. My mom does that. Yeah, because Lily.
Really?
Lily, when I'm tired,
Patrice, are you still here? Yep. And then you get the brush or something else. Something else you get on there too. I don't know what it is. It's something big. It's flat and big.
You mean a sponge? I had when I had the box. Yeah, I had the box now, but I'm trying to do something different now. But yeah, when I do this, like this is soothing to me. I'm just like, okay, let me just do this. I'm getting
And
tired.
sometimes you put that head down and you be gone.
Yeah.
Patrice, are you still here? Okay, that's fine. So you guys are just in time. I've been saving this. I have this and you guys gonna hang out for a minute?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay,
I'm multitasking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we was just talking about Red Lipstick Vibes. Do you want to come up? It'll be my pleasure. These are the notes that I took from your show earlier. Let me put, I don't know if you want to come up, love? It'd be great. Okay, so earlier today before I came up, I was watching Red Lipstick Vibes channel, and the episode I was watching on there is the Blueprint of Men's Thoughts. So like I said, it was men on there at a certain age, and it was just it was different listening to their answers versus what I think you guys in the metaverse and these young bucks would answer it, type of thing. Okay, so as I was watching it, this is a good one to start with. Do you guys have a fantasy? Yay, she's coming up. Oh, good. She knows the questions better than me. And where did 84 go? Did he say he was leaving?
He dropped in the chat. He said he'd be right back.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, do you guys have a fantasy? Don't rush.
What do you mean by that?
A fantasy. Like a fantasy is like something you would like to maybe do that is, I look at it as kind of over the top sexually, but it doesn't have to be like intercourse, or it could be some type of intimacy. But it has a sexual undertone, I guess you want to say. It can be sex, but it doesn't have to be sex. But a fantasy, something you want to do that most likely you would never do. And some people say even if you do it, it kills the fantasy for you. Type of thing. Like a young boy's fantasy could be, he wants to be with his math teacher or something, something most like, well, now you can, but for the most part, you wouldn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You guys have a fantasy?
Well, I mean, I used to, like, at least I thought of a teacher probably, but yeah, never, because like, I don't know why. It's like I don't know, have a thing for like with older women, but it's not like because like only one of my ex-girlfriends whatever is younger than me, right? and but they're only older. But they're only older by like maybe like 2 years or so. But yeah, on that note, with a teacher probably, but I never thought of like
So nothing off like one day I wanna be with my girl and we're in a crowded restaurant and I told her don't wear any panties here tonight, and she comes sit on my lap as though we're taking a picture or something. And
Oh yeah, got plenty of those.
Oh, y'all already.
Oh, we are, or like while she driving, like oh yeah,
I got plenty of those.
Now you
See,
gotta do
but
better than that.
here's the okay, hold on, wait. See, but here's the thing with that though, right? I there's like an understanding of, especially when you're in a relationship, you want to make sure it don't get boring, it don't get spicy.
Exactly.
So you gotta be willing to step out of the box of being in the bedroom doing missionary all day. So
yeah, but that's what I was asking. So those are not fantasies, huh? Oh, because you already did it.
No. I mean,
Miss Liz, can you help me out? I'm trying to kind of mimic your show here. And how are you? And thank you for coming up on the platform.
Good morning, everybody.
Oh, good morning. Coming in with this nice song, and I'm all loud and screaming.
But no, you waking me up, Kai. It's good. That's why I'm saying.
So do you of course you remember the show I'm talking about, because you're doing part 2 later on tonight, right?
Oh, this is Red Lipstick?
Yes, it's me.
How you doing, ma'am?
Noise?
Just calling Miss Ty. It's probably my
her mic.
My mic doing it. I'm
how
on
you
a
doing,
different
ma'am?
laptop.
I see you in the
It
chat
sounded
all
like
the time.
someone was sucking and slipping and okay.
No, it was her mic.
Wow.
Yeah, it's my mic. Let me go out, and because I'm on a different laptop, let me go out and I'll come back in.
Okay.
She got such a sweet voice.
I know. I feel like okay. Let me Okay, guys. So the next question is intimacy. What is your definition of intimacy with your spouse? That doesn't work?
No, that's not.
Okay. Okay, guys. What is your thoughts on intimacy? Okay, so I'm gonna tell you why I wrote this down. One of the guys on there he's married, and he was expressing how he looks forward to coming home to his wife and just kind of just being next to her, just laying down and not necessarily going into sex, but just feeling and enjoying her body on the exterior. So that is a form of intimacy, he says, for him, which I totally agree with. Yes, that's some great thing. So what is this intimacy with you guys, and what does it look like with your partner?
You go on, man.
Huh?
For me,
y'all playing the game while I'm doing this. Y'all look like y'all playing the game. Oh, okay.
No. He multitasking. He already said he was multitasking.
Oh, okay.
I'm watching the chat while I got 2 monitors. I'm watching the chat while we talking.
Oh, okay. See, my full attention on you guys. Okay, but go ahead.
Intimacy to me, I can kind of relate to that, because if it's not the actual act of having sex, then something like, I like the young lady that I'm mingling with right now. I like when we're on the couch watching Netflix, like maybe rubbing her thighs. She likes playing in my hair or playing in my beard or something like that. Like little stuff like that, nice and simple. So don't gotta be too crazy. Little small physical, just being able to physically feel the person next to you is pretty much all I need, for real.
That's really nice. Yeah. What about you, Jedi?
Yeah, I think there's a whole thing about love language, what it is, like you like acts of service, physical touch, stuff like that. But for me, it's like, or quality time. But yeah, for me, I found out like mine was physical touch and quality time. So like what he said, the nothing that really is the actual like sexual part of it is kind of like the physical intimacy. Like even when like I love movies, obviously. So like we're in a movie theater even then, like when you lift up the recliner seats and stuff like that, and or have like she wearing jeans, but you put your hand on like the back pocket and stuff like that, and stuff like that.
Nice.
you know.
Are you lying? Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because I know exactly what he's talking about. I've been in the back pocket.
Yeah.
So, okay. So Miss Liz, I didn't write down the whole question. For what do you remember the fantasy question? Did I portray that right even?
I missed how you said it, but okay. Anyway, I think I can remember how it went.
Yeah, because it was the way you worded it on there.
Oh, so it was a comment that was being made when we were talking about intimacy versus sex.
Yes.
And, the question was, oh, okay. So we were talking, and the question, what the young lady in the comments were saying about both people should share their fantasies, and then the conversation turned into, sometimes women don't open themselves up to
that's right
sharing their fantasies and things.
That's
and
right.
I chimed in and said sometimes it depends on how comfortable the man makes her within the relationship, if she feels safe enough to open up to explore that side of her, because she may be kind of hesitant. A lot of times women that are very sexual get placed into a box, so she wants to feel like, okay, this is a safe space, I'm safe with my man to explore wherever. And so that's how the conversation started. So yeah.
Okay, because I remember one of the guys, didn't they say like if you do the fantasy or carry it out is no longer a fantasy or something like that. I thought one of the guys, the husbands, had said.
I think there may have been Sheed or one of the two. I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry.
No. Don't worry about it because I have a good one.
Okay. So I was just trying to remember exactly what he said. No, like, what is this like? No longer fantasy. And I think one of the other men were like, "Well, that's the point because you're playing it out."
Yeah, because if like you said, like even if y'all having a conversation, share your fantasies. If I say I want to see her in a naughty nurse outfit and then she does it, like it's not a fantasy anymore. Like just because we did it, we can't do it again because we did it. Exactly. I can't imagine how that went and look forward to do like that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but I think, but isn't that Miss Ty? Isn't that the underlining of the definition of fantasy or the understanding? Once you fulfill it or do it, it's no longer. It can no longer be a fantasy.
But in my thinking is, if you want to think about it that way, anything and everything can be tweaked to become a new fantasy.
Oh yeah, true.
You're Jedi
if you're talking. Oh, okay. Okay, so here's one. I really like this, and Harris Tribe Media Group came up with this. This was his, and this is still in a conversation of fantasy. And maybe you can help me put this into
JB. Yeah, his name is JB.
Oh, Harris Tribe.
Oh, Harris Tribe.
Harris Tribe Media Group.
Oh yeah, he's real good. Yeah.
Okay. So what his suggestion was that what him and his girl do. I think he's one that's not married but in a relationship.
No. Harris. Okay. The two at the top.
Yes.
Media, he's married. Harris Group, he's married. His wife was actually in the car with him at that time.
Oh, okay. Yes, he was on this side.
And the Latino guy at the bottom is married, but everybody else is single.
But Mass Creator is married.
That's why I said the guy at the top on the side of me. His name is JB. Mass Creator.
Oh, that's Mass Creator. Okay, JB.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
He's married.
Okay, so what Harris did, he said what him and his wife do, they play a game. You remember this? I love this. I love this. They play a game. Who comes first? Y'all get it? So he said, so it depends on who comes first. Whoever comes first, they either gotta gotta do a chore like wash dishes or pay for dinner or something. I kind of like that game. I think maybe in the future I'm gonna who comes first?
I'm with that because now you got to show out. You got to show out now.
You gotta go with your girl and tell her, okay, this is a new game that I heard about, and it's
everybody was taking notes. I was like, take notes, y'all.
Yes, I really like that one. I didn't get a chance to hear the whole thing, but I didn't hear another game on there, and so I thought that would be a good thing to.
Yeah, it was cute.
Yeah, and then I had what you just said it. I had wrote a note about what you had said about women need to be comfortable to be free, which is very true because we're always so conscious of our body and what it's looking like and what they're thinking. But I can tell you this: we had a nice intimate conversations. Not last night's stream, but the night before, where it was me and another nurse, Brianna. She was on here, and we were talking about those different things. About you was here one? No, you wasn't. We was talking about those different things and how women get to pleasure, and how some women don't even have orgasms. And we were sharing different things about that. And this is one of the things we were sharing, that woman really needs to feel comfortable with you and feel free. And but one of my top recommendation was this woman really needs to explore her own body first. She needs to know what pleases her, where she likes to be touched, and before she can even tell her man or whoever she's with, her husband, what pleases her. And so I said, that's the number one thing I would recommend for a woman that is not having orgasm. And then, of course, she has to go to the being free part and things like that. And then, who was it? Was it M3? It was it might have been, it was, what's his name? I call him Ocean. I can't even remember. Oh, Trash Can Waves. He goes, he's trying to be smart. Right, Ocean. He trying to be smart. He goes, well, what does that look like? I said, what do you mean? What does that look like? What does it look like when she's trying to learn her body? I said, it looks like masturbation. Come on now. You know what I'm trying to say. He's trying to give me a hard time. And then, okay, so here's the question for you guys. So the conversation came up after that. I think it was Queen said, so if you don't have an orgasm while masturbating, while touching yourself, is that considered masturbation? That was a question that came up. 100 is like, what difference does it make?
What kind of is it like you didn't get the end result, but the objective was still the same?
No. Okay, listen to the question is because we got to think. I'm talking about someone that doesn't know their body yet, and so that's not getting fulfillment. That's not having orgasm. So my recommendation is for a woman to explore her body. So I'm not telling her to masturbate because she never even had. Why are you laughing so hard, Jedi?
He's having a ball.
He got it.
So my recommendation is for her to explore her body, to be able to tell her partner, her spouse, what touches feel good to her. So the question came up, well, because when what? Jedi, you get on my nerves.
Uncle Stu.
Oh, Uncle Stu. Oh,
okay. Oh my God, what in the world are we talking about this morning? We talking about feel good stuff. My version.
So like this is what I'm doing right now. I'm recording a moment of like the piece that was on that kind of went, I said, semi-viral. But as I'm doing that, I'm on a separate StreamYard, and that mic is muted, so it won't hear me. But I'm on a separate StreamYard right here, and my mic's on, so I think I'm good. So yeah.
He's just having too much fun.
He having too much
Good.
fun. Okay.
Good.
Anyway, so he said, I'm virgin, so this is way over the top of my ears. Laugh out loud. But okay, so listen to the question, Jedi. And I know 100's listening and Miss. Okay, so my recommendation, Arui was talking about, I suggested that the woman gets to know her body because she's not having orgasms. And so, so she can tell her spouse, partner that what she likes. So the question came up, well, what does that look like? I said, well, it looks like masturbation. So then at that point, I think it was Queen, she was on the panel. She's like, well, is it masturbation if she's not having an orgasm, if she doesn't come to pleasure? Yes. So that's my question for you guys. Is a woman exploring her body or a man exploring his body to find out more about it? Is that masturbation? I'll let you go first, Miss Ty, because Jedi don't seem to know what I'm talking about. He acting confused.
Yeah. I mean, you still touching it. I mean,
so just touching is like masturbation? Or is it the act
I'm trying to be PG as possible, but if
right,
you can't say masturbation on here.
You fine.
I think, but I'm just talking about what I'm about to say. I'm trying to choose my words lightly.
Self-pleasure.
Yeah, because you could pleasure yourself without having an orgasm.
So we need the definition.
You can just bring yourself to arousal, or explore all your parts. So it's still masturbation. Oh, Uncle Stu!
Shout out to my Uncle Stu. Love you, brother. Or my mentor.
This cover. Put some earplugs in, Uncle Stu.
No. See, if the goal is to learn your body, that means that you've been short on orgasms. So you're making an attempt at it. Maybe this time it didn't go right, but the next time it will. You're doing the same exact thing. It's still masturbation.
Exactly. Okay, so my pushback is why it's not masturbation is because you're not. Why the definition won't come up? Because you're not going into the act of self-pleasure. You're going into. Well, you're not going into the act of to climax, but I guess that should be your goal, though. But the whole objective is to learn what feels good, what part of your body, what touch points feel good. What did you say?
Oh, I'll be back, guys. I fixed my dad some tea.
Okay. So the goal is to figure out how you like to be touched. Not that she's, because she can't even get to a orgasm, a climax. So that's not even the goal right now. The goal is what part of your body likes to be touched. Like you're trying to discover what part feels good, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Y'all still don't agree with me? I don't think it's masturbation.
I want to look up the definition of the word.
Masturbation.
Oh wow! First thing that pops up is Urban Dictionary. Good job.
Why I must be not. Why did I? Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. Oh, okay, maybe I should go to Chrome. Okay, what does it say?
Nope, that's not gonna apply at all.
See, you can't even say it, huh?
No. It's just Urban Dictionary doesn't ever. Well, I'm not gonna say it doesn't ever, but Urban Dictionary is ignorant. To stimulate oneself sexually, especially by use of hands or a sex toy. Made for this person, often to the point of ejaculation. In rare cases, people use masturbation applied with another technique known as edging.
Known as what?
Edging.
Continue.
So you can very well masturbate without the orgasm.
Yeah.
I hear about a lot of men that do that. Like they masturbate until the point of no return, but right before they get there, they stop.
Why?
It's still masturbation.
But why would you stop?
Semen control.
Why? That makes no sense. You guys do some crazy stuff. That don't make no sense. How can you stop? That's crazy.
I don't subscribe to it, but it's there, it's there. So here's a question I want to ask, because we do have some ladies here, so I want to ask this question. Yeah. So I've run into females who do have that problem, right? When they speak of having they lack the ability to be able to get to that point.
Down here. How long have you been down there? I'm sorry. 84. I didn't even see you down there.
It's okay. I'm here. Hey, what did I walk into? Oh my gosh! I thought we were talking about poverty and helping the community. What's going on?
We done with that.
I know. That woke me up. I'm like, what the hell?
You didn't woke up. Okay, so go ahead, 100.
So the question here is it okay? I'll say it this way. I find it a little uncomfortable when I'm the one finding new places for a woman to be stimulated.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Okay. No, I like that. I like that for multiple reasons, because you're even willing to explore to help her. But why isn't she? Maybe she knows, but just not telling you.
The devil is a liar.
Maybe she's shy to tell you.
To tell me what? That she don't know what she doing?
Oh, exactly. wait. Did I take it the wrong way? Is it?
We want to go there. Okay, we can go there.
No, okay. So here's a great example. Okay. Right? Here's a great example of see, now I feel like Miss Todd, like how you say this without being crazy. Okay. So in exchange with the female, and come to find out her inner thigh is a very sensitive area. She was completely unaware of this, but for some reason our interaction sparked the fact that her inner thigh was a highly sensitive area. I really think that she didn't know. That's uncomfortable to me.
Maybe could it be that in the past experiences it didn't do it for her? It was you and what you brought to that inner thigh, and the others did not bring that to the inner thigh. So that's why she didn't know.
Yes, Kaya. I was about to say that.
I'm telling you that
a lot of times. Now, sometimes it takes that one guy, that one man.
Now, don't go
attached with the right emotional feelings.
Right.
All kinds of body parts will be electrified with the right person.
You never know.
And your body changes over time. Because sometimes the right one, the right side may not get as stimulated as the left side now. So I mean, your body changes. So
it's true. Yeah.
All right. Absolutely. That's a different perspective. All right. I can use that.
Have you found another spot then that because you made it seem like it was multiple? So if it was just that one and you getting frustrated just by one spot, I would be a little disappointed.
No. I mean, that was just one for that female in particular, but that situation it's not a one time, like it's not, especially being younger. Like when I was in my early 20s, I'm not even 30 yet, for the record.
Okay.
So I am still in my 20s. But when I was in like 21, 22, even 19, 18 years old, like a lot of people aren't, I understand now a lot of people aren't fully aware of themselves sexually, right?
That's so true.
So, I mean, it's not the first time that I've run into that. But now that you say it that way, it makes sense.
So you're saying like when you're 19, 20, you have found spots on women that they have expressed to you that they didn't know that was a pleasure spot for them or a feel-good spot or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, amen, brother. Mm-hmm. Jedi, what's your what are you finding spots?
You know it.
I don't know it.
It's called. You got both the Jedi sense and the Nigerian sense too. We make
The
our way
Jedi
through the
mind sense.
Jedi Niger.
You reveal that.
You a Jedi Niger.
Wait, 84, we got to catch you up. Are you ready?
I'm here.
You ready?
I'm here. Don't ask me that crazy, all right?
Okay, so the first question is, what is your fantasy?
No, you got the wrong brother for that one. Now you ain't getting me in trouble. Nah.
Well, he has one. He has a fantasy.
You get me in trouble. No, Kaya. No.
Okay.
This is a 100 watts type of question. This ain't for me. This is a 100 watt Jedi Mike type of question. This ain't for me, man. Yeah. Ain't my type of question. Nah.
Wait, say that again.
Nah, that question ain't for me. That's for you, man. It ain't for me, man.
You won't answer any sexual questions, correct?
I mean, I'm celibate, but I'm saying but that's I can still answer the question.
Yeah, it's just kind of I don't expect that one day you must fulfill this because you put it out there. Okay, so here's a safe one. What does intimacy mean to you? What does intimacy look like to you?
Thank you. Thank you for the safe question. Thank you. I'm trying to have no shoes fly to nowhere. You know what I mean? Hit me beside the head. But with that being said, yes. What it looks like for me is, it could be in various forms. It could be something that you communicate. It could be something that you express physically. It could be spiritual. It could be so many different things. But
one example. What does it look like?
I think true intimacy is you connecting with someone, and and basically you're on the same page. You know what I mean? You're on the same page. They understand you. You understand them. And sometimes it's communication, but then sometimes there's not. So it's just like you look at them, they look at you. You kind of already know. As you're moving, they know what to be. You know what to be. You know what I'm saying? And things are just happening. That happens when you know that you and your partner are on the same page. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's like to me. But that sometimes it can take time to build that. You know what I mean? So I think it's also a process. So if somebody is not on your same page automatically, but you have interest in this person, express that and also be willing to show them how they can be on the same page. You know what I mean? So, some people don't be willing to learn. Some people be like, oh, well, I know how to do this and I know how to do that. And then that gets you in trouble because maybe you don't know. Maybe you don't know. Maybe it's something that you can learn and you can learn from. You know what I mean? So I know a lot of times guys, we get into that trap. We like, man, I know what I'm doing, yo. When I come through, I be shutting them down. I be laying them down. Then you meet that one, you like, oh, snap. Yeah, man.
The minute they said
I met her and it happened, but it didn't happen the way I thought it would happen. That never happened to me before, man. Like, and then your boys is like, all right, man, just relax. It happens to everybody. Relax. It's cool. Don't worry about it. We gonna get through this. It's all right. But for men, a lot of times that could be a hit in the stomach, man. Could hurt our pride sometimes. You know what I mean? And our confidence a little bit too, because you're like, man, did my skills slip up? Am I not the same man? You start questioning your manhood and all types of stuff. So yeah, I know what that is, and I've been there. So yeah.
I tell you this secret. Once you come in bragging about anything, it's an immediate turn off. Like, okay, he ain't about nothing. He ain't gonna be able to do nothing. He for sure ain't gonna perform what he bragging about.
I agree with that.
Miss Patrice, are you awake, my love?
I'm playing sleep.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she pleading the fifth on this one.
Absolutely. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth.
I promise I wasn't going to.
I do have a rebuttal, Kai. I do have a rebuttal a little bit. Okay. Now there's certain talk that a man says where he's talking about he knows what he's doing if he mentions certain things. So if because it's just certain areas on a woman that 9 times out of 10, if not 10 times out of 10, it will turn a woman on automatically. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just certain areas that every woman has. I would say the neck. The neck is one area. You know what I mean? So the neck could be one area. You know what I mean? You know. Say it again.
You said there's certain areas that 10 times out of 10 is going to turn them on, right?
Yeah.
No.
9 times out of 10. So 9 times out of 10 or 10 times out of 10.
Oh, 9. Okay. Give me another.
I can't name another one.
Look, he's bagging out.
That's a best.
Can't say it. Sorry.
He bagging out.
You ain't gonna keep dragging me under this bus, man.
Oh, she ain't dragging me nowhere. I ain't going.
No, because you said that because you started. You said no. That's a Jedi Mike and 100 watts question. You threw the bus at me. You ain't gonna keep hitting me with this bus.
No, man, I'm not trying to, bro. I'm not trying to.
100. He came back, didn't he? I left him alone, right? I'm trying
to be the assist leader. I'm not trying to be the one scoring points right now. Not at all.
You came back. Okay, so this is another part. So I got a cool game for you too. If you never heard of this, that I got off of Red Lipstick Vibes YouTube channel.
Hello, Miss Ty. I didn't say hello to you. Hello, Miss Ty.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So on there, one of the male gentlemen, Harris, he had said this is a game that him and his wife play. So the game is called Who Comes First? Okay. So the object of the game is whoever comes first, meaning has an orgasm, has the chore to do that you would establish beforehand. So it's either like wash dishes or you got to pay for dinner, things like that. So that's like a cool game that you can incorporate to, I think of it as prolong the inevitable. Okay, you're boring. Okay, so let's go to the next one. I'm just playing at 84. That was a joke. Okay.
I'm not stepping into that realm, okay? You're not getting me tonight. You're not getting it.
There's a thing that me and the mother of my oldest child, something we would do a lot. We used to, a lot of times for Valentine's Day when we exchanged gifts, we always had the coupon book in there.
Oh,
that had certain things on there. So if you ever, we used to get up and go to work at different times throughout the day. So if either one of us ever went into the kitchen and saw the coupon on the refrigerator under a magnet, you got 24 hours to carry out the coupon.
Oh, that's cute. I like that a lot.
Oh, wow.
Store, don't try to come in now. This is too much for you.
I know about the coupon book. I had one of them. It's very yeah.
No,
yeah.
I like that. I like you have to do it within 24 hours, right?
Yep.
I like that. We need to do like 12 hours or 4 hours. Oh, maybe some of them said that. Anyway, okay, so on there, this was interesting to me, and I just wanted to know you guys' perspective. So Mass Creator, which his name is I just found out his name is JD. Okay, so they were on there. Miss Liz asks, would it be okay if your wife made alterations on her body as far as her butt or her breasts or anything like that? So the most part, the guys was like, well, no, I married her that way. I like it. And, if she got a little tiny booty, then I want the little tiny booty. One of the guys gave that example. So JD came in and said this. He said something to the effect, well, it's her body, her choice. That's what he said. Her body, her choice. So he said, I wouldn't necessarily want some H's up there, but if the doctor says it's okay, and she finds a doctor, and she does it, it's her body, her choice. He said he wouldn't necessarily want it, but her body, her choice. What do you guys think about that?
Oh, are we gonna go there?
Yeah, because I was actually kind of shocked he said that, and I think he had been married the longest on there, hasn't he, Miss
Yes,
Tony?
he's been married the longest. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I was just shocked at his answer, but he stand on it. He sure did.
Go ahead, Jedi. Go ahead, Jedi.
Silence across the board.
No. I'm like, this is a very touchy subject here, so I'm just like being careful. So the question,
God, I was about to say.
So the question you're asking is saying how I feel about the whole body, my choice, and all that mess, right?
Yeah, basically, and like she could come home with some double H's, some H's, and he said it's her body, her choice. And he said his thing was as long as she's seen the doctor said it was safe, and she did her research, it was fine with him. Her body, her choice.
So we can have talking from a moral point of view or a logical point of view. Morally, I'm against it. Logically, I'm like, okay, yep. Legally, no, she has the right to do it, like in terms of body.
No. I'm talking from a husband and wife position. You, her husband, she, your wife. I'm talking from that perspective, period. So if you the head of your household and you the man, the law is in your house, that's the law.
So you telling me, so she comes to me, my wife said, no, I want to have a deletion.
No, in my understanding, she ain't got to come to you. Her body, her choice.
That won't happen.
Her body,
that's my answer. That won't happen. She wouldn't be saying that. I wouldn't be married to her.
You would get a divorce over that?
I wouldn't be married to her. That's the point.
No. Well, you got to play along with the. Come on.
No. That's my answer.
You married. You already married.
No.
Hey, wait. You got to play along with the scenario. Stop. So you already married. Her body, her choice. She come home with HH.
You know what's so funny about this though?
Wait, what do you mean by HH? Like,
I guess it got H side. He used the letter H. I guess you can.
Wait, are you talking about plastic surgery? Like,
yes. Tiggle bitties.
Okay.
Tiggle bitties.
Okay, my man. I'm like, what are you talking? Like, my bad. Okay, so
I was talking about.
All right, so okay, I just wanted. Okay, if she made that decision before she went to the doctor and everything like that, now going to the doctor having a conversation with that, okay, that's one thing. But I'm just saying, I married you with the body that you have. And in as much as we hold each other accountable, if you want to get a certain point, you don't need to go to plastic surgery to get that, because I am active in my life as well. So, and also it's free of charge. A gym membership is cheaper than plastic surgery.
Amen. I hear all of that. I done walked into the house with Henry and Harry. I done walked in. Henry and Harry is with me. Or Hillary and Heather. We walking in. What you gonna do?
I hope you and Heather, Henry and Henry, have a good night together.
Yeah.
So you would get a divorce over that?
It's
one who's paying for it.
She paid for it, but it doesn't matter if y'all married. It's y'all money, so she paid for it.
No.
So you're getting a divorce?
Like I said, we won't be married in the first place, but because I'm just like, you won't make that decision. I mean, no, I won't. I would be with one who has that mindset.
You're going against, so you would get a divorce then.
I don't believe in divorce.
Okay, amen.
Oh,
so you
my Jedi.
Henry and Heather.
Like I said, I would have a conversation. It just that's where listen. That's where I would say. I don't want to use the word corrective discipline, but like.
Ooh.
I like that. Ooh. You talk your talk.
I'm joking. I'm messing with you. I'm messing. Like, so what you're not gonna do?
These are the thoughts of Jedi Mike and Jedi Mike alone. I do
No.
not support or condone.
No, I'm messing with you. I don't. Anybody who knows me, know I'm not. I'm just joking. But
Where's our alert, guys? Where's our alert? Alert! Okay.
no,
Okay,
but
Hey, Ocean.
huh?
But like, so okay, I want to understand fully. So Heather and Hillary are like our best friends coming. Or are you talking about that's the names you call her enhancements?
Instead of saying H and H, it's Heather and Hillary. She comes home with H size cup breasts.
Without my permission for her to
She
go
don't
through
need
that.
your permission because your theory is her body, her choice.
You said my okay in this scenario.
Yes.
Okay, so
her
no.
body, her choice.
We would have a depending on it'd be depending on terms of how I mean this be real. Okay, if it's that much to form where you look like a damn like Barbie or Bratz doll or something like that, like there'll be an issue. But if honestly if it's not that big of a deal, like in terms of the enhancement, whatever, it's not that big of a deal to a point like you can't even tell. But like if it's something like this is you're not even the same woman I married, right? That comes to a point of like I don't know. Imagine me if I come in with nose change or something like that, and I look like Freddy Krueger up in this. Like you say that. How you feel?
I wouldn't get divorced from you for it.
So yeah, so now looking back, I'm like, all right, divorce would be okay. A little bit different, but you're making a decision without my not saying my consent, but or at least having discussion with me because this affects both of us. With your body, what you do, your body affects, also affects me. What I do, my body affects you as also being your leader. So that's the whole thing I come from. So the divorce thing, okay, I'll say that, but it's just a conversation of really the respect of knowing like, hey, listen, are you sure you want to do this? And also where's the process going? And then also there's no, you say turning back from this, but affecting your body. But most things that if you actually want to get to this point, I mean, like your breasts or other than that, have a bigger butt, like let's just go to the gym. That's my perspective.
Okay, I like you. Okay, so thank you. So this gentleman and he and Miss Ty, you can speak on it more, and I would appreciate to get your perspective because you know this gentleman personally. And I tell you guys, he stood 10 toes down that if his wife did, and then he did allude to he don't think she ever would, but he said if she did, her body, her choice. Can you add to that, Miss?
Yeah. So after our conversation online, we had like a little back check or whatever, and so he's still stood on what he was saying. He's more or less sort of like what Jedi kind of alluded to. They already had these conversations before, and you get ready to eat, Daddy? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. My dad just walked in the room.
Remember, it really is.
Yeah, like where's my tea?
Oh no. One of the guys said, "Where's his tea?" He said he got to fix you a cup.
Thank you.
He gonna pay him up tonight.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Y'all keep him in prayer. He has a little throat issue going on.
Okay, we will.
Cold or something going on.
Yeah.
So yeah, so he was saying that they already had that conversation years ago, and he let her know. He said that he felt like he wanted to make sure that she was secure in how he really felt about her body. And because of that, he doesn't think she would, because she knows that he loves what she has and don't need any changes. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and he
so that's why he's like, if she wanted to for her own reasons, but he doesn't want her to feel like she has to do anything extra for me. It's always if it's something that she wants to do for her and not for him.
That conversation can go so much, further because, yeah, 100. No, and you know what? I do respect that because even though we know most likely she won't, but if she did, okay, that's a whole nother topic. But for him to lay it down and lay it out like that, for one, so that's showing a form of ultimate trust. Like, I really don't think so, but I want her to know if she needs that for her, I'm still with her. You know, so he's really taking the chance, but he's not, because he knows her and he loves her and he's going to be there. But on the other hand, he really don't believe she's going to do it anyway. But yeah.
But listen, let's look at it though. Most women, they doing it for a man.
True.
So his stance is, if I'm telling you I love everything about you, you don't have to change anything. So if you do it, it's not because you trying to do something extra to please me. And so that's how he put it.
Oh, and then that could even say, well, who are you trying to please or trying to?
Exactly.
Amen.
Or who is these girlfriends you trying to keep up with?
Keep the titties, but you got to get rid of those girlfriends before they talk you
exactly. Yeah.
Okay. 100. What's your reply?
So my thought process is pretty much, oh man, I guess I would say it's pretty much the same as his thought process, because in terms of, in the husband's thought process, because hopefully there should already be some kind of understanding about how you feel about yourself, you know, your outlook and all of that about yourself before we get married. So I should already know how you feel. So if we're in the middle, for one, the scenario that you explained, if I'm not mistaken, you said one day just came home, right?
Well, she has that option. She could, because I went that far because Jedi was like, well, it just wouldn't happen. It just wouldn't happen. So I finally said, no, she comes home with you know, Hillary and stuff, because he kept saying it wouldn't happen, because the option is there, you know, for it to happen, you know, because he said her body, her choice.
Especially in the event if she was to just pop up with it, it's definitely a concern. Like, who are you trying to impress? Because if you already know how I feel, then why would you just randomly pop up with it without us having a conversation, right? And who's to say that I would like what you did? You know, just because if we supposed to be in this together and you're supposed to, like she said, you're supposed to be doing this to please a man, who said that this man liked what you did? I didn't want you to do that, right? So you're clearly trying to please somebody else. So that's just how I'm thinking.
So no go.
No, I'm all the way cool on that. Because if anything that needs to be done with surgery that can't be fixed in the gym, at that point, I feel like you are attempting to do something to please someone outside of the four walls we built.
Okay. So let's go back to 84. How you feeling about that question?
No, I'm not with it. No, I ain't with it. I don't like nothing plastic but a plastic bag. That's about it. I'm cool.
So nothing plastic. Okay, so stay with me. I'll start with you here. This goes into going further in that. So the gentleman we're talking about, I think what Miss Ty, they've been married, they've been together like 23 years, but married like 16 years or something like that, he said.
Are we talking about JB?
Yes, JB.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, and they got 3 kids, I believe he said. So you hear the timeline, right? 84, together 20 years, 3 babies, married 16 years later. She go to the gym, and maybe we would even put it to the point to where you feel she can go more and work a little bit harder, but she is making the effort and she's going to the gym, but things are just not shaping up, tuning up, turning out the way she would hope so. She comes to you, and I want to say nothing dramatic, and the reason I'm coming to you first because you said nothing plastic. And she comes to you. She's not, she's feeling, I don't like to use the D word of, depressed or whatever, but she comes to you and her self-esteem is not as well as it could be.
She's feeling insecure. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. A little insecure. And she comes to you stating, she want to do a little nip tuck, nothing too traumatic, but she would like to, do some fine tuning with some help from a doctor. Would you agree?
If it's plastic surgery, no. If it's a different surgery than that, then we're gonna have to go through the precautions. And if the precautions are really dangerous, then we're not doing it.
Any surgery is tell you that you can die from any surgery. That's the first thing they're gonna tell everybody.
So we good then. Nah. We good.
So even though she's telling you that she doesn't feel good about herself, she doesn't like what she looks like in the mirror. So at that point, you're saying no. What are you gonna do to help her, or what would be what would be your conversation to her?
I'm gonna ask her why she's feeling that way and what's really going on. Like,
she don't like the way her body looks. She didn't have 3 babies. The body, she's working out, and her body is not doing what she wants it to do, period. There's nothing else. She's not trying to get no man. She ain't trying to attract nobody else. It's all her. She just doesn't like what she sees in the mirror at all. And it's that simple. She just don't like it. Well,
I'm like, that surgery is not the way because you can actually lose your life. So do you want to, you being here is more important to me. It should be more important to you than what you look like. You know what I'm saying? So, and after that, that'll be the end of the conversation because I don't like, and this is just me, every man runs his house the way he runs to. But if once I say something as a man, once I say no, I don't really like to keep talking about it because then I'm just wasting my time.
God, so you said that would be the end of the conversation.
Yeah, it'll be the end of that. Yeah.
I'm shocked. I'm not going to say what I would have expected, but I'm going to let the other gentleman answer, and then I will. Miss Ty, did you have something to say?
I'm listening to the gentleman. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So 100. Same scenario. She's working out, but it's just not coming back together. You guys been together all this time. You got 3 children. It's just a simple fact that she just don't like what she's looking at in the mirror.
So this situation I relate to a lot because I've actually been in the gym and worked out with the mother of my child, and she actually got to a decent weight. And I actually went with her to a doctor's appointment, and he pretty much explained to her, like, you're in good shape, your body's getting back to where it should be. It's just carrying the baby, like the baby got to a certain size, like she has to get a tummy tuck, like they have to take the excess skin off.
Okay.
There's no working out that she can do to change that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, a surgery has to at least be considered. Now, I mean, I'm not gonna tell her no. In that case, I'm not gonna tell her no. I'm not gonna tell her I don't want her to do it. I just have to express my concern. Like, you have to be aware that, for one, this is a high health risk, for one. And for two, you have to understand that you're about to be down for X number of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we get around that, right? So because you're about to be down now, based on how we're set up, I go to work, you go to work, you're normally the one that takes care of the kids. So now in the morning, I have to adjust my schedule in terms of me getting to work. You're not working, so that's an income that's lost in the house. So all those things have to be considered as well. But I'm not going to tell her no if that's the case.
Okay. Jedi, are you here? Okay, so 100. Let's continue. So let's go back. So 84 said, no way, no how. That's it. End the conversation. And I asked him, what would be that conversation if she's telling you, we came to the conclusion she's insecure, and I use like low self-esteem. So you said no to the surgery, or for whatever reason she can't have it, but she still looks in the mirror and don't like what she sees. What type of conversation are you having with her?
Me or 84?
You. 84 already.
No, I mean me. Like if Yeah, if it's I've watched her stand in the mirror and look at herself and be like, if I could just get rid of this pouch. If I could just get rid of this right here.
You feel like
and
it's a foreign part on your body.
And it's something that she couldn't control. Like it came from carrying a child for 9 months, you know, and she wants to get back to where she was before she had a child. I can't be mad at her for that. I can't be mad at her for that. But if now the conversation originally started with, hey, let's take this fat from here and put it there and then put this no, I'm not with that. We're not doing that, because now you're altering your body to fit a way that you didn't look before. That I'm not with.
Okay, but I can see that. But okay, maybe I'm not so how would you address her insecurity? How would you address her low self-esteem? Like, that's really what I'm asking. Like, what does that conversation look like?
That conversation really is about more me listening than anything. Because I can't tell her about her insecurities. The only thing I can say is I still love you, or you were like this when I met you, or I still like, that's all I can say. But it's mainly about her expressing how she feels about herself and what would make her feel better.
Jedi, did you hear the question? Okay. Do you want the question?
Well, what's the question?
Okay, so the couple, the guy that we were talking about with Heather and Hillary, so they've been married. They've been together 23 years, married 16 years. They have 3 kids. And after this time, she goes to her husband. She comes to you and says, you know, she's working out, you know, you probably feel she can work out a little bit more, but she's working out, but her body is just not coming back together. And she just wants to get a couple of things fixed, you know, and would you agree to that?
Okay, that changed the whole dynamic of the whole thing, because talking about children. I mean, I'm as a man, I am realistic to think after you having more, 1 and 2 children, like your body's gonna actually affect as a woman. I'm not gonna be ignorant and say, oh yeah, you can go back and fix it. Like, that's just genetics. Like, it's gonna happen. But well, on that note, now she came up to me and talking about a few things. Like, okay, if that's the case, then we'll just have that conversation. In terms of like what she willing to change or whatever like that, because there are things that could be minor surgeries that won't have any type of like drastic effects to the body, even though there's some like worst case scenarios that happen with even minor things like nose or like lifts and stuff. But if that's the case, then the fact that she came up to me, we'll have the conversation into that, what the outcome of that be. And I mean, we'll see. But
you're willing to let her have the surgery.
I'm willing to have a conversation about it.
Are you willing? Okay, you have the conversation. She wants it, because when she looks in the mirror, her self-esteem is gone. She's insecure. She wants the surgery. So are you willing to let her have the surgery?
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, if the finances permit itself, like, we'll see.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, you're the only one. Okay, awesome. Well, I guess ultimately, I think 100 watts would do it too, ultimately. But okay, so then the other part of the question. Now, listen to what I'm saying, and it is like, that
you get 100. You get what I was trying to do, but anyway,
you like tiptoeing and dancing. I see you.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not tiptoeing. I'm giving you direct answer. Like, no.
And I'm gonna tell you, I'm really surprised from you 3 gentlemen. Well, Jedi, we're gonna see that I haven't. I'm surprised that you haven't said what I thought or think you would say.
Well, okay. You thought I was gonna say.
No. You got to listen to the rest of the second part of the question.
Okay.
Okay. So she's unable to get the surgery. Let's say we're not even going to say you said no. She's unable to get the surgery. Finances are not allowing it. Okay.
Of course. That's why I brought it up.
Okay. So she still has low self-esteem. She still is very, not in a good place. She's insecure. What does your conversation to her looks like now?
What's she insecure about, like, in terms of like?
And it's just the fact she does not like the way her body looks in the mirror. That's all it is. She doesn't like the way her body looks, and she doesn't feel good about when she looks at her body in the mirror.
$25 membership Planet Fitness.
No, remember I told you she's already
let me pose it. Let me pose the scenario like this.
Okay.
Let me pose it like this. The mother
You're right,
of my
Wally.
child,
I am.
the mother of my child gave birth to my child. Me and her together went to the gym. She worked out, changed her diet, and everything that I asked her to do. She got back to a manageable weight, a decent weight. But when she looks in the mirror, the excess skin from carrying that child for the 9 months is still there. We go to the doctor, and the doctor says that the only way to get rid of this excess skin is surgery. What's the conversation now?
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a whole nother thing. Okay, yeah, we have a conversation. That's what I mean. If it permits itself, I don't see anything kind of excess skin or anything. I don't see that being an issue.
Yeah, he went back to the first question. Andrew went back to the first question. The second question is, you can't afford it. We already determined you're willing. You can't afford it. It can't be done. So she's stuck with the results of her having her 3 babies. Okay. She's in the mirror still daily or however often, and she's expressing to you, you notice this. Her self-esteem is low. She's insecure. She just doesn't like what she sees in the mirror.
Okay.
What is your conversation to your wife?
Mm-hmm. Okay, my conversation to her is like, I mean, I'll do my best, whatever, to affirm her of everything. I wouldn't lie to her, anything like that, because there is as a man, as leader, like you making sure where she's in a good mindset, whatever, emotionally, physically, mentally, everything. That's also responsible, vice versa. So I'll have a conversation with her, but it's also things having a tough conversation, saying you have to accept the things you can't change and know the things you can't, and then have the wisdom to know the difference. And I think with that, it's just knowing that if I could just continue to affirm her, but even then to a point, there can be certain things that there's responsibility on her end that I can do only so much as an individual. In terms about insecurity as itself. Same thing for me as a man. Like, I don't expect her to fix any insecurities I have, whatever she dealt with. But at the same time, if she cared about me, she'd try to do something. But that's what I would do for her. But that would be my conversation to her.
Okay, amen. Okay, Miss Ty. I really want to get into this area now. Miss Ty, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, so you heard all 3 answers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you know the question and the scenario, and I want to just hop to the second one, okay? To the scenario. You're the husband, okay, and your wife, you know. Okay. That was good. So your wife can't get the surgery. She's her self-esteem insecure. She just doesn't like the way her body looks in the mirror. What is your conversation with her? And but be the husband, but have your female mind, if you know what I'm talking about, because you heard what the 3 men are saying, and I'm a little shocked actually, especially with 84.
Yeah, but they all said the same, everything I would say. So is this scenario where no surgery or anything happened?
I can't. So I see. I am different. Really? So there's nothing. Oh, what happened? Who left?
Yeah, OG. He had to go to. She had to go to work.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I keep forgetting to look at that thing. Okay.
Ocean.
Yeah.
He went out. There you go.
In and out that fast.
Why did you wait till OG Patrice leave to come up?
I know, right? You saw that, right? He just.
Oh, what was it? What I missed OG Patrice? Did I miss it?
Yeah, you know.
Oh, damn.
You trying to look like every creature in the ocean.
Oh, damn. Salute, gentlemen and ladies. Salute, gentlemen
What's up, brother?
and ladies.
What's up, going on, man?
What's up, Jedi Mike?
Long time no see, man.
Oh yeah. I hope you know I was just messing with you, man. I know you ain't beating no women with no stick.
No.
You use your open palm. Yeah, that's the open palm. It's the only way.
Somebody here that's louder than me.
Oh, is it me?
Okay.
Your mic is a little bit too strong, but it's good. It's good.
Miss Ty, since you basically agree with the guys, right?
And if it's like a whole, self-esteem issue thing, nothing you really can say because it's called self-esteem. So that means you need to therapy would definitely be my suggestion. And if she's afraid to go by herself, I would say, I'll go with you.
Okay.
So that you feel comfortable with the therapist, and then, wean myself away or whatever. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, Trash Can, please don't be on the same page as me. Please don't.
What's that?
So you heard
I heard a few things,
Okay, so you heard the scenario. We're at the point to where your wife, she can't get the surgery. She's kind of low and out. She's low self-esteem and insecure about her body. When she looks in the mirror, is nothing else wrong. It's just she doesn't like what her body looks like in the mirror. What is your conversation to her?
First of all, if I had got with her and I'm with her, I'm with a strong woman. So I can't tell that woman what not to do. All I could do is hope she respect me enough to respect my opinion. As I would prefer you not to do that. I wouldn't shut her down.
She's not going to have the surgery. We're to the point where she's dealing with the aftermath of not being able to have the surgery.
I'm just going through the whole concept. So I told her I prefer her not to do that, and she's not going to do it. So
if you want to go with that scenario, that's fine to get to the point. The point is she cannot have the surgery.
Okay. I wouldn't shut her down. I wouldn't tell her I wouldn't want to hear anything else about it, because that only does me good. That means I don't have to hear her problems. I don't have to hear her worry about it. But she's still being affected emotionally by it.
Yes.
So I just can't let it go. So me and her gonna have to talk. Most likely she wouldn't have got in that situation anyway, because I would.
No, she has 3 babies. She has
that's a progressive thing. You should have been encouraging her all along the way. You should.
Okay, so let's get back on track, ADD. So what we're going to do, I want to know what your conversation is to her directly, so I can conclude what I thought someone would agree with me with.
I'm on use my own personality, my own gifts. I'm gonna joke with her about it. I already will be.
What are you gonna say to her? Okay, what are you gonna say to her?
It's a serious. You ain't just what you say. It's what you gotta do at the same time. I'm gonna encourage you. You beautiful. You still beautiful. I hope you feel that way. If it's a reason you don't, I will have a conversation with her, explaining to me why you ain't feeling that way. What's going on with you? Is it something deeper? Because you might get the surgery, and you might still feel low about yourself. So what's really going on? Because I must have missed something.
Okay, but
we've been married for how long?
Fine. It's nothing with the surgery. It's just I just don't like what I look like in the mirror.
How you know how she feels?
Because it's my scenario. She's in my head.
I don't know if I feel.
Oh my God!
I don't know if I be with a woman like that.
Okay, I'll let it go. So I'll get to the conclusion. What I really thought, I thought 84 was going to hit on it. And then my next hope or thought was Jedi. So what I'm thinking, like as a woman, what I would want, what I would expect, because a lot of us women, I'm sure most of us look in the mirror and don't like, wholeheartedly what we see. And Trash Can was on the right, path of it. Just the encouragement, the reinforcement that my body is still beautiful to you. Of course, not lying to me. I think 100 hit on that. Not lying, but just reinforcing, I know you've been, I know your body been through some things, but baby, it's not, anything that's deterring me. Like reinforcement and encouragement. That's what I thought the conversation was going to sound like. And just letting her know still in your eyes that, you're still attracted to her and things like that. That really was what I thought you guys was going to say. But then, what you tried to go there. But then, Jedi and everyone, what I thought was a show that I labeled Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. And I'm really going to read that book. I have never read that book.
Oh, you
but
should.
And I know I keep hearing that. And then just from coming on these platforms to start with, and then even now, it is so clear that us as men and women, we really think differently. And it's not that it's bad or good. It's just really our thought process and what we think it's just different. And that's all what it is. And then that's what's so important about getting to know your spouse and developing and knowing them without maybe them saying certain words or things that you would expect. Because if you know that spouse, you know the intentions, you know what is behind that. Even though, like, if I was in that situation, I really knew my spouse, I would know this is what he's trying to say. He ain't saying it. I'm gonna write him a letter maybe and let him know what I would like for him to say to me or something like that. But just knowing your spouse, knowing that is what he's portraying, but that he just doesn't have those words that you're wanting or needing to hear. So yeah, it's a trip. And I've been married twice, and I did not know us as men and women really think that differently, but we do.
You can't put it in the generic case, because I was saying the same thing before you interrupted. Cause you wanted to push your point first. You ain't want nobody. Oh, he said it. I gotta stop right quick before you say it.
Right.
All you man don't agree. All you man.
But I admit you was the only one on the right track, because you said you would reassure her and want to talk to her. Huh?
We all said that.
The wheel did.
No,
yeah, I know I did. I know I did.
It's some selective hearing.
The conversation. Her insecurities. I can't tell her about her insecurities. I have to listen to that. I have to listen, and the only thing I can do, the only thing I can say is that I still love her for who she is.
Mm-hmm.
You did say that. You're right. Jedi, you wasn't close. Don't even try it. In 84 was way too low. I was like, he like, hell no.
Look back, I said I will affirm you, telling I say you're beautiful and all that stuff, but then all of a sudden, your sugar spice and everything nice. I said, that's what. No, you need to know you know me. You know me. I like that's the energy. Like you kept changing my scenario. I was like, I'm gonna.
Okay.
But
even what Just said was bad, because she's considering that he's the center of her universe or whatnot. It might not be nothing to do. It might not be nothing to do with him. It might be something to do internally. Just because he says it's okay, that don't make it okay for me.
Exactly.
You're beautiful. Be okay.
Boom.
That is her husband, and it would make it okay because I made it very clear that there was no other issue, but she wants to be assured that her husband is still attracted to her body. She wants to be assured that he still desires her. That's the whole point.
A woman can say one thing and mean another. You never could be so sure that that's what she wants.
I'm telling you.
She's not even sure what she wants. She might hear that.
She want her body fixed. She wants surgery. She want her body fixed. She want the extra, the flat super gone. She want a little fat injected in the booty, just a little bit, and then she wants a lift, just a little bit, just a little lift, nothing dramatic. Just make her look back when she was 30.
So just me and you married.
I have thought about this. I have not thought about this, but I'm just saying, if I was in her situation, that's I can relate.
So just me and you married. You in the mirror looking at he doesn't like how my chest look. He doesn't like how my waist look.
No,
he doesn't like, or you saying I personally myself, I don't like that.
Yeah, I'm in the mirror and I be like,
So it's deeper than him, then. It's something internally with you we gotta address.
I told you that.
That's going on. He could be happy with you because he's still married with you.
Tell me and make
he
sure
ain't cheating on you. He's still making love to you like you want him to make love to you.
The point is she needs to feel good about herself.
I don't know about that.
Yes, she does. What do you got on? Did you go outside like that?
This is my Rick and Morty. I
cannot.
Hoodie.
I cannot.
I have to ask the question.
Yes.
How many do-rags do you own?
I own quite a few, man. I buy in bulk.
Do-rags? Made out of do-rags?
Huh?
His whole outfit is made out of do-rags?
No,
this ain't made out of do-rags.
I noticed the do-rag that he has on. I'm looking at his name, his avatar, so he clearly takes his waves seriously. So this man,
you got to see the waves.
He has to have plenty of do-rags. He probably keep two do-rags in his whole bag.
I do.
It looks like he sewed all his do-rags together to make that outfit.
You gotta let her know. Hey, don't touch my hair. She got to let me know. I gotta let her know. Hey, don't touch my hair.
You know what I didn't notice? The blue circle. It took me a while. I'm like, what is that? Is that the moon? I said, that is the waves in his hair.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't believe. I'm like,
you thought it was the waves in the ocean, right?
Yeah,
That's why you keep calling me ocean.
Yeah. See, it fits your name. Ocean. This time. So on your show tonight, are you ready? You see, I've been talking about it all day.
I know. Thank you for the free promo.
I love it. I'm excited. I hope the guys go over there. Well, yeah, listen to it.
It's going to be interesting. I have so far I collected 57 questions from women all across all my platforms.
You're gonna do all
it's gonna be interesting.
You're gonna just select. I mean, I wouldn't mind all questions.
Well, I'm going.
Well, you say you want to
say that again, sweetheart?
No, say you want us to come on your platform.
Sure, you guys want to come up? You guys.
She asked, who was that? Did you ask Uncle Stu? Who did you ask? Or was it 84 supposed to go, right?
Yes, I would definitely be there. Yes.
Yeah. I can.
Yeah, I think I don't know what time it is. If not today, whatever. I'm gonna still catch you. I'm gonna find your channel and everything. But I didn't know you have one.
Yeah. What I'm doing right now, actually, while we're on here, I'm going through the questions kind of because a lot of them are repetitive, sort of the same thing. So I'm consolidating some of the questions and whatnot, and trying to find some maybe a video that coincides with the questions and for a little bit of visual for the
I know. I like when you do that, when that little raccoon was coming up. Like I like these little things that comes up, and then Snoop Dogg came up, something y'all was saying. I'm like, this is really you do all of that yourself. I'm bringing those videos in. Oh, that is so creative.
Yeah.
Is there any
I do all of my editing, all of my animations, everything. I do everything myself.
That's really good.
Actually I added another segment. So after we do the whole question thing, we're going to get a little serious. So that you guys know, we're going to talk about all of these rappers, young Black rappers, are being killed recently. Well, not recently, but it's been a lot of them. And we're going to talk about if you make it out of the hood, should you stay in the hood?
We had that conversation.
As my cousin would say, pay attention to your circle, because your circle may turn around and hurt you.
Yes.
So that's going to be the last part of so we're going to play around a little bit with the relationship stuff, and then we're going to get serious at the end.
First, you got to stay in the hood, though. You got to keep it real.
You do.
But that's
trash can. You got to keep it real.
No, I'm not staying in
there.
I think it was my third video we did. I don't think Jedi was on Anton Daniels that night when that lady A came up talking all that stuff to JB, telling him that he's a disgrace. He need to go back to the hood. He should go back and take care of it. You wasn't there, huh, Jedi? Remember? Did you watch it afterwards?
What was that? Oh my goodness, I missed that. Must have went to sleep.
Well, I did a thing
on a mission.
She was on a mission. Crazy. Oh, it was. I mean,
getting him down.
Yeah, she was so disrespectful, and she was cussing him out without cussing him out, if you know what I mean. Like her words and just coming and just going. But re-listening to it, they said that she made a lot of valid points. I couldn't get around the delivery of her message though. But yeah, she was going at it, and so I did one like is it our responsibility to rescue the hood? It's one of the lives I did.
That was the topic of one of the first show of Broken Dusty to me, Cam Kamara and Cheeky Banter and John JB. That was one of the topics, and the point we were coming from was Cam. She was talking, obviously, and Cam is really sweet, but Yeah, and she basically saying, well, why can't you guys just forgive forgive the community and then save them? And I was like, well, yes, no, I understand where she's coming from. Forgiveness is one thing, especially as a believer. That's one thing that we have to do, forgiveness with ourselves and with other people. However, God does not always given that same reconciliation is always a given, right? Forgiveness is supposed to be required. Reconciliation, the people coming together again, that's not always a guarantee. But the point about it, I'm saying, is that reconciliation only comes when two people have come together to decide that there's also consistent evidence of changed behavior for us to actually reconcile, saying what happened before will no longer continue. But what we said, this is still continuing today. That's why, for me, I still show grace through my character and also how I show with people. But at the same time, I move accordingly, the way that I'll treat the people, the way that are you being edifying my life, and you want to make a change. Okay, I got your back. But if you know that you're making a bunch of excuses to be a detriment to the overall community, I have no respect for you, especially when it's our own people. God, like I said, I can care less about like I said, white supremacy or other folks like that, other than my community, because I think the greatest disgrace is that you have someone that looks like you, and yet you belittle them, but yet we're all in the same playing field. But yet you only acknowledge us when you say the other enemy in a different skin, is actually saying you guys are, you're illiterate, you guys, are baby mamas, or you guys are, drug dealers, whatever, and you use the subsector of the community that is edifying but doesn't get praised because, unfortunately, the fallen state of this world is that you get benefit for doing degenerate things. Unfortunately, there's benefits for you actually being, an influencer of like toxic behavior, of terms of things that are not really edifying, because being edifying also requires self-discipline, and that's not a widely accessible thing that you see in this world. So I think on that note, when the discourse between JB and Cam, when they're talking about with JB, when he's very strict, like, no, screw him. Let him die. Let him die.
Right.
Really?
And I'm
Yeah,
like, no,
I literally have to. JB had to grow on me. Because
really,
I was like, little boy, I'm gonna put you on my knee. Thank you.
And that's what, like, some folks just like don't get it. Like, and so when you're talking to him, I know he's very direct. So like when he was talking to the young lady, I think she argued one night, and they over talking to each other. He's like, no, shut up.
Yeah,
I was like, yo.
Here's a little snippet of it.
Oh, okay, because I totally missed all that fun.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
This was crazy. Let me see. Can I play it from over here, or do I play it from over here?
You gotta unmute it.
Oh, okay.
Men do. You don't know. You don't have no clue of what men are supposed to do. And if you did, you would be able to produce these results that you're spewing out. Men do not need to come to the community and be stepdads to other people's kids just to make you happier and say we're fixing the community. That's not about to happen. That's issue number one. We're not adding any more problems and issues to our life because, one, we are individuals. And that's the one thing people are missing. You keep pushing this community. There is no community. You want it to exist, but it does not exist.
You're the reason there's no community. You're the reason. It's the mindset of yours and not that's why there's no community. That's why.
Do you have a family?
No, this is not about me. I'm not even actually talking about you guys.
So you can come up here and talk about us, but we can't talk about you.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did I personalize this conversation and ask you what your
Yes. You said we're the problem. No. You specifically indicated
no, what did I ask him about his personal life? You said the black community is your problem.
I know who she is. Oh my god. I know who she is.
Huh?
I know who she. Okay. This is Annalicia. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say her voice sounds familiar.
Yes.
Like she's a trouble starter.
Yes, she's. Oh yeah. Okay,
I know exactly who you're talking about.
This I totally I remember I was shocked, but now you're looking back at the replay of the video. I was like, wait a minute, I know. I was like, oh my god, it's Annalicia. Yes, Annalicia. She's part of the Just Me podcast and stuff. She's been on. She's notorious. Okay. She's been on a bunch of things. I've actually had multiple interactions with her personally, and she was actually really the first person I talked to to actually before I got in this YouTube space, and yeah, she cussed me out, whatever, when I said one wrong thing or whatever. But she was my first experience to getting through this entire space. So how now I handle how I talk to people. It's because of her. She was the first person, right? And listen, and I talked to her, on other live streams and everything, and the other people that I know I affiliate with, but there's one thing that I know that you can't argue with someone like that, because she even admits herself being a difficult person. But even then, like, when we have questions where she's just trying to find, you come in good faith, but even then she's still trying to put you in a situation where she's trying to villainize you, especially if you're a black man, right? And
It's respectful.
And especially like me on multiple different platforms. I'm not gonna come disrespectful to you, right? But with her, even then, there's always something to find. Oh, you're weak. Oh, you're whatever, stuff like that. You're general blackmail. We're not, but she has like the good point, talking about we're not doing things as a collective and everything like that. But that's why I was lining with her. Where some things I agree with, some things I don't. But I now know when watching her and how to talk to her over a consistent basis is that with people like that, you can't argue, and even themselves, they need to hear themselves sometimes. Especially like they need to hear themselves. What needs to be said is already being said, but by everyone's just sitting back and being quiet. Because like, I know she's not a dumb person. She's not a dumb person. So when I know she's probably looking back at these live streams, she can be in her own head and whatever, saying, "Oh, these guys don't get it," whatever. I'm just like, you know what? I'm not gonna argue. It's the same thing when I deal with Kay and Kayla. It's because I had that. If I can get through that, Kay and Kayla are nothing. They're nothing. Like, that's what I'm saying. I love Kay and Kayla. They know. But with that, I know I had to talk to them because of that. So yeah.
She kept escalating. I beeped out. I put the picture. I'm like, I can't sit up here and just watch her just go off like this. And then she hung up. She came back 3 times. And then finally Anton came back in the morning and finally told her, he's like, you got to go. This is not productive. You just here with nonsense. And he's like, this ain't.
So Anton actually got to talk to her too?
Yeah, at the end.
I didn't see that. Yeah.
At the end, he finally, because he goes and goes to sleep for a while until it's about time for him to do the show. So he came back and she was on there and she still was going at it. And Aaron and JB was still going back and forth with her. And Anton, he tried like 2 rounds or 3, maybe 3 rounds. He's like, bye. This is not, she's not listening. She's not trying to be productive. This is not, he just told her bye and kicked her off. He's like, no.
And listen, I want to acknowledge this because I'm holding myself accountable on this, because I did not gonna be anyone on this space saying trying to expose me for some things that they see how the way I talk now to where I was, because I was on anti-manosphere platforms prior to me getting into like the Lapeef and everything, because I was relatively new to this space, right? So a lot of things I saw firsthand, the far red pill stuff that was like very negative, very toxic, that I did not affiliate with. But over time, I said there's things that I learned. Listen, like even when you talk to Kevin Samuels, like, all right, I don't have to say I have to like the individual, whatever, and have disagreements and stuff. But when there is a point that's made, there's a point that's made, and it's like, and when you get into discussions, especially with other women, there's a type of pandering, at least that you want to make a lot of money, tell black women what they want to hear, right? But when you want to tell them what they need to hear, you're gonna save them in the long run, but you won't get any money from them because at what point is the cost is like, I'm gonna get their money, but they're still gonna be in the bitter mindset, or actually, it's like I can care less. I'd rather have less subscribers and have no super chats, and I know what I'm saying is truthful, because at the end of the day, that's everlasting. That's growing in terms of currency of that $5 super chat you gave me, because I said that man you with ain't shit when you really you chose him. Like that's the thing. It's not, and I hold men accountable on this stuff as well too, because it's like we are the root, like the women in terms of the byproduct of situation. There were no absence of a leader or father or whatever, but at the same time, the effeminate man is from modern society, what the system trying to perpetuate them and try to make them as less the ideal condition does us men what we need to be. So it takes 2 to tango in this, but I just think that we just kind of lost our way in terms of we were, and kind of this whole thing of this need to be right, that's actually leading us both to our demise, both men and women, because we're just really not actually having a conversation trying to be peaceful.
I agree. Yeah,
that's
totally.
That's the point. The conversation is the main thing. And the conversation in the aspect to let's try to understand each other. And in the midst of doing that, knowing that we talk two different languages. We're not understanding each other. So let's find that era instead of pointing out these same old things. We're saying the same old things over and over again. I'm like, I'm losing my mind. This is Groundhog Day to the living hell. This is Groundhog Day.
And for me, Kaya, all that yelling and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh
and then when you tell her she's not yelling, she's like, I'm not yelling, man. Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Like,
right.
Well, some people use you to push their talking points. They already the shadow box with themselves. They already planned out a conversation and how it's gonna go. So even if you're not going headed that way, they'll force wherever you're saying into that talking point. Push it. They already prepared.
Give me some water right quick, you guys. Keep talking.
Yeah, because when I talked to her, because this is the first, I was one of her live streams where this 17-year-old kid was talking about, blaming women for his problems. I'm like, dude, you haven't lived life yet. And you're 17 talking about, blaming black women for your problems. That's why I jump in.
What?
Therapy.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, right. So
that sound like mommy issues and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
You worry about these high level concepts and stuff. It's just like, dude, you're not even on the playing field. Like, don't. So I came in talking to him, and then, and Alicia, she's like, yes, right. And then we kind of get into more conversation, get a little deeper, talking about what's detriment in our community and saying that black men, you have nothing, whatever. And I'm like, well, black men have nothing. That's insinuating that black women have everything, which that's also not true. So I'm thinking, at what point, I think the conversation is not really saying who has nothing, who has everything. The question is, how can we both just come unified together so we can have something together as over generations. But when she was talking about like what things are detriment in our community, and I mentioned like, well, on both parts as the people, black men, black women, we know we're horrible with money, especially at a young age. We spend more things on aesthetics than foundation. Right. So I brought the whole things about buying the Jordans. I said really high investment in hair. And the moment when I made the point about the hair, she was like, oh, boom. Then Unleash the Beast and all this stuff. When really, if you heard what I was talking about, like we focus more on aesthetics than foundation. I wasn't saying, hey, weave and all this stuff and everything like that is like the reason why you black women are single. I never said that. But I'm saying we do as a culture, unfortunately, we put more money into our aesthetics and then pray for the things that we have foundation when we didn't pay for it in the first place. So
standing in line for some cool gray Jordans, talking about, man, I hope I can pay this light bill this month.
Right, exactly.
No, they had their little baby mamas and stuff standing in line now waiting about it.
Exactly.
Had the stimulus checks, that you had out, gone 2 weeks when that happened. The malls were flooded, right? And then you saying when I mentioned about the women too, like you add into the currency, you make over 70% of consumer decisions. That's not black, that's women in general. So it's just like I made a point on that, and then it's like, okay, listen, the way it might have came out might have been wrong, but just when that whole thing just came in, I just got totally discredited. But over time, like I've been on other platforms too that I still affiliate with, but this echo chamber, that's where I first got my experience with everything. So the way I'm able to talk to people is because of that, and it really because of her. And I don't think she's a horrible person. I just think she just really. I just pray for her, honestly.
Well, man, some people just can't help it. Lights, camera, action. It's time to put on a show, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Once the cameras start rolling, it's time to act out.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to act out.
And then sometimes I find like when women like that, they want to focus on the men all the time, and as soon as you say something about women, they just lose their freaking mind. It's like all of us need to change, not just the men, women too. So why are you getting so butthurt when we start talking about women?
And then we
all should be in the conversation,
right? Because the talking point always be, men are the leaders, which I agree. But it's like you have there's an issue that there's not enough men who are leaders, but then there's also enough issue where there's women that can't be led. They're both two issues. Right. But then saying which one we start with was like, okay, I would like to start with the men because that start with me. But it's also to acknowledge, the other part with women, it's like, no, we want to talk about that. It's like, no, it's like me not giving you any accountability. To be accountable is to hold others accountable around me. That's it's like I said, I cannot be accountable if I don't hold you one as well. Like being an effective leader. So it's just like that, just like, accountability 101. So I just think that with that, it's just really the exemption of you want to have the respect and of an adult, but the accountability of a child. That's not, to me, honoring you as my my wife or as a woman in general. So to me, holding you accountable should be a sign of disrespect if I'm not holding you accountable.
Regarding the 17-year-old, it used to be a time where you could say, if you a child, you got to stay in a child's place. But it's too many children having voices out here, and it's not enough men and women stepping up and really being the voice. You let the children do all the talking.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I remember having to, with my parents and the grown folks being there when you got to go in the room and you got to stand there and wait till somebody address you before you speak.
Okay.
You probably be standing there with your hand up. You got to stand there with your hand up, just waiting for somebody. What you want? Can I get some water? Get the water and get your water and go back in the room.
You have to earn your spot to get at that grown folks table. You at the kids table until you earn your spot.
So true. Oh goodness. Okay, wait. I got another question.
Don't be forcing the round circle and the square peg this time. Make sure you look.
I know. I think I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson from that one. Okay.
I'm gonna hold you accountable.
Okay, let me see if my other camera in charge. Okay, that's better. Oh gosh. Okay, you guys, let's see what the question is. Let me find my glasses.
Oh, I gotta figure out how to do that.
This is from Miss. Oh, before I do this, Miss Ty, is there any questions that you're gonna dispose of that you're not gonna ask for sure?
No, I'm not gonna tell y'all.
Sneak peek.
No questions you're not going to ask.
Sneak peek.
We probably hit a few of them already.
Like absolutely, you're just not for 100% going to ask, and you got 3 men right here and me, and we can answer it if you know absolutely for sure.
Let me think.
But if you're not sure, I understand.
Yeah, I'm not. Actually, I'm really not sure.
Okay.
I'm like consolidating all the questions because, my brain is fried right now.
I hear you.
Oh, I got one.
Okay, good. Love questions,
guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about adding an additional person to your bedroom. Look at you.
Are we married?
Okay.
Are we married?
We're not doing that. I know.
I repeat. It depends. Are we married?
No.
We just fucking around. If we just fucking around, that might be possible.
No. And you have to be a committed relationship or married.
But we ain't married. But it's just committed.
Right.
See, I'm gonna go ahead and throw my token in the hat real quick.
You already did it.
Nah, it's not even that. Like I've been in a space where I'm experimenting or attempting to experiment with a polyamorous relationship. So
I actually had a whole live about that. A young lady, 2 women came on and they broke it down to the lowest denominator about polyamorous relationships.
Oh, well, I will be watching that show.
Yeah,
I'm going to rescream it probably in the weekend so everybody can see it.
Okay.
Well, the problem with
add another person in there is I'm not opposed to it at all. Like as long as it makes sense, we ain't gonna just go pull we're not about to just go pull a rando.
So you need to care about them. You need to care about the person.
I mean, it's not that I gotta care, but we gotta have some kind of vet. Like it has to be some kind of vetting that happens here. I'm not about to just pull up to the club and be like, "Hey, shorty, you look cute. Come with me and my girlfriend." Nah,
Kaya,
that's the best.
Look, I'm about to throw a monkey wrench in that bad boy.
Oh, okay, I'm listening. Girl, I like to go.
What if she don't want a girl? She wants another dude.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Wait.
That's not happening.
polyamorous dude.
We back to just fucking around. I ain't gonna be there while it's happening. So hey, you can do whatever you want to do. We ain't really together at that point.
I'm just saying. Come on, Polly.
Because okay,
Polly want a cracker.
because if we're
Polly
good,
don't want a bun. Did I cut it off?
if we're gonna go into this space, the objective I would think is for the three of us to at some point end up in the same house together. That's what I would think that the objective is at some point. I'm not about to be sharing a house with another grown man so I can that's not no.
She talking about just hitting it one time. She talking about just hitting it one time, I think.
No, that's not Polly.
No.
They having the whole relationship, family.
The problem with Polly though, is you always gonna love one person more than you love the other person. For example, if that person hanging off the cliff and you got one person in this hand and one person in that hand and you can't hold both of them, you gonna have to choose somebody to let go. So whoever you choose, you're gonna let go. Wow. That's what you don't love.
The reason I hate those scenarios is because what real life situation where you really have to pick one person over the other? Give me a real life situation where you really might have to pick one person or the other.
If you get in a car accident,
because sir, I don't live anywhere around mountains, so I don't ever see myself on the edge of a cliff.
You get in a car accident, you drive in the lake, and you only can pull one up at a time. Who you pulling up first? You might can save them both. Y'all, the car is underwater. It's filling up. Who you pulling? Who you getting that seatbelt first?
I'm a unbuckle myself. I'm gonna hope that you're conscious enough to unbuckle yourself.
No, they ain't conscious. You gotta help.
See, this is what I'm saying.
Man, this happens all the time.
Look, bro, the reality of it is, if it's a situation like that, somebody just gonna have to die. If somebody just gonna have to die, if it's that kind of situation. And
you choosing,
9 times out of 10 is probably gonna be the one closest to me, whoever's sitting in the front seat next to me.
No, that's not fair, because if your mama was in the front seat and the girl you was kicking to was the back seat, you gonna choose your mama first. So it does matter.
And here's the thing: you can put 10. If I had 10 baby mamas in the car with my mother, I'm always gonna choose my mother first.
Yeah. So you gonna make a decision. You gonna decide. And you got some guideline, whether she all the way in the back and she hard to get to.
Foul on the play. Foul on the play. Foul on the play. Foul on the play. You said so. You gonna choose your mother over your wife?
No.
What you thinking?
Time out. For one, I was speaking based on the premise of him saying you're gonna love one more than the other. I will never love another woman the way I love my mother. That is never going to happen.
Okay.
That's a different type of love.
Wait. So when you get married, you're saying that you still would love your mom more than your wife. I mean, I know it's a different type of love, but you have to make a decision, in my opinion. Your wife should come before everybody.
Oh, she ain't gonna wife if she make me answer that. If she make me answer that, it come to me. She ain't.
No, she's not making. I'm just asking him. Is that what you're telling me? Like you okay? Say you're married and your wife wants something, but your mother needs you for something else. So you're gonna choose your mother, her need over your wife's need because your mother is more important than
question, Kaya.
My mama only asks me every once in a while. Now, I handle her every day.
Here we go. My mother is going to a doctor's appointment for results on a mammogram. My girlfriend wants me to go to the movies with her. Where do you think I'm about to go?
Exactly.
To the movies with your girlfriend?
Hell no. You gotta be on.
Nope.
Kaya.
You got us off.
Really? Look, as your girlfriend, I would be mad with you that you didn't go to the doctor with your mama, go to the movies with me. That scenario right there,
no,
I would not want my man to choose going to a doctor's appointment, an important reading where she can possibly be told that she has cancer, to go to the movies with me. Now that I disagree with Kaya.
So, okay, let's go there.
These are first date conversations right here.
It
First
is.
date conversation.
Yeah, it is.
That's gonna determine whether I'm gonna have another.
Yeah.
It's good
No, seriously. Okay. I really, okay. To me, my husband will come before anybody else, period. Okay. So let's go to his scenario with the mother. She needs to go to the mammogram to get her test results, right? But see, you put it up against the movie. Of course, you could catch a movie another time, technically. Right. You could. So we need to put it more equivalent in a way. Let's say mama needs to go get her mammogram test, and your wife. Oh no, well, yeah, okay, some type of test. She has to go get her blood drawn to make sure everything's okay with her because she's been having pain. Something like that. It's kind of equivalent, right? It has to be kind of on the same playing ground.
I got you. Because that scenario he gave was not on the same playing ground.
Yeah, because we can catch the movie, we can get another story another time. So it really isn't fair. But my bottom line point is I'm going to choose my spouse first because you leave and you cleave, and my spouse is my priority. You know, because there can be multiple situations where your mom, not intentionally or intentionally, could come between your marriage, and that's not good.
Don't get me wrong. There's definitely been plenty of times where, you know, I get that phone call, hey son, you know, can you come over this weekend? I want to have dinner with you. Oh no, I already got plans. Me and Shorty about to go woo woo woo. You know what I'm saying? Like those situations definitely exist. But if you talking about I need to make a serious decision, my mother is going to come first. That's literally where I came from. That's like my life source.
So you're
if
saying
my father not living, my mother moving in the house with us, so we're gonna be all together.
Right.
I'll deal with you in a minute. You said right? Okay. Anyway, back to you, 100. So, why are you making the decision if that's your mom? Because you said I'm going to make if I need to make an important decision. I guess I should ask this: is she single or is she widowed or something? Your mom?
My mother. I have concerns about her health. I'll say that.
Okay, you have concerns about her health.
All right, see you, Kaya. I gotta go.
Oh, bye.
Yeah, I'll probably see you later.
I was wondering who you was talking to. I thought you was talking to the other screen, you know, that you were smiling at earlier. I was wondering. I kept looking at the chat. I'm like, who he waving at?
No.
Thank you, Jedi. I appreciate you.
No problem.
Have a
I'll talk to you
see
soon.
you next time.
All right.
Okay.
He leaving on that conversation. He was like, fuck this. He's like, fuck this.
No, I got work
My
at
girl
11.
might listen, and I don't need her to listen to this.
It's 2:02 now. Yeah, baby.
Okay. So I can't use your man. If you say that the way you said it, I get that, you know, what you're saying now without saying so much. So of course your wife should be supportive in that situation. So I can't even take that any further because, you know, there's no you're right in that situation, and she should be supportive even as your wife. Okay. So Ocean, let's get back to you with your mama moving in. I don't think so.
Oh my God. What you talking about? You don't think so? If my father isn't around, and my mom is at up their age.
She said, "Put your mama in the home."
Oh no, fuck that! I put her ass in the home before I put my mother in the home.
Needed to do things for Ellie, and he had. Oh, she didn't say put her in a home.
No,
that's what you saying.
Put them in a home.
Well, if that's what she needs to be, if we don't get along, well, but that's not my personality.
I can always get another wife. I only got one mother.
Oh.
Ding 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 ding.
Well, he said it.
I'll do what you should out the door. Since you can get another wife, I will do what you should expect then.
Bet, say less.
What guys do
if she don't really love me, if a woman ever puts you in that position, she don't really love you.
Exactly.
If she puts you in
a man ever
like
put
that.
you in, Ty, how y'all go? How Ty? See, Ty, not my wife.
Maya, wait. You know, I just went through something like that.
Oh gosh, I can't. Okay.
Remember? Like
I do now.
I literally.
I know. I'm sorry.
So,
okay, let's go back to the sex questions then.
So, do you submit before we go to the next?
She don't want to talk about it now.
I surrender. I submit. I concur. I'd rather talk about sex. Let's go for it.
Okay. Oh, I have one.
We got another one? Okay.
Guys.
Yes.
Oh, you always hear that size doesn't matter to some women.
Size doesn't matter, and what else?
To some women. Some women say, "Oh, size don't matter," and size does matter to some women.
Yeah. Okay.
My question is, does size matter to men?
Oh, girl. Okay, it's about to get crazy here. Let me scoot up.
Meaning. I'm trying to be nice. Meaning the tunnel is not. It's a 3-lane highway instead of a 1-lane highway.
You done messed with the
So
wrong chick.
So she has 2 vaginas.
No,
she got a wide,
Kaya, wide.
You ever see that damn truck driver with the wide load thing with the flags on the side?
Right.
Okay. They not go. Okay.
Yes, it matters.
Mesh.
Yes, it matters.
I remember when we was talking about surgery. She need to. We gonna have to have a sit down. You gonna need the surgery to fix you back up because I don't know. You done had 3 kids.
Yes, because you done had 3 kids and you ain't did not a single night of Kegels. You
gotta
do Kegels beforehand, but
I'm just saying
we had this conversation 2-3 nights ago. We had the whole sex talk, and it was me and another nurse up here giving the facts about that. But I'm not gonna go that way tonight. I'm just gonna let y'all have y'all fun. But it ain't like that.
She rose, buddy.
Now, what if?
Okay.
Kegels can't help that.
Like she put the balls in and sound like a sack of
I can't help you.
Would you
I
leave
can't help her.
Would you leave a woman?
Nah, I ain't gonna leave her.
Not leave her, but have a really deep discussion about what's going on down there because, like,
how is she gonna fix it?
I probably ghost her before we had that conversation.
No, you married to her. You got 3 kids.
You married to her.
Well, you know what? You know what, guys? We're in 2022 almost. People are having sex before marriage nowadays, so I probably done already slid in there. So I already know what's up.
Right, all of you. You skinny too, so
is anal an option? Is anal an option, bro?
Hey, everybody.
Yellow, my guy. What's good, man?
They need some help because we about to give it.
Yeah.
As long as anal an option, we can rock.
Hey,
I am hanging up right now, Lord Jesus.
Yeah, actually brought up an interesting kind of concept. Hold on, let me turn this movie off. My bad. Y'all brought up,
let's see the light skin perspective.
Let's talk about the mamas. Let's talk about some mamas.
Bright skin, bright minds. I can't help
people. It's gonna get really kinky. You know how light.
Oh my!
Yeah, I do something strange for a piece of change. Anyway,
y'all got drip for sale.
I do though.
Okay, let's go. What's your scenario?
But no, y'all actually brought up an interesting thing, and I figure I just give my 2 cents on it. Y'all was actually talking about Kegels, right?
Okay.
And I had learned some shit because we men don't really know nothing till we learn something about the ladies, right? Right. Fellas, they got Kegel balls, G.
Yes.
And when she pull them in, it sounds like a stack of marbles.
Look, I have some that vibrate.
Bro, they look like, bro, they range from like marble size to like Olympic shot put size, and
we don't want them big though. She already big enough. We don't want to stretch out.
The smaller it is, the tighter it makes it. Yeah, they need to be really
Right.
smaller.
Like toothpick, like pick it up.
You
with
gotta,
toothpick.
but it's a progression, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's like a treatment almost. You know how you start with like a lot of the treatment, and then by the time you get to the end, it's tailing off, bro. They starting with the softball. They starting with the fast pitch softball, and working their way down to the marble.
She can fit 2 of them in there. If she can
If
put,
you talking about a 3-lane highway, yes, she is.
oh man,
Well, okay.
that might be interesting. She might have caught my attention. The freak at me about to come out with that.
Bro, you nasty.
Let's do it. I'm about to take these cue balls and pop.
I'm not playing pool anymore. Oh my god.
Ollie looking.
This conversation is going off the rails.
No, but let's go. Let's serious with the vagina thing, Yella. Would it be, what you call it, a highway?
3-lane highway versus
But you know, I don't know
highway.
no vagina that is that really that big. They don't even
You
get
She need a vagina mash.
No. It's some of them.
You never heard anybody say a guy say she don't have no walls.
Yeah.
I hear. I'm thinking he's really trying to say he don't have no length or girth.
Okay.
Nah, I didn't hear one.
That's the way I hear it. I
No.
cannot.
Okay.
The walls just give out.
So I've read that the depth of a woman's vagina is natural, like the size of a man's penis. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, say it again.
So okay, the depth of a woman's vagina don't have nothing to do with how many men she with. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
It's literally like it's
First
the
couple
same.
of inches.
It's predetermined, just the same way the size of a man's penis. You know what I'm saying? It's predetermined. She could be really skinny with a hallway. She could be kind of thick, and all she got is a damn. I almost said it. A voyeur, where you just walk right in the house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right.
Got a pothole.
Her pussy don't queef, it gasp.
Right.
That's how big
I cannot.
it's big like that.
Sorry, ML, put some plugs
A deep call.
You're right, but you know, as a man, like you don't want the one that you could like open up and just yell in it and be like echo,
Right.
like you don't want that. You don't.
I have a story, guys.
Okay. Oh, story time. I
It's
should
story
brought some
time.
popcorn.
Not a personal one. It's a regular
No.
story.
Yeah, it's a regular story. So look, okay. So it was
Okay.
this girl.
New Orleans accent.
That accent, bro,
like that.
is very
So it was
specific.
this girl. She was her name was Trixie.
Oh man.
So
Fitty.
I hope she not watching. But okay, I don't know. Anyway, so her name
You
was
can
Trixie.
change it real quick to another name.
Too late.
That's a prostitute name, ain't it, Trixie?
That's what I was thinking.
That's it.
That's how I'm thinking. Streetwalker.
I'm with that too.
Okay, so wait a minute now. Okay, let me set it up. Okay, so Trixie.
Even if you whisper right now, she could still hear by turning up the
Oh, yeah.
volume.
Oh.
So talk a little bit louder.
Oh yeah, okay. So Trixie, okay, so this girl named Trixie. I had just moved into my first house, so she lived down the street, and so every time I would cook a big Sunday dinner, her kids were I would feed the neighborhood. You know, okay, that's just me. Anyway, so one day she asked to go to the store, and so I said, okay, I'll take you. So we just having girl talk or whatever. She was a pretty girl, short, you know, but she got the big booty and all that kind of stuff. But you know, she's known to be, you know, out there.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
She active.
She's a 403.
She's active.
Yeah, she's very active. You
Big
know,
booty
with
Trixie. Let's get to it.
You know, she get free cable. You know,
huh?
She gets free cable and stuff.
Yeah, I like it.
So she like a hood
Free
rat.
cable. I like it. She giving out free cable. Yes.
Yeah, she get free cable and stuff. Okay.
Okay.
I'm
So
chilling at her
we're
crib.
in. So she was like, "Yeah, I was." I said, "Haven't seen you in a while." She was like, "Yeah, I was in the hospital." I said, "Why were you in the hospital?" She said that. Oh my God.
Word up.
Okay.
She had to go to the hospital because she had a tampon lodged into her uterus.
Was it still in the case?
Because she was having, she forgot that it was in there.
Oh,
when she
that's
went to have sex.
Shoved it up there.
So my question to Kaya is, let me tell you something. I will feel everything up in my VJJ.
Did you help her out? Did you help her get it? No, she went to the hospital. Okay.
No, that's up to the doctor.
You need tools to go in there and get it.
Yeah, she had to. Yeah. And so my question is like, so going back to the whole why and all that, like, how did she cannot? Why? How and why? Like, how she not feel that in there?
First of all, she nasty as hell if she
feel
forget it in
dirty
there.
bitch.
That's
You
a dirty
can't
ass.
forget. Actually, no. Actually, that's common. It's common. It's common for women to forget. It is very common. Yes.
You don't take a shower every day?
Forget. And it's not as common, but two in there also. They don't realize they have two in there.
Wait, who puts two in there? I can't even get one.
But they didn't realize the one.
Anyway, but I'm just saying, two.
It adapts. The vagina adapts, and stuff. But let me tell you, so the problem is it can stay up there close to your next round before you even start smelling it. Well, okay, rewind. Technically, you should smell something. It's like a different smell. But as time goes on, a smell becomes offensive,
Right.
And if you're having sex on top of that, it's not good. It's not good.
Smell like
so
a
my
fish
other
with a
question
fly on
is,
his eye.
why didn't he feel like something different?
No, he's not, because believe me, the guy don't even really go back to the back of the vagina. Yeah. So, he's not, but
But you add some spice on it, like she went to the doctor.
Why aren't you cammed up, Yella?
Can you add some spice to it, like she went to the doctor and they found something else up there, like a watch?
No, it was.
I am not camera
I
ready.
got stories from the ER about things up men's butt.
Why are we going to the butt? We were talking about the vagina.
Thank you.
Whoa.
I kid you not. Okay, but anyway, let's go back. So it's wedged up in there. Yeah. And because it's blood and probably semen as well, because she had sex, it starts embedding in the uterus.
How many times she had sex? Did she have sex? Like,
I don't know.
Just one time?
She didn't tell me how many times, but
So wait a minute.
Yeah.
So what you telling me is, so what you saying is, the vagina can like terraform with the tampon and bring it in as to become one with the, like, this sound like
the body is trying to figure it out. It's trying to figure it out.
That's what it is, bro.
What did he say?
It's gonna spit it out like some chewing gum. It's gonna spit it out like
it is a
bro. We done all seen the movies where it's like he like touch the motherfucker and take their energy and shit and absorb them into their body. And this is weird.
But see, what the vagina is doing is it's taking it in, because once it realizes it's a foreign body, it wants to destroy it. So it's embedded in the wall. Now everything, all your white blood cells and everything is going to it to destroy it, trying to it recognizes a foreign object.
Yeah, because she did say she caught a fever.
So
and
that's
she just got
I
sick.
was gonna say she should have had a fever. They had to give her antibiotics. And then the thing of it is, if it's in there too long, it could destroy part of her wall, because it shouldn't be there.
Did the pussy look like it was drooling?
What is the age of this woman when this happens?
She was like 32.
You are too grown to not know your hygiene routine.
No, well, the hygiene part,
her name
yes.
is Trixie, baby.
At least she had free cable.
Trixie got her little cash in the world.
She in her 30s.
Yeah,
you
Trixie,
know you gotta take something out. You know you gotta take something out before you put something in there.
That's what I said. That's what I
But no,
said.
you could forget because you don't even feel the tampon when it's in there.
Let's give her the benefit of the doubt.
Give her the benefit of the doubt.
She was at the bar or some shit. She met this dude. She was on some drunk shit. And
that's another
she got
thing that could have happened. She had sex before she took it out. That's why she didn't realize the string anymore because it went further up. So before it might have been, could have been before you because there's a string hanging, you know, and
that's why I say you don't know the string there when you go to PP or
maybe
whatever.
if you go that extra day.
That nigga nasty.
And you have to, but
well, I'm finna say he didn't inspect. He didn't inspect.
I look at that motherfucker. I make sure it ain't
I
a
should have smelled it first because once you're having intercourse in and out, the smell should be like
exactly.
You
That
know,
motherfucker had his
maybe she put perfume and maybe she
that nigga had his pandemic mask on and shit.
No, but you know the problem with niggas. You know the problem with
probably
niggas.
had COVID.
Got to see it through, my boy.
Oh, man.
True.
No, because every time you hit that motherfucker,
you just say, "Why you not camming up? Why you on the avatar?"
I just like not too long woke up. I am not camera ready.
Okay.
Oh
I'm
Lord,
still in the covers.
But dog, every time you hit that motherfucker, it'd be a gush of air coming up out that motherfucker.
You would think, but maybe he liked the smell. Maybe maybe those was his pheromones. That
I
he
would have
liked.
threw up on her.
Did she say pheromones?
I did. You was the only one who caught that.
I cannot.
So that's what happened to that pineapple. That's interesting.
Right, so that.
All right, I got a story. All right, I got a story. Story time from
Story
Yellow.
time this
All right.
morning. Go ahead.
Story time. I need me some popcorn.
All right, so
Give me a honey
so me and one of the bros came across these chicks, right?
Oh Lord.
It was three of them, and they was like some freaky ass chicks. They was some freaky ass chicks, right?
Was they Hawaiian?
No, they was they from the Lou.
What's the Lou?
St. Louis.
Oh, so they black.
Oh yeah.
What that stereotype much? What the hell? Damn.
That's what I do. Okay, go ahead.
So like, you know what I'm saying? This session kick off, you know what I'm saying? And some freaky shit started going on. And let's just say that fruit was introduced to the situation, right?
You already said
Like
pineapple.
Tiffany Haddish in Girls Trip.
It's something like that.
Like
but
a
this
whole
was long before
pineapple or
that.
cut
No. It was like a ring, like a little pineapple ring or a chunk or some shit. Anyway,
Oh, okay.
it made it in
Pineapple
there.
is not good down there. It's too much sugar. You're gonna get a yeast infection. But go ahead.
It made it in there, and when she realized it was in there, we couldn't find that motherfucker.
I'm sure.
How did she forget it? How'd she forget it was in there?
And like it wasn't. Trust me, it wasn't not for looking. Goddamn it, I was in that motherfucker. Okay, let's search over here, search over there, but it was like gone.
It's always the least suspected place.
It was gone. No, now that I know, hold on, but now that I know, now that I know that the vagina is built to absorb foreign bodies, I just assumed that her body absorbed the motherfucker.
her pussy eat that damn pineapple.
Nah, we never found it. We never found it.
Dog, her pussy.
Pineapple is the worst. That is such a bad infection. So much
Yellow
sugar.
sound like he lost a couple of condoms and some pajamas.
Hell
Buying the magnum when he really should have bought the medium.
Hold on now.
Okay, let me stop. My bad. Inappropriate. My bad. I'm sorry. It's late. I'm sleepy.
That's not what that is.
My mouth gets me in trouble. My bad. Okay. So let me tell 100, what's up?
It was just fun. I tried not to do it, but you just shot that man straight at his kneecaps.
I'm joking. Yellow, you know you're the only high yellow boy that I have ever liked and found attractive. I don't like yellow boys.
Where OG Patrice at?
Don't fix that shit now. No, don't fix that shit now.
She said, I have not heard that in so long.
I told him high yellow is never coming back. Never coming back.
I call my daughter that sometimes when she pissing me off.
What?
All I'm saying is I ain't never fell off. Damn it.
Okay, you better tell him.
I believe you. I believe you.
Like I say, the stock been up.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
It's up and it's stuck.
Hunter Wise is like, what is happening? What we talking about?
Okay,
from where we were when I hopped on here to right now, I love this channel. If anybody is watching right now, you haven't subscribed, please make sure you hit the subscribe button. I need you to tap the bell. Tap the bell to make sure you hit all notifications.
Just Kaya, Real Talk Daily.
Lord have mercy.
You about to have me up all night.
So it's already
It's already.
Do you know last night we didn't get off? Now. Yeah, we didn't get off. My time. I'm in Cali. It's 4:20 now. We didn't get off my time until almost like 8:30 in the morning.
Oh,
yesterday.
That would have been what 11, 12 o'clock. It's noon over here.
Just, I'm curious. You being a nurse, what's the weirdest thing that's been placed in a vagina?
Ooh, I was about to ask that.
In the vagina, it's not really the vagina, it's the booty.
Bunghole.
It's
the bungholio.
Okay,
let's do both. Let's do both.
You see my water bottle here?
The rib for you.
Oh.
With the top on. You remember these bottles, and I don't know if you guys, if they still make them, but the sports bottle, the disposable sports bottle, where it had the pop top and with the plastic, and you just drink it like, you know.
That was in there.
Damn.
Wait, wait. Just let me tell you the story. So I'm a new ER nurse at this time. So this white guy comes in, and he's whispering. He's like, I'm not sure what's wrong with me, but I've been having this stomach pain for a couple of days or whatever. So we do the workup for abdominal pain. And then so it was what did he say?
Oh, that nigga ain't swallowed that. If he say he swallowed that shit, he on some bullshit. I'll let him know.
So he was saying he was having some stomach pain. And this was, you guys got to realize, this was back in the day where it wasn't popular to talk about being gay or not, or even having a fetish or whatever it is. It wasn't popular to talk about it. So that's true. He claimed he was not gay. So anyway, so we ran the abdominal series test on him. Everything was coming back normal. He had just a slight fever. So the next step is, if you continue to complain of abdominal pain and your blood work and everything come back normal, you would do an ultrasound. So we did an ultrasound, nothing, and he's still complaining, and the pain is getting worse.
Did y'all run the cable?
It did. Nope. So he had to go to CAT scan. So he went to CAT scan, CT, CAT scan. So I kid you not, the doctor, it was a resident doctor. He comes out. This was back when you had film and you had to put it on the light on the wall.
Oh, wow.
So he comes out of CAT scan, and the guy's back in his room. He's just shaking his head. And I'm a new nurse. He's just shaking his head. He said, you guys ain't going to believe this. You're not going to believe it.
G.I. Joe up there.
So he turned the light on. He put the film up, and you see the ribs. You see the colon. And you see a water bottle.
Jesus.
Just like
a whole water bottle?
At the Trent. And it was full of water.
It was sideways? That motherfucker swallowed.
Yeah, because
that nigga swallowed that whole water bottle.
And then all of this,
I was drinking.
Wait. Let me do this. Let me switch.
You know how sometimes you drinking it and you just swallow the whole thing?
Wait. Look.
Thirsty.
So look. It was the transcolon, because this is your transcolon, and it goes, this is the left. Yeah, so it comes down. So right here, and then here's your rectum. So it got sucked right there, and it didn't move any further.
Oh, my
God. And it was stuck. This man was literally maybe less than 12 hours from losing his life.
Oh, wow. Obey your thirst.
He had to go to emergency surgery. You got to hear the story, though. You got to hear the story.
Hey, that's the wrong position, my boy. My guy.
All right, this shit done went left. This shit done went left, y'all.
Right. You don't. He was a young white. Actually, he was a very handsome white guy. So you know he can't take
That's the freaky one. Obviously, he can't take it. Oh, we talking about.
So we got to get the history, right? So, like, okay, what happened? What are you willing to tell us? He's like, okay, I'm not gay. He said, I'm not gay. And he literally said that, oh, we got M. Bills laughing.
Can we all guess? Before you tell us, let's all guess first. Let's all guess how it happened.
That'll be fun. That'll be fun.
All right.
Okay.
This motherfucker.
So guess the reason. Wait, you have to guess the reason. Why was it there? Okay. How did he get there?
He worked in a water bottle factory. He fell on a banana peel. Fell backwards.
Oh shit!
It was a crazy accident. His pants fell down. It was one water bottle still standing up from all the other water bottles. And then when he fell, he sucked in, coughed, and it sucked up his ass.
I can't.
Okay. Close, but no. But that was good. That was good. Okay.
So
Who wants to go next?
for comedic relief, that was a great story. I unfortunately have this visualization of him just trying to rub one out, and it was like, you know what? Let me try and see if this will help, and it just boop popped it in.
Oh, something else in the party.
You're closer, but you're closer.
So okay,
Who's next?
His girlfriend forced it.
He knew that drinking. Okay. I'm gonna say he knew that drinking water would wash off his kidneys, and he wanted to get the water as close to the kidneys as possible. So it just slipped out his hands when he was trying to pour it in.
Let me get a serious one. Let me get a serious one.
So the closest person is 100 so far.
So, I think his girlfriend.
Can I say one?
Go ahead.
Yes, let's tie
him and his buddies had some kind of bet and he lost.
No, you're going further away. So far,
if his girlfriend had him handcuffed, it was against his will. She found out he was cheating on her, so she forced the water bottle up there against his will. It wasn't for him.
So you know what? That's exactly why one of my sex rules is you will never handcuff me. Never.
Never.
No. Any more guesses? Are you ready for it?
We ready.
Go ahead.
Okay. So his girlfriend is out of town. However, before she left, she had let it known to him that she enjoyed and she wanted to experiment with him when she got back. So he said to prepare for her.
My nigga had to bust them balls in.
To prepare for her before he come back, he wanted to make sure it wouldn't hurt for whatever she wanted to do.
She said.
So he said that the reason why he got that, and I'm telling you, this is what he said. He got the sports bottle because you remember they weren't called pegs, they were called not bullets, but it was just little thing men used. Is it like a gerbil or gerbil or something little men used to, back in the day. So he said he was just wanting to put the tip part in to make sure it wouldn't hurt so he could be ready when she gets back. Next thing he know, he said it just sucked it all up. So,
hell no.
Yep. The ending part is somewhat true. The ending part is somewhat true. So let me tell you guys how the rectum works. The ending part is somewhat true. So what we came to the conclusion, most likely what happened, he was doing self-gratification. In and out, had lubricant in and out.
It was lubed up too?
I would hope so. I'm just saying.
A water bottle was pretty big for the first time.
Yeah,
That's
and
pretty
it's the
big.
sports one, so it's a little bit bigger than this. It's a 20.
Yeah,
This is a 16, right?
Go hard or go home.
It's a 20. It's a 20. So it's bigger than this. So our scenario was that he's doing, self-gratification or whatever. And at the moment, it was getting more pleasurable because the way the rectum work. Listen, the way the rectum work, the more pleasurable you're getting, it's relaxing and relaxing more to be able to take in what you're doing. I kid you not.
Hey.
So at one point, the rectum's like, okay, and the rectum literally sucked it out of his hand. Literally.
You know what would be more funny? If you said it relaxes you, right? And he got the other one stuck up there, so he did another one to try to relax again to get the other one.
Okay, I got another story, something like that.
Yo, the part of that story that wows me out is she was going on vacation and she leaned over and said, "Babe, when I get back, I want to blow your back out."
That part.
That part.
I was just waiting on you to say that.
I kid you not. That was his story. So I don't know. At one point, I'll never forget. I was working at Long Beach Community Hospital. This was a regular occurrence of men coming in there with things in their butt. So
California,
I kid you not. So another one more real quick. So this was an older white gentleman. So you see the little top. Do I have one that's already?
You see
what do these white men be doing?
The recurring
it's always a
That's that California.
This is a trip.
That's that California old days. Goddamn shit.
Do y'all hear the recurring situation she keeps saying when I mean the color of someone's
white guy? Yeah.
Right. But that's the truth. We ain't got no brothers coming in with the
yeah, I was about to say, he's saying at home, that motherfucker dead. What the fuck?
Right. And he ain't gonna know. He gonna die. And then he gonna come to you in your dreams and say someone else did it to him. He didn't
right.
That motherfucker stays in this house like a crime scene.
He ain't coming in there. He ain't gonna do it.
Man.
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see this right here? Y'all see the top. And it's this water bottle, right?
That look like a Pez. Oh,
Yeah,
it's a water bottle top. Okay.
Yeah, it's right here, the top part. Okay, so crazy, and I kid you not. So this is an older white guy, and he came in.
Experience.
He said, and he was straight out. He said, I got something stuck in my butt. And I was like, okay, what is it? And so he played around a little, so he finally got to the point. He said, it's the top of the water bottle. I said, wait, just the top? He's like, yeah. And I said, well, what were you doing with the top? He's like, well, I was just seeing, how would it feel? He said, I was just seeing would it fit? Something like that he was saying. And then he said, and it was there, and I left it there, and I forgot, and I can't find it. Something like that he said. Okay. Easy fix. It didn't get sucked up. So at the bedside, the ER doctor came and, opened and, took it out.
Did I say one cap?
I kid you not. It was about 4 hours later.
Oh, man. He came back.
It was about 4 hours later.
And y'all want free health care. Hell no.
He came back, and so of course I'm like, "What you doing back?" And he's like, "Oh," he said it got stuck in there again. I said, "What? It got stuck in there again?" And no, we did not give him the top back. You have to keep the top to send it to pathology. So he so he said it got stuck again. I said, "What you mean it got stuck again?" He said, he basically said the same thing. He said, I just wanted to see if it'll fit. It was kind of the same story. So we looking at him like, and he seemed normal. He actually seemed like a rich businessman, but just on hard time. He looked like it, but he looked rough, like scruffy.
I know what happened.
So,
I know what happened. That motherfucker.
Okay, wait.
That motherfucker was sticking the whole water bottle up his ass and made a mistake and screwed that motherfucker up there and left the cap.
Wait.
Left the cap up in that motherfucker.
Wait. So this time, the doctor once again, he took it out at the bedside. So Dr. Harrison, he goes, I think we got to get a psych eval. And I'm like, well, we got to keep him because there's no psych nurse here right now, blah, blah, blah. And he looked at him, everything else. No. You put them on a 5150, but someone has to evaluate them first to see if they're going to go on the 5150. So it was no one there, and he talked to him. I talked to him. I mean, he really wasn't seeming crazy, but it's like your action is like, come on, and it was 2 times in 4 hours. So against better judgment, we decide to let him go home again.
That nigga came up.
Okay.
I ain't got a water bottle this time. I got a fucking champagne cork.
No, he didn't have. He never had a water bottle yet. He just had the top 2 times.
Oh,
so
man.
2 and about 2.5 hours later.
No. Recycle bin.
I kid you not. So he comes back again. And I said, okay. I said, what's going on? I said, you know, this looks crazy. And he's like, no. He said, okay. He said, so I figured it out. I thought I figured it out. Something like that, he said. He said, yeah, I got the top in there, but this time the whole bottle went in there.
Ooh,
So he said, I figured out the top was too loose.
I knew it.
Before he can start doing what he wants to do.
Hey, that motherfucker stuck the empty bottle back up there and tried to screw the top back on.
The top would come off. But he couldn't get it.
Oh, man.
So he had us take out the top, and then he went back and tried it again because the bottles were empty. So he was drinking the water first, but he wasn't screwing the top back on tight.
Oh, man, that motherfucker screwed it. I gotta admire his commitment.
The top would come off too quick, and he couldn't.
No, that gets no admiration.
He came in. He was so proud, though. I kid you not. He said, "I figured it out."
This the last time I'm gonna be here. I swear to God.
That nigga came in like Eureka.
He said the top didn't come off this time, but the whole bottle went in.
Oh man. 3 strikes and you out. 3 strikes. Come on, get it one more time.
Needless to say, he had to go to surgery and he had to go to psych.
I'm finna say, if y'all ain't keep him that time, y'all wanted him to come back.
Oh yeah, we had
that motherfucker was getting off on that.
He was on a 51, and he was adamant. I'm not gay. But this what he said. He said, I'm not gay, but that feels good. He said it feels good back there, but I'm not
like
gay.
them cheeks busted.
Ooh, we had so many. I know you guys ain't gonna believe this, so I couldn't. You know the tennis ball with the 3 in it? I kid you not, a couple.
Oh my God.
A couple came in, yep. And the thing was filled with the bottles. I don't know what it was back then. I kid you not. These were young guys. Kid you not. The tennis, the 3 balls in there. What was that?
What the fuck is that? For real.
He's in the back or something.
That motherfucker was like, look, I was playing tennis with my friends and I fell over. My ass was up. He just kept hitting the balls at that.
That guy really, he almost died, and he was in the hospital a long time after surgery. Matter of fact, he had to have 2 surgeries. He had to have reconstructive as well. He was in the hospital a long time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that was bad. That was really bad on him, on his Yeah, and I think he went into kidney failure, and he had his colon. He had a colon rupture, so that's like abscess. I mean, yeah, into your abdomen area. That's the worst thing you can get. Ascites is called when you get acid, and that was a sad one because he literally almost like didn't make it at all. Hey, Uncle Stu.
Uncle Stu. Man.
Yeah, so it was.
He ain't in the back.
Huh?
I thought he said he was in the back.
Yo, what up, bro?
You know what, back here? I hear someone with noise. I think that's Yella.
My bad. Yeah, my bad. Sorry about that.
Oh, thank you, Wally, for putting Red Lipstick's channel up there. I appreciate that. Who else has a channel?
Oh, thanks.
I'm glad that's never been a concern for me. That's
might have an issue. This story was taken out.
You might have to buy the proper utensils.
I just don't understand. I just don't understand. If you're gay, be gay, cool, enjoy your life. But why you gonna put a water bottle in your butt and then the first thing out your mouth is I ain't gay?
Wow.
But,
right, exactly.
I ain't gay.
I don't get it. Was I mean it was a lot of water bottles for some reason back. This was 19. This was like in the late 90s. It was a lot.
I'm about to say Y2K, all the water bottle shortage.
Welcome 84. Welcome to what you just walked yourself into.
Part 2.
Part 2.
Kai, I see you did it. I see you did a wardrobe change, Kai. I see you changed it up.
No, it was cold in here, and I had the sweater on, and my son won't let me turn no heat on. I did have to do a yes to answer your question. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So what did you have to? Oh, that's none of my business. So anyway, I'm just
What's good, bro? How you feeling,
man? Good to see you. Doing good.
You guys didn't have a live today, 84?
No, we go live Thursday. Until then, I'll be rocking out with you and whoever else goes live. I've been literally everywhere. I do at least, on average, I'll do at least 2.5, 3 lives a day on somebody else's stream. And it's just to build our YouTube family up and just really help everybody grow. Even after we monetize, I'm still gonna do the same thing. That's what it's about. So
right, I agree. I totally agree. Like tomorrow, 8:30 for Red Lipstick?
Yeah, 8:30. We're gonna be ready.
8:30. We'll be in the house. Oh, okay.
Is that 8:30 Eastern Standard Time?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, so that's 6. That's 5:30.
It's 5:30 for us. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's even better. Okay. I think you missed a question, 84.
I probably missed a few questions. When do you go live, Hundred Watch? When you go live?
Oh, Finesse Business is on break until after the new year.
Okay.
Who is that? Wally, can you put up knowledge and relationship? Please, my buddy, my friend. Oh, you're the only one in there. Yes. Oh, we can see now. We scared of you, 84. We don't know if you can handle the conversation, like
What are y'all talking about? I mean, somebody put something in butt.
How do we even get into
this conversation?
Be real careful what you ask for,
How
bro.
do we get into this rabbit hole?
How to stay hydrated?
This whole conversation was poverty. Helping people who was in poverty. That was the conversation. Helping people in poverty. How do we get to this point? This has nothing to do with poverty. We
talked about poverty. So we did a whole thing of that, and then we did community service type thing. Then we made some money with what's her name? With Tamika. She gave us some money tips and how to, kind of invest. And then it came on around how we're going to get out of poverty, and that is with Trixie, with the free cable.
Okay.
Because Miss Ty asked the question about does size matter, and she asked about the 3-lane highway.
Whoa.
She got nasty when I came up here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wally. I appreciate that. Oh, and Uncle Stu, is Uncle Stu still here? He's not coming up?
I think he is still here. Somebody mentioned him in the comments.
Yeah, he asked
He's
me a
still here.
question.
Oh, he asked a question?
He asked me a question. I responded to him.
Oh, you already responded. Okay, go down. So, Yella, you know Uncle Stu too, or he just saying hi?
Oh yeah, I done been on the panel or two with him.
Are you going to transition your channel or over to YouTube? Because I know, aren't you over Twitch or Twitter? Or no, or
Twitch. You was right.
Twitch.
Yeah, I'm on Twitch. Like I would come over to YouTube, but I'm gonna let y'all have this over here. You know what I mean? I'm kind of building over there. It's unclaimed land over there.
So how do we support you over there?
What's your Twitch? I'm on Twitch as well.
I don't know how Twitch work. I gotta figure it out.
It's basically YouTube. You could just download the app on your phone or whatever. You know what I mean? But you can follow me at twitch.tv/Yella Y3LLA_.
Okay.
TV/Y3LL_.
LLA_.
Oh, LL.
It's on his name. If you look at his name, it's right there.
Yeah, I just looked up now.
It's you can stream YouTube and Twitch at the same time?
Yes, I do it all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
All right. Well, I mean, yeah, please start doing both of those at the same time so we can rock with your Playboy.
But he said he didn't.
Yeah, that'd be dope. Definitely.
He can stream from there over here, so we
at
can
the same
see.
time.
But you don't necessarily have to have a channel over here.
Yeah, because I stream on Facebook and YouTube at the same time every time I go live.
Yeah, I do Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter at the same time.
I'm hoping they add Instagram on here soon.
Oh, you can.
That don't count for your hours on YouTube though.
You can stream to Instagram as well, but you have to resize your you can't use your overlays and stuff because they'll get cut off. You know what I mean? Okay. But there is the way to do that though.
So the reason to do that is like to get more attention to your YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Since it doesn't contribute. Oh, okay. Oh, that's a lot. What was your you had before we went off into Booty Land, you had another question. You had another question, Miss Ty, that we didn't get to.
No.
Because we went to Yella. Yella started off the story time.
No, she asked her question, and that's how we got into the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Oh.
She asked the question about the highway. And that's how we got
one answered. Oh, well, that's an easy answer.
Because we started getting into Kegels and some other stuff.
Right.
If she got a highway, she might need a vagina mask to make that motherfucker tight again.
If she got a highway, she need to just leave my place.
Salute, Uncle Stu. Salute, Uncle Stu. Definitely.
Hey, maybe if you really like her or not, maybe you could put a sleeve inside her vagina.
I don't.
Make it tighter.
Hey, that's gonna have to be a cold personality for me to do that.
No, a sleeve. See, when you say a sleeve, I think of nursing terms where they call it a sleeve. They put it in the abdomen.
A cock sleeve.
A what sleeve?
It's a cock sleeve. Like the flashlight, the thing inside the flashlight. Except you would pull the rubber part out and like shove it up her vagina.
Why?
Because she ain't tight enough.
Okay,
it'll be like a guide.
The true origin of that. There are different kinds of sleeves. You can have a sleeve that adds ribs to the side of your penis, or you can find a sleeve that adds an inch or two to your penis as well.
Wow, real? It's like a condom. Then you put it on.
I guess you can say that.
I never heard of that.
Brand new to me, son.
Technology is a beautiful thing.
No.
Brand new to me.
See, look, hey, and the type of dude that I am, I've walked through sex stores with my females a couple of times. Like we just walk through the store.
Yeah, just walk through the store. It's online, man. All you gotta do is go.
It's more exciting when you go through the store together.
Yes.
Especially with your husband.
Your pastor gonna catch you walking out there, motherfucker.
Hey, wait.
He in there too.
Waves, I'm gonna tell you this right here. You take her to a movie theater where you get the reclining chairs, you can get the drinks and stuff like that. Take her to a movie, get like 2-3 drinks in her, go walk through the little store, and she'd be like, "Ooh, I want to wear this." It's a good night.
Man.
It's a
I
good
thought
night.
you was about to say put them vibrating panties on her while she at the movie theater.
Oh, I mean, that's probably in the car on the way to the movies.
Y'all are a mess.
Hey, it can't get boring. It's not gonna be boring around me.
You know what I would recommend, like for people that are married and they say like, "Oh, it's so boring with him," or "It's so redundant." They just need to go on a live with open-minded people that are sharing things. There's some good ideas over here. It's like they think, with their spouse. Because I ain't never heard of a sleeve. I'll be like, girl, you better go listen to 100 and Yella and I don't know about Trash Can, but girl, there's this thing called a sleeve.
I don't know about Trash Can. You all fucked up.
Don't listen to him.
She gonna be going to the hospital talking about it's a cap on my ass. I heard this on Justin. I'm gonna shove this whole water bottle off your ass.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
I got you now. Yeah, but oh my god.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Well, how do we help our community?
What did he say?
More water.
Biodegradable. I was finna say dissolving water bottles. That's
biodegradable.
Right, biodegradable, right? Biodegradable water bottle.
So how do you keep the water bottle from degrading while there's water in the bottle?
It takes the process of the colon to degrade it to like incinerate it. Yeah, you need some enzymes that are already in the colon.
I'm gonna just stick to recycling. I'm gonna just recycle.
What you think we were talking about this whole time? This is recycling.
No, sir.
I do okay, another story, but it's not gross or anything. It's real quick that I couldn't believe.
It's not a gut buster.
No, it probably is it's not sad, but it is. It's not sad, but it is. So I did not know that a child as early as 9 years old could get pregnant, go full term, and deliver.
This took a dark turn real quick.
Right? She came in, a little black girl.
Wow.
Came in and we looked and we know she ain't pregnant. And then you guys know who brought her in, of course.
Right. Yeah.
And we're looking like she can't be pregnant. And then yes, just the innocent looking thing. So they took her to the OR. They weren't gonna let her deliver. Yeah. She had the baby. The baby did not survive. I think it only survived a couple of days. And they ran the test and found out, yep, it was her brother and her baby.
Wow.
9 years old. And then, so what the crazy thing is, though, listen to this, because the thing, you can't get pregnant without menstrual, right? She hadn't started her menstrual yet. Okay. Right. So remember how we talked earlier about how amazing the body is? So since this act was going on routinely,
I get where you're going.
The body said, okay, wait, I need to whatever, catch up, and it was releasing eggs even without a menstrual.
Yeah.
Because that's what the body went into naturally what it,
was supposed to do.
Yeah. Yep. Crazy. 9 years old. Can you imagine not just this little beautiful, chunky little dark-skinned girl.
Now, did the parents get reported, or the brother, or whatever?
She only came in. Okay, so the father, of course, was there. Mm-hmm. He acted like he didn't know what was going on at all. She knew she was, but nobody would say. They was like, I don't know, stomach hurt. They're very vague, wasn't real said, but it was obvious she was not, pregnant. And so he was just vague about it. So of course we had to call CP and PC and get them in there, and then the police and all this other stuff. Okay.
Don't let that father go, because he probably.
So yeah, the father was there, but we haven't figured out where is the mother. Oh. So yes, we don't know, no clue. So he's there, she has the baby and blah blah blah. So he still just kind of played dumb, like he didn't know. He was kind of a young guy. He just acted like he didn't know what was going on, like huh. So he didn't care. He never confessed or anything. He ended up going off, but we couldn't figure out where the mother was. So then finally, when the daughter came around, she said she hadn't seen her mother in a few weeks or so. So the mother had left, trying to act like, try to get away, like she didn't know nothing what was going on or anything. And her sister ended up calling because she knew something was wrong, but did not know what. So the sister ended up calling, telling on the mother. So we're asking, did not nobody know she was pregnant? Everyone's claiming like, nope, no one knew. No one knew. No one had no clue. The aunt, the mother.
Daddy had something to do with that shit.
So no, so the mother still got charged too, because there's no way you can just deny this. Yeah, everybody got charged.
Right.
Yes. The aunt got charged, the mother got charged, the father got charged, and whoever else. But I know those three, they all three of them got arrested. Absolutely. Crazy.
I'm taking a murder charge too.
Right. Crazy. Crazy. Yeah.
See, my daughter is 10 years old. My daughter is 10. I can only imagine. I'm taking a charge.
That was one of the craziest. Well, I seen one crazier than that, but that was like the craziest thing I seen.
If you lost custody and she was with the mama at the time.
Right, if they didn't know. But you know what? Okay, wait. Since you said that, even one of the officers said, if she wouldn't have left, or if she wouldn't have tried to hide, they wouldn't have had no reason to like really look into her. But the fact that she, just tried to say she didn't know for 2 weeks and just left, it hurt her worse. They said she could have, came up. You said something, even though it's not good, but she solely just because she tried to get away, that was it.
Kaya, y'all got me in trouble.
Uh-oh. Your daughter woke up?
No, somebody texted me talking about they ain't know I've been looking into poly relationships.
I told you that earlier.
It might backfire. She might be saying, I didn't know you was down with this. If you was down.
No self-snitching.
Hey, wait, she probably said, I didn't know you was down with that, but I got the dude right here. You ready?
I got motherfucker if you're interested.
Well, you let me know when y'all find another girlfriend so I can congratulate you.
And you need to blame Ty. That was her question, remember? What?
Oh
no, you brought that up all by yourself. What were you talking about?
No.
You did. You said I've been thinking about him. You said you're not gonna believe this. I've been thinking about a polyamorous relationship.
You were right the first time.
Miss Ty, what is on your mind this morning?
Miss Ty did ask the question about bringing somebody else into the bedroom.
That was Ty. See, that wasn't my fault.
That's what I'm saying. You was right the first time.
Okay, amen. It's not my fault.
She was asking the question.
Ty.
About
I didn't
look.
I didn't do anything wrong. What y'all talking about?
Right.
Yeah, I know what that hum sound like. Yeah. You trying to run away. I didn't do nothing.
What?
Wow.
What's up, 84? That's all you can do is laugh.
Yeah, because I didn't know Miss Ty was coming on this ride. We had a very deep philosophical conversation. Now we're just going straight forward. Okay.
Now every time 84 see me, he gonna be looking at me different now.
Nah, bro, do your thing, bro. You could. I'm surprised Miss Ty's on this vibe. She really surprised me this morning. Oh my god.
I didn't do anything. I just asked the question.
That's it. We
This
just
is
trying
for a question. Almost definitely.
You know, I'm preparing for my live tonight with all these men. So I'm asking all the questions that the women wants to know.
Okay.
Not necessarily me. Not me. The other women want to know these
She said not necessarily. Okay. Got you.
My candor has definitely got me in trouble a couple of times. So it's just life.
Oh man, yeah, the stream bro will get you in trouble for real.
No. That's just like saying a pager got you in trouble. My cell phone got you in trouble. You got yourself in trouble.
That's what I said.
Kaya's projecting right now. You projecting right now, just Kaya.
No. I thought he said this live stream that got me in trouble.
No. Mr. Best said the YouTube stream. He said that. I said my candor. Me and my mouth. Me and my mouth.
My bad.
Yeah.
84, I am not projecting.
I'm an open book.
I'm not. I'm an open book. Tell everybody know I'm an open book. It's like overflow.
Ain't nothing anybody can say about me that's gonna change or make me feel.
No, I know Watch is a true gentleman though. He's a true gentleman for real. He is.
I try. I definitely
Why
try.
you didn't back me up? I say I'm an open book too. I'm the truth.
I know. See, we on the same page.
84. No, I'm talking to 84. 84 goes. Yeah. Yeah. He's the truth. I can back him up. He didn't back me up. I'm the truth.
I always got your back, just Kaya. You always got you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
But I'm gonna tell you the truth though too. I'm gonna tell you the truth though too. I'm gonna have your back, but I'm gonna tell you the truth now.
Always. I respect you and appreciate that more. Always tell me the truth. Not saying I'm gonna like it, but always tell me the truth. I wonder, is this Death Most High from, are you the one that I spoke with, or I think I left you a message in Anton Daniel's Discord. I'm not sure. I was looking for your name, and I think I saw you in Mrs. B Finesse. I'm not sure if that's you, but you were offering help with live streaming or something. I think that's you, but if not, regardless, hi, welcome over here. Thank you for you replied. Oh, so I got to go back there and look to see the reply, huh? My bad. Thank you for coming over. I appreciate you. I just, that Discord, I get so confused with it, but I will check now and see what you wrote in there. So it is you. Thank you. I appreciate you for coming up. Oh, that's Uncle Stu. Oh, Uncle Stu hanging out a little bit. How do y'all do that? Y'all having conversations over here and you're able to talk in the chat.
It's called having a secondary device.
I do. I have my iPad here, but I feel like I feel like I'm not giving you guys, I'm a person, like when you talk to someone, you're supposed to give them your undivided attention, or at least eye contact, or look in their direction, or it's considered rude. So I don't yeah.
Oh, you don't hop in your chat? No.
No, for the most part, no.
You've never edited a video in the middle of a live stream.
I've never edited a video at all. It goes up completely raw.
Well, hopefully me responding to people in the chat didn't come across rude. If it did, I apologize.
No, I can't even see you. No. You're fine. But no, because I don't know. I like to give things my undivided attention. I'm gonna send you a picture of my setup of how it's gonna be. Oh, how about IG? Could you send it to me in IG? Everything is just Kaya, if you don't mind. IG is just Kaya 6. I believe. And then Facebook is just Kaya. And then the email, if you Kaya needs your help. Always. You know what? But I'm doing pretty good with this, especially since my son took over the task of, I found out what it's called, clipping my other videos for me. As a matter of fact, I got 3 videos now that I have to upload and title and get a thumbnail for. But since he took that over, that's one worry that's off of me. And then I've been digging into the YouTube things, like where it tells you different things to do. So I've been kind of digging into that, and I got like a description of, and I see how some people got like their web page and they got all this other stuff down there. I don't know how to do that yet. Not that I think I need it right now.
I have a question for everybody. What is everybody's favorite time of the year and why?
Oh, summertime, baby. Summertime, baby.
Why? Why, baby?
That's sundress. That's sundress season. Summertime is sundress season.
Sundress.
Ooh, yo, I'm with you, 100 watts. Yo, let me shut up.
Yeah, that's sundress season. Yeah, that is something right there.
Well, y'all don't live in California. Sundress is it's year round.
It depends on what part of Cali you in, though. I'm in Northern Cali, so we a little colder.
Oh, you're in Northern Cali. Okay. Yeah, but mine's is spring because that's the only time that we kind of get a weather change. Like I like the overcast and the little rain that we get. So my favorite time is spring.
So it depends on where I am. Now, if I'm back home in New Orleans, it's winter because of Mardi Gras. But here in Baltimore, I would say fall. It's not too hot, not too cold.
Can you turn the acid on and off, or you can just keep it on the whole time?
I could turn it on and off.
Oh man,
I have to. My job, I have to talk professional, so I have to code switch sometimes.
They don't give you room.
But if you're talking about something that she fuck with, she can't help it.
Oh, man. I'm fall too myself, though. Hoodie season. I like hoodie season.
You heard when she said New Orleans. Don't nobody from New Orleans say New Orleans. It's New Orleans.
They take their time to get all those syllables.
New Orleans.
You asked the question, what's your favorite time? You asked the question and ducked out.
No. Everybody didn't answer. So Trash Cam just answered about you didn't tell us why, Trash Cam. You didn't tell us why though.
I like the hoodie season. You know, you can dress whatever. You know, with different clothes, different wardrobes and shit. Like that. Snuggle weather, good snuggle weather.
It's on yellow now. Oh, you saying 100 watts from that?
Oh no, I already said mine. It's summer.
Oh, okay.
No, I was gonna say, if we talking about a non-city, I'm gonna think the best time in Chicago. It ain't summertime because the shit get too hot.
Literally and figuratively.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
For real. But honestly, it'll probably either be just before summer or just after summer, because it's kind of like that's fallish, springish kind of weather. Like you said, hoodie season. You can throw on a jogging suit, you can throw on a hoodie and some shorts or whatever.
Where you live at?
You know what I'm saying? I'm out in Chicago.
No, man, not in Chicago. You don't know if it's gonna be cold today. You don't know if it's gonna be warm today. It might snow.
No, don't get it twisted. I expect a blizzard pretty much after August. like you know what I'm saying? September 1st on until like maybe April. Like, cause my birthday at the end of April, and I've woke up with snow on the ground.
Oh wow!
On my birthday a couple of times. So yeah, the cold lasts a little long, but like I said, I'm the.
You a Taurus April or Aries April?
I'm a Taurus.
Okay. Cool beans.
I'm a April Aries.
You mother.
But yeah, my favorite time is summertime. No matter, even if it's in Cali or if it's back east. But I can't do, like, the only summer times I can't do is the Carolina summers, man. You already know, honey. Watch, I already know.
See,
man.
See, I just came out of them Texas summers, so that ain't shit to me, man. I'll take a Carolina summer any day over a Texas summer, dog. It'd be 113, 114 out that bit with a water drop.
Yeah.
With a water drop. You not allowed to wash your car. You not allowed to water your lawn. None of that.
I'll be watering my shit.
Yeah, that motherfucker just gonna burst in the flames out there. How the hell you just gonna let it be?
That's why they had
113 and shit, and you can't put no water on the ground. Texas just gonna spontaneously combust and shit.
Look, bro,
No, I don't know, because like when I go visit my extended family, because like we all over the place in Myrtle Beach. Something's about that Myrtle Beach heat is kind of like real sticky and like falling out, like don't touch me kind of heat. I don't know. It's like
that
what kind
water.
of stuff is this?
Yeah, facts. It's that water. That's why Chicago summers suck, because it's right off the lake and shit. Man, the lake be beating our ass for real. Either we gonna get the hot, sticky ass summers, or we gonna get what we got yesterday, which we just got like a blizzard out of nowhere yesterday.
Cause I'm out here in Virginia, so out here in Virginia Beach, the summertime, all the college kids is out of school and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Everybody walking the boardwalk. Yeah, nah, people be passing clean out there.
Wow.
That
Oh
water,
yeah,
man,
Miss Mill says Arizona. Yeah, Arizona. Yeah, I
It's
lived in Phoenix for a
dry.
while, baby, and I was like, please, I need to go home. This is not good. I was gonna melt. Chocolate melts in the heat, baby. No,
Y'all rather shovel snow, or y'all deal with that really hot weather?
I'll deal with the hot
I'd rather have hot.
Oh yeah, I'd rather deal with the hot.
I would never come outside. I melt.
That shit suck. That snow shit suck. Fuck that.
It's not like a
Falling and slipping and
It's not like that cool breeze in the summertime. When you got that summer night heat, they got the little cool breeze, and you can rock some shorts and a little polo, something like that. It's not like
when you sleep in your bed with the window open on top of the blankets.
No, thank you.
Some of y'all be bugging though. Y'all be complaining about it's cold outside. Y'all be like, it's 70 degrees. I'm like, what the fuck y'all talking about? 70 degrees? I'm wearing
70 degrees.
That's kind of chilly, baby. That's cold.
Oh
That's
hell!
California.
That's
It's
That's cold.
That's perfect.
That's a summer day.
That's cold weather, baby.
That's chilly. That's chilly. That's
That would be perfect. 70 degrees.
Anything below 75 is cool.
Yeah.
Y'all wouldn't make it up here. Y'all wouldn't make it.
Oh, trust me, I'm having a hard time in Baltimore, baby. This is terrible.
Oh yeah, right now you getting your face kicked in. It's brick cold outside.
I'll be fussing every day.
Cold.
Like you need to make up your mind, weatherman.
You just mad at Earth and shit. I'm tired of this
Yup.
shit. Living on this damn planet with all this crazy ass weather and all this stupid ass shit.
I be fussing every day on my Facebook page. Like I can't even wear my pencil skirts. Y'all playing with me? Stop! I can't.
I could have dealt with all them floods and stuff that they be having down there though.
It's like
Mother Nature hating ass motherfucker though. Like for real, she be
global warming.
right.
Hey.
That's so true.
Al Gore was right in like 2000, and ain't nobody want to listen to him.
He on some
real talk.
He said the world was gonna get cold, and then he said the world gonna get hot. He can't make up his mind.
Hey, he knew something.
What did the world do?
Was right.
He knew something.
Cold and it got hot.
And they definitely ignored him because, like I'm saying, we just had about like 3 inches yesterday, just out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? We just had like 3 inches of snow out of nowhere. The day before that, it was like 50. The day before that, it was like 60. I know on the 23rd for sure, it was like 60 something. That ain't supposed to happen.
Right. Yeah.
You not even pulling out the big jacket for 50-degree weather yet, are you?
No, I'm not pulling out the big jacket period unless it's just horrible. I'm that dude. 3 hoodies. Let's go.
No, the hoodie and the Carhartt, man.
Y'all can handle
I like to be. I don't like to be restrained. You know what I'm saying? So I like to be free.
I'm ready to get back to Texas now.
Plus, I'm a big nigga. I got a lot of thermal heat. I generate a lot of heat anyway. I'm a big nigga, so you know what I'm saying. I'm like I sustain my own energy. You know what I'm saying? Like so.
Well, look, bro, I'm 150 on a good day, so I need all that external warmth.
I have to warm up the car before I get in. I have my dad go get the car, put it in front of the door so I can just run inside.
You know they give you tickets for that now.
Because I can't take it.
You know they give you tickets for leaving your car running in the driveway.
Oh no. We have a private parking thing, so
really.
No, they gave a bunch of people tickets.
Where I'm from, you're gonna just have to suck it up and drive to work with your breath. You know,
no.
Leave your car running around here if you want to. You're gonna come outside and be gone.
I got another question for y'all. Okay, listen. Let's say you finally get the bag, right? Whether you hit the lotto or whatever, your business take off, whatever. You finally get the bag, right? Everything's smooth with the bag. What are you doing and where are you going?
I'm getting rid of my dead weight first. So if I ain't really fucking with the chick, I'm gonna get rid of her. I'm gonna leave her the house though. I'm gonna leave wherever we were staying there. I'm gonna make sure she got that house and she can stay in there. It's paid for.
I can't with him.
She's gonna take over. I'm gonna cut off some of my family members that I don't really fuck with, you know.
Oh my God.
And the ones who I'm really cool with, I'm gonna break them off some money, and then I'm gonna get ghosts. See me in the
where would you go though? Where were you going?
Oh shit! Where I got money. Go. I'll probably go live out in the woods somewhere, secluded, be in that nice little log cabin in that motherfucker, and I want to just be by myself.
Anybody else could go.
I know the first thing I would do, like even me and my dad talking about this now. We're gonna buy some. We have some land already in South Carolina, but we will buy some more land.
I know. First thing I'm doing is paying off everything attached to my credit. Second is getting I probably get a box truck or two, put them on the road.
What's a box truck?
A box truck is you know what a U-Haul I'm sure you know what a U-Haul is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just a big U-Haul.
You gonna put it for
like
what?
Business.
Road?
Yeah, put them on the road. Yeah, delivering freight.
Oh,
logistics.
Yeah. The 18-wheelers. I just don't. I'm just not ready for that yet. I'm gonna build the company up, build the trust up with the box trucks, and then we'll go to the 18-wheelers. Of course, there's a couple of family members. You know, Mondu's gonna be good. Pops is gonna be good. My brother gonna be good.
All them cousins.
The cousins. Who you talking about? Them niggas I ain't seen in years.
Yeah, they coming around.
Right. You know they gonna come around though.
Oh, it's good to see you. It's good to see you, cuz. It's good to see you, cuz.
Hey man, I'm proud of you. I remember we played.
And
you've been my favorite cousin.
And we had fun too.
We got the same birthday. When your birthday again?
y'all know y'all gonna be like MC Hammer.
No, hell to no.
No. Yeah,
Hey guys, Kaya, I have to go. It's time to hit the gym so I can get ready for today.
Gym time.
So
Thank
guys,
you for hanging out with us.
You know it.
I'll see you at 5:30 my time then.
Yeah. So I hope to see you guys on there tonight. So you guys have a good day. And now I'm about to go and get beat up.
All right, salute, baby.
All right, peace out.
Later, sister. Bye. All right, so who next? Yellow, you next. I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Was Yellow next?
No, you can go ahead.
So I don't have no bills, nothing like that. So what I would do, see, I'm in Cali, so it's kind of expensive, but I first would buy my dream house. I already know where it is. I see I already know. So I would get my dream house, and then I would travel with my kids for them to see a few other cultures and spend some time, traveling and exposing them to different things. And then, of course, I would set up things like trust and just set up things to continue to make money for me to be able to pass on to my kids. And I would have a nutritionist. I would have a housekeeper. I will have
She gone broke. She gonna go
someone.
broke.
No, you don't know my who? What?
You know people go broke like that.
No, I'm not. I would have me a personal assistant that do all the extra YouTube stuff, to keep it and do the videos and stuff. A young buck for that, and that's it, I think.
Ain't nobody giving nothing back to the community.
Oh, I gotta have me a new Escalade and a new Cadillac. I don't know which one, but a Cadillac.
ain't nobody paying no tithes. Ain't nobody giving nothing back.
That'll come later.
Oh.
Let me build the bag up first. After I already got the bag.
If you faithful over a few things, I'll make you rule over many.
I'm gonna have the first place I'm gonna go is to an attorney and accountant. Come on now, that's the first move. That's the first move. Okay. See, I'm
if I get the bag that I've been looking for, besides taking care of the family, because everybody pretty much said that shit, I got a plan to kind of move to it's either gonna be Florida, Texas, California, one of them places, or somewhere like it down south, like maybe Alabama or something like that. And I'm going to, like, my ultimate plan, real talk, is to open up a sports training facility, so I can kind of see like this all inclusive sports experience where we train like basketball, like we got full basketball court, full football field, full baseball field, swimming, all of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Built in this facility. And the reason I pick a lot of the southern states is that's where a lot of the college athletes come from. Like the most competitive ones, like I don't know if y'all keep up with college football, like Alabama and all of that. Like most of the NFL players are from southern states.
Yep.
For myself, well, first, definitely paying off all the little debts, whatever I have. And then as far as like my family, and it'll just be a way for me just to kind of, make sure everybody's straight or whatever. Like I'll give some money to my dad's side of the family, some money to my mom's side of the family. And then after that, that's it. You know what I mean? And then I will let them know, listen, as I'm getting more money, because I'm definitely going to invest in some businesses and stuff like that. I'll be like, listen, if I get more money, I'll hit y'all up, on a yearly basis, a little something. But this little bit I'm getting y'all here, y'all better make it a stretch. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to have to make some decisions on their own. But after that, I'm gone. So
you ain't going to get no loans for black businesses or something?
Oh, most definitely. I'm gonna definitely hook up our peoples, but yeah, I'm talking about like, in the beginning. This is the beginning phases. Of course, I want to help people in need and those who are disfortunate and homeless and all that. Yeah, we'll have to help them. I definitely would help them. But, as far as like for me, like, and of course, once I get the bag, of course I got to get on the tropical island somewhere. Got to be in the tropics somewhere where my feet kicked up and all that.
Pirates.
And hold on, the last thing I would do is trash can was funny. Last thing I would do is I would have houses in different locations. So I would definitely have a house in California. I'll definitely have a house in Florida, and definitely I would say one in Carolina, and then one, of course, in New York. So yeah.
You talking about going broke?
Most people go broke.
I'm thinking about the bag. I'm thinking about the bag that I would have. Like it'll be like a really, really big bag. You know what I'm saying? Like crazy amount.
How much would it take for you to quit your job and you live off of that? If you hit it What number you? Some people say $1 million, but $1 million ain't gonna last you nothing.
No. For me, it'll have to be like 500 million, like 500 million, 600 million, something like that.
There you go.
I think I'd be good with the 20 mil. I think I'd be good for the rest. I want to live a basic life.
But see, that's a kind of a crazy question within itself, right? Because if you woke up and you fucked around and grabbed 20 mil in your account, you still gonna make some kind of flips. You gonna do some kind of work, or you gonna just live, or you gonna just live off the 20 mil just for the rest of your life.
You would still have your side hustles or whatnot, but it's the what's the price amount for you to be able, if you had to just live off of that?
20 million would be enough.
Oh, because if you talking about quitting my job, so you give me $100,000, I'll quit my job.
I'm
finna say,
you gotta live off of that.
Let's not get it twisted. Hold on. Let's not get it twisted. I wake up with a 20 million in my account. I'm taking a break off of life for like 2 years. Don't get it twisted. Like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like I earned that. We at home. You want family? I'm at home.
You budget your money. That 20 million gonna last you. I'll put that in the live off the interest. I'll put that in the bank and just live off the interest.
No, you don't put it in the bank.
And the question is, if you get a type of I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say I wouldn't hope to blow through $20 million in 2 years. It don't take that much to live. Now, I'm gonna blow some. Don't get it twisted, but like $1 million, you can just count $1 million out of that just to go do some dumb shit. Like I might just buy like a fucking windmill or some shit. I don't know. Like I'm just gonna buy some dumb shit. The first, yeah, I don't know. One of the big electric joints. Hey, yeah.
You gonna buy some diamond baby shoes or some shit like that. Hang them around your neck.
Right, a platinum doormat or some shit like that. I don't fucking know. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't expect to blow 20 million in 2 years. I probably go through like 3. You survive off $1.5 million for 2 years.
And then also, if you get that much money, your relationship with people are definitely gonna change. Like it ain't gonna be the same.
I finna say, I was gonna say it's pretty much what it is now. Shit, you might as well just give me the money and I'm good.
Do you guys feel like in that situation? Because I know everyone, I think, but me, said give family money. So if you're in that situation, you feel like you owe your family, you have to give your family money.
That's part of my peace of mind. That's part of my peace of mind.
Part of peace of mind for you? Okay.
Yeah. You don't really care about your mom and your dad like that because you said you have your spouse. That's all that matters. So I gotta take care of my mom and pops.
Well, my mom passed away and never met my dad. So, but of course, if your mom and dad, I can see that. But I think 84 said he would take care. It sounded like everyone in his family, and then he said he would come back yearly. That better last them a year, and then he'll give them more, every year or so. That seemed like that's just
something like that. Yeah. Like
refill the pot, basically.
I'll tell you what. I stay with my family, but the moment they ask me for money, I'm gonna cut them loose. I'm gonna break them off a little something that I don't want to see you no more.
See, my only concern is direct bloodline.
So y'all would take money over family. And hello, good morning, Sugar Bum.
Hey, Sugar Bum.
Family. I'm not really.
I think she's just asked. Oh, wait, here goes something else. She said, oh no, yeah, that's it. So y'all would take money over family?
Not necessarily, no, but I'm not gonna let them sabotage my money. Like they're not sabotaging nothing.
I'll take money over family, absolutely.
I mean,
oh wow.
Say depending on the amount, I forget everybody I know.
Oh man.
It's like family sometimes your family treats you worse than regular people. And I think if I can, who I want around me is people that are encouraging, inspiring. They're not, just people just saying stuff to get what they can get out of you or tear you down, don't rock with you type of thing. So, and I'm not saying that's what it is, but
how many families fall apart every time somebody pass away and there's some money to be handed out?
Why are you making money if you're not in service to our families and community? Now, that's a different question. I already service the homeless community. I cook the food, I buy the food, I cook the food, I serve the food. So this is different. She said, why are you making money if it's not to serve to our families and communities? So that's different.
So what I don't want her to do is misunderstand the question. What he asked was, what is the first thing that you're gonna do? Like immediately within the first 30 days. Now, of course, if we all get a bag, I'm pretty sure everybody here on this panel agrees that at some point we're gonna make sure that we touch the communities around us. But in the first 30 days, oh fuck all y'all. I'm chilling.
Yeah, look after yourself first.
Chilling like crazy. Chilling like crazy.
And my point is, I'm already taking care of my community, so I'm not waiting for a certain bag. I'm already doing it right now by feeding and buying food and going out to my homeless community. And I already take them. I go to thrift stores and I buy jackets and shoes for them when the weather changes. So I'm already taking care of my community. Just saying, Sugar Bum.
Listen, I'm having a crazy party. Like I'm gonna have like one of the most craziest parties. Like we're gonna have so much champagne. I'm gonna put the goggles on like they do when they win a championship. I'm gonna put the goggles on, and we're gonna be spraying champagne everywhere. Like it's gonna be crazy.
If we talking about the community, and what we would do and how we would do it, I would say I would have $1 million. And I would say if y'all can live off of welfare for 2 years straight, I'm gonna put y'all in a raffle. Y'all all enter this raffle. All you gotta do. I'm gonna do this every year. Y'all live off of welfare for 2 years straight. Then I'm gonna raffle it off. I'm gonna give y'all $2 million if y'all can manage.
Wally, for the record, I hate that question. I hate every time somebody asks that question because we're understanding that right now our community is not together, but the objective is for us to come together. Black people are not a monolith. We're all not going to follow the same blah, blah. I get it. We all get it. We all get it. But there has to be some kind of togetherness in order for us to continue. So to just, what community? We ain't all that. Anyway, we can.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you on that one, honey. I feel you on that one for real.
But Kaya, I want to say you are amazing.
Thank you.
I like being able to come over to your platform because we always have a good time. Every time I come over here, it's a great time. To the fellas here on the panel, I appreciate y'all. I rock with each and every one of y'all. Yellow, when I do get Twitch, I'm gonna follow you on there. I took a screenshot, so I'm gonna make sure I follow you when I download that. But I hear my daughter in the other room starting to wake up, so I'm about to get out of here.
Yeah, and go straighten out that poly issue, please.
I might be a good issue. I assure you, it'll be fixed before the end of the day.
Remember, that wasn't my fault, bro.
Thank you so much.
Much love, honey. Later, bro.
Have a good one. Oh Lord, Ocean's still here, huh?
No, I'm about to leave, you know.
Are you tired? So what are you going to do with that outfit? Are you going to see if it burns all in one shot or if it takes multiple attempts to burn it? What's next with the outfit with that? What is that?
I get a lot of compliments on this hoodie. You know?
They lied. They lied.
Rick and Morty, you not a fan?
They lied. Just trust me on this one. Can I see the back? Is that an eagle? Is that
Let me see it, bro. Let me see the hoodie, bro.
Oh, and look at the sleeves are all short.
Oh yeah.
I rolled the sleeves are pulled up. I gotta let my forearms out.
All the way around.
I can't spin around right now.
Oh,
I'm like TLA. Can't get up right now.
Well, yeah, it can't get it much better.
Thank you, M. Mills. Thank you. She complimented the hoodie. And she's an honest lady. She's an honest lady.
I told you they lied. They feel sorry for you. They was like, what was he thinking when he bought that? Did he actually spend money on it? Oh, they feel sorry for you. They said he must have rode the short bus to school.
What happened with the wardrobe change? You was getting a little sweaty over there.
It was cold.
This conversation get a little hot.
No, I had a summer dress on.
I ain't want to say nothing, but I saw some, some wet stains coming up there before.
You did not lie. I didn't even have sleeves. You lying. See, you
go back and look at the streams. Go back and look at your streams.
You was halfway to repenting, so you can't. Why are you gonna lie?
Man.
You know I'm looking. You are such a liar.
Go ahead of my salt stains in there.
You liar, pants on fire. So what's up, 84?
Nothing much. I got like another 10-20 minutes on here. So,
I didn't see him.
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing tonight, but I think he just was. Oh no, he was at a friend's house. He was at an event.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta hang out over there. But Thursday, right?
Yes, Thursday.
What's the dog's name? Ocean? Okay, Trash Can Waves. I don't want to even go there. That is a beautiful dog.
Yeah, this is Kobe. He's a rescue. He's a rescue dog.
Is he really?
Yeah,
let me see his paw. Pull one or two of his paws up if you can.
He actually doesn't have legs. He's a rescue, and he actually lost his legs in an accident.
So what is he doing?
He has like a little scooter thing that he wears, and he scoots around.
Really?
Nah, bullshit. Nah.
I was about to say.
I just want to make you feel bad before you make fun of my dog. Now. He is a rescue, though.
He is beautiful. What's his name?
That's Kobe. Rest in peace,
What is
Kobe.
Kobe.
Kobe. Yeah, Kobe.
Look at that face. I love dogs. I don't like them that big because you got to pick up that poop.
His last name is Blackhawk.
Blackhawk.
I should joke. It's too soon.
I don't get it.
Down? Blackhawk down. No.
Too soon. That's a.
Yeah, too soon. Yeah, too soon. Too soon.
Too soon. Oh, I don't know. Okay. Too soon. That jacket is too soon too. It wasn't complete.
You might be too late. Too late.
I was gonna say, I know this ain't. I know I keep bringing up sports shit, but y'all see, John Madden passed away yesterday.
Someone had mentioned it.
Yeah, I seen that.
He lived a full life. He's with all the football.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah, his documentary just came out on Christmas Day, so it's crazy that happened right after that.
It's weird how shit happened like that, though.
Maybe he was just waiting for that, though. You know what I'm saying? Because some people they wait for certain things to happen before they pass away. Like they keep fighting, and then once something happens, and they really see the culmination of everything that they've done, they feel like, all right, I can go now. So he probably was content.
What happened right before he passed away? I didn't hear you.
He had a 5-hour documentary that dropped. I think it was 5 hour or something like that. Dropped on Christmas, and he died yesterday.
Oh wow! You know, it's common for like say couples that have been married for years, and like say one of them passed away, and the other one is just healthy. The other one within a certain amount of time, like quickly, would just automatically go to sleep and pass away too, just from the loneliness, or I don't want to say loneliness, but just from the separation of it all.
It's like dying from a broken heart or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, literally, it's proven it, and it's more likely that it's a male. If his wife goes before him, the male, it's more likely to happen to the male. He'll just go to sleep and totally healthy and just, or for the most part, fine, and will just go to sleep and die. And basically, they call it a broken heart.
I know it's a lot of famous people dying after they get a shot. There's a lot of famous people dying.
Yep, he was 85. That's a pretty full life.
Oh yeah. But he is. I'm finna say that the John Madden game definitely had an impact on a lot of black men's lives. There was a lot of fights over that game. There's a lot of money won and lost over that game. Shit, I was playing it when I was little. You know what I'm saying? It was that John Madden was in a lot of black households.
Ouch, yep.
I know they had a shootout. What's it that the Xbox shooting
and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It also kept us out of trouble too, for real.
Yeah, right.
They had that Xbox shooter back in the day over Madden.
They had what?
Oh yeah. It was a Madden tournament, and it was a Madden tournament in Florida, and the dude lost and came back and basically like shot up the whole tournament because he lost.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Episode.
Yeah, it was nuts.
So what are you guys like? For me, like I'll sleep for a while, but like most of the time, especially you trash cans, well, you're up here and you 84, but I think you nap in and out. What do you like do after this? Do you just stay up the rest of the day?
No, I get some sleep. I don't. You probably, Kai, do you even sleep at all?
No, that's what I said. I like this that I picked like nights to do it because remember I was saying that my whole nursing career I work nights, so I'm totally a night person. I'm good because like right now I wouldn't even be off work yet, you know. So
she's secretly a vampire and she just ain't told us yet and shit. That's really what it is.
I could stay up all night. I remember one time I worked, they had such an incentive. They it was short. So we're already getting like 58, 88 an hour. So if you come back just to walk back into the door, you get clocking in, you get $250, boom, just in one shot. And then and then you start at time and a half for the first 4 hours, and then the rest of the 8 hours you get double time. All of that is one shift. That's how, you know, they get you to like come back. So I had one time I had worked, I did almost 30 days. So I think I did like 28 days or something straight. And it was crazy because us nurses, we would compete like that, like who would get the biggest check or whatever. And that check was like right under 30,000, I think it was. Well, for the month. Yeah, but I was like, okay, I had enough. I'm tired of playing these games. But then this one nurse that she worked so much, she was from India. And every year she was pulling, and this is before all the money that they're making now. This was way back in like early 2000. She was pulling right under 300 every year. She literally would work every day just about. She would take off like one day a month.
California?
Uh-huh.
Man, so that just sucked all your money away. Living in California.
Well, taxes do, absolutely. Yeah. Well, San Francisco is the highest paying. San Francisco, way like about, it had to be over 10 years ago. They were starting out nurses at $92 an hour for San Francisco. But San Francisco is very expensive to live there.
After taxes, how do it look at that 92?
Huh?
After taxes, how much?
Well, if you did it the smart way, you would do it through a traveling assignment, which you would get even more money, and that way you'll get a 1099. So it's bigger and more write-offs that way, and you wouldn't have if you do a travel assignment, you wouldn't have like a house or anything. You would have you would rent like. They didn't call them Airbnbs then, but you would rent like a room or something because that'd be 100% write-off. Everything absolutely is a write-off, you know, like everything that you do, literally eating every day, whatever you eat all throughout the day, everything is a write-off. So that would be the smart way to do it.
But you wouldn't be able to have a house then. You just have to,
well, you wouldn't in San Francisco is so unbelievably expensive to live there. Yeah, and then it's not San Francisco. Well, for me, it's not for me, but of course some people live there. But no, so what you would technically do if you're a Southern person, I think Yella mentioned like Oklahoma. I don't think it's very expensive to live there. You would have your house somewhere else.
Okay.
And then that would be another good thing if you travel to California, because then if your resident is not here, you won't pay California taxes.
Yeah.
You know, so that would be another good thing. But yeah, California, when I was my last maybe few years, my taxes, I was paying easily about 43% in taxes of my check.
I know a lot of people that migrated from. They said California got like a record-breaking amount of people moving out of there. They can't even keep up with the U-Hauls right now because of the tax.
It's expensive. Like, I don't know how much gas is everywhere. Gas here is like almost $5 an hour. I mean, a gallon.
Okay. Nah, we just 2 something over here. We got 2 something.
No, really?
Low
yeah,
3.
It's 4. It's man. 4. 480 was the highest I seen. That was a couple of weeks ago. I haven't got gas in a couple of weeks, but it is very expensive to live here. But once you're here, and that's all I know. It's like, it's not. If I go somewhere else, I probably would live like a queen if I go somewhere else and not paying, because like I moved to the low desert so I can get like a big more property.
Yeah, the $5 a gallon crazy. Yeah, electric car.
Almost. So I can have more land, and it's cheaper to live out here, but I would take like an hour commute to work. And that's what most medical people do. They commute for about an hour to, really make it work for you. So, okay. So this is like a good thing here is, before I downsized, I work with a woman who is a travel nurse. Her niece and husband lives in her house. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. The best way to do it is to be a travel nurse. It's so much benefit for that. You get so much compensation. It's like for everything. And they pay for your housing. I forgot to say that. You don't even pay for your housing. But the before I downsized, so this is just like not barely middle class. I had a house that the house alone, nothing fancy, nothing beyond. It's like 550,000. It's 2,800 square feet. It was something like that. 4 bedrooms.
2,800 feet for 550,000.
2,800. That's
in California.
In California, that's good or bad to you?
That's kind of small for that. For 550,000 up here, I get you something.
Yeah, no. Where you at?
I'm in Michigan.
Oh, yeah, but no, it's like 500. It's probably right up under 550. So 2,800 square feet, and like 4 bedrooms, 3 baths. You have an extra the loft and all that. Nice lot size, right under an acre. So what I really wanted to move up to, I couldn't afford it, and here I am making $120 a year or so, but couldn't even afford where I was at because of the taxes. So you figure they taking out 43% because I didn't own it. It wasn't my house. I didn't own it and own no property or nothing like that. And what really killed me, I've never been a person that like have bills. Like I don't owe nobody no money. I just don't believe in it. I just can't do it. If I can't buy it cash, I just, I won't put it on credit. And that was the worst thing I could do because it made it so I could never buy anything. And I said, that's the craziest thing. I got to get in debt to be able to buy. I just could never get that. And it was the worst decision I made, but I couldn't get my mind. I couldn't, even my car, like right away, I paid it off. It's like, I'm paying as quick as I can.
So you don't lease them no cars or nothing like that. So you don't want no bills.
And it's the worst thing. And they kept saying it, and I kept trying to get a credit. As soon as I get a credit card and I get something, I'll just pay it off because I don't know what in my mind. It's like I think if you can't afford it, if you can't just buy it, And then my thinking is, why am I gonna buy these glasses and they cost $50, but I'm gonna charge it and end up paying $62? Heck no! I'm not giving you an extra $12.
That's very
So I just couldn't wrap my mind around it long enough to establish that. So I was like, oh well. And then, once I realized how money really works, I was like, oh, well, that was the dumbest thing, but neither here nor there now. I know now.
Build your credit score.
Huh?
Building your credit score.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem. I mean, I know you're supposed to be like 700. It wasn't like for me, not even doing anything, it was like 580 or something like that. But I didn't owe anybody anything, and I didn't have no student loans, no nothing. It was probably like one or two things on there that was a couple of $100, and I paid that off, and it was nothing. So what hurt me too was I had 2 or 3 credit cards and I closed them because I'm like, I'm paying these things off. And they said that was another bad move, that you close those credit cards. I'm like, this is the most backwards system I've ever heard of. And I couldn't wrap my mind around it. So, but now, you got to play by the rules to get places. So I'm just like, nah, they gonna see I don't owe nobody, everything paid off. I got a good job, I'm making money, and blah, blah, blah. And then that man was like, nope. He said, that's the worst thing you could do. He said, because tomorrow you can lose your job. We don't see no stability. We don't know if you pay your bills on time. I said, but I ain't got no bills to pay. He said, that's the problem. We don't know if you can pay. He gave me this whole long lecture.
And they don't like you paying your stuff off early. Like,
yeah,
I ain't gonna make no interest off of you because
see, and then he gave me this long lecture, and he wasn't really nice about it. I was at a bank because I'm just thinking I could get me a house. I'm ready, and he gave me this nice long lecture. He wasn't that nice about it. I said, well, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I said, it just doesn't make sense to me. So I told my uncle, and he kind of tried to break down. He said, well, why don't you go buy some income property or buy a duplex or something and live in one and the other? And I couldn't get that either. And it would just boil down to me not owing people money. And so what I do, I got more pissed off because they wanted me to go spend more money on stuff that was already overpriced, pay this interest. So I got mad and I was going to teach them. You know how I told them? I said, I'm going to show them it's going to work my way. I ain't getting no credit, nothing. So no, that didn't work out well for me. So I was just like, whatever. But now since, like especially listen to like Anton and different things I could have did with my money, since that was the way I was thinking, I could have invested and did other things, but I didn't know about that and stuff. But I said, I know now.
Use the bank's money.
Huh?
Use the bank's money. Keep your money.
Yep. But the bank ain't giving me no money because I don't owe nobody no debt. Right. I got to use my money.
All right, Kai, I'm dropping off.
Okay.
All right, Yellow. All right, Trash Can Wave.
All right, peace, bro.
Yeah, what you say, Kaya?
I said, thank you. I said, I was just talking as long as you here, as long as y'all here.
Yeah, I was gonna say I probably got to bounce on too and get my day started.
Yeah, I'm about to.
All right, thank you for coming over. We'll do it again tonight. You'll be back, and we gotta go over to Miss Thingy. I'll probably do it a little bit later. I probably won't start till like 9 or 10 tonight, depending on how long.
Then I'll probably see y'all over there.
All right, sounds good. Have a good one. Thank you.
All right, salute.
Peace out. Trash can. Ocean, you get on my nerves. I was gonna say goodbye to your funny looking jacket. Bye, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us, being silly these last few hours. Okay, yeah, you better. I was about to say goodbye to your butt. But thank you guys for hanging out with us. Sugar Bum. Thank you. I don't think I've seen you over here before. We'll be back tonight. Thanks for coming over and hanging out. I hope you had a good time. In Mills, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone who came over and hung out. Wally, my main man, you held it down for me. I appreciate everything you did, keeping everything in order and being my moderator. I appreciate you. Everyone, I am sleepy. I am hungry. I don't know what I'm going to do. But you know how we end it over here? It's me. Just Kaya, JUSSKYIA. Jesus unveiled scripture simply. I know at some points in our conversation, you'd be like, Jesus, girl, please. You talking like that and you talking about Jesus? Jesus know my heart. He know who I is. It's just jokes. It was just fun. And sex and all these things. It's just a natural thing. I'm just saying. Have a little grace on me. It's jokes. I'm joking. But anyway, I appreciate you all. I know you guys, our time is so valuable. You can spend it anywhere. And I mean this every time I say it. When I see people out here spending time with me, when our time goes by so fast and is so valuable to us, I appreciate you for coming over here, spending the time with me. I really do. What did he say? No, it was shining like just talking to somebody else. But anyway, I normally like to see what's going on in the chat, but neither here nor there. I had a great time. You guys, tonight, Pacific time, 5:30, will be over at Red Lipstick. It's in the chat. Oh, is it Red Lipstick Diva, I think. And yeah, she's going to be over there answering, men are going to be over there answering questions from a woman's, questions that women had. Yes, it was fun. It was fun. I like the end part, the last few hours, where we're just silly and talking naughty or talking silliness or what. I am not this big, you guys. I look big in here. They not this big, I promise. Whoa, oh Lord. I don't like this camera. I like this. I'm not this big. I'm a big girl, but I'm not this big. I don't think. Maybe my mirror lied to me. Neither here nor there. All right, guys. You know what time it is. I'm so glad we had this time together. Until next time. Oh, yeah, see, that's a real man. That's a real man. Oh, that's Ocean. Just joking. All right, guys. I hate to leave you. When they say I hate to leave you, but no, I'm not gonna say that. I was gonna say like I like to watch you walk away. You know I can't get no quotes right. That's my alarm going off to wake up in the morning. It's 6 o'clock. As you can see, I don't want to go, but I really am going. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. I'm going to get some sleep. I will be back. You know what? I wish you guys will send me things to talk about or stuff, because you know I'm an open book. You know I share and I tell everything with no problem. So if you, in the comments, if there's anything that you would like to ask or like me to kind of look into and talk about, I appreciate it, because I don't know what y'all want to talk about tomorrow. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay, until tomorrow, maybe 9 or 10. Go over to her channel, 5:30. Thank you, guys. Bye.